Clang! Two streaks of light slammed toward a colossal silhouette only to be flung back and sent hurtling away in reverse. The taller young man scraped twin deep furrows across the ground with his feet using the friction of the earth to finally halt his backward slide. The other, a blonde youth, reduced his backward momentum by twisting and rolling repeatedly through the air. Kawaki, we're out of time. The hand gripping his blade tightened, knuckles gradually turning white. If we don't stop Code now, the Otsutsuki God will soon be reborn. Staring at the figure before them swelling ever larger, the youth's anxiety all but overflowed from his eyes. Boruto, that technique you mentioned before, are you sure it will work? The youth called Kawaki turned to look at him, a ruthless resolve burning in his gaze. I don't know. Boruto's answer took Kawaki by surprise. In Kawaki's understanding, ever since leaving Konoha, Boruto had always seemed fully prepared, exuding absolute confidence before every move, planning each operation to perfection. The chances of success are only 10%, came the still disheartening reply. But it's our only hope. We'll use your Daikokuden and my Jogan, staking every last fragment of Otsutsuki power within the two of us as the price. We'll create a black hole, a sealing technique with a black hole as its core. At this, Kawaki hesitated. He understood all too well what a black hole meant. A black hole that could devour even light would naturally be able to swallow the grotesque ever-swelling monster before them. Yet if this technique truly succeeded, the two of them would have no hope of escape. Lord Ishiki, I will be able to resurrect you very soon. From within the immobile quivering mound of flesh came Code's voice. So this guy is still as fanatically loyal to Ishiki as ever. Hearing Code's words, Kawaki could not help but mutter a caustic remark. Then he looked to Boruto again, his tone utterly firm. Let's do it. Receiving his answer, Boruto carried out a mad act. He raised his right arm, densely covered in wedge-like markings, and brought his hand toward his own right eye, which was radiating a brilliant light. Squelch! As the eyeball left its socket, bright red blood welled forth, the droplets that spattered onto the ground blooming into vivid crimson flowers across the dirt. Once again he stunned the friend who had known him since boyhood. Only now did Kawaki truly realize that the innocent boy in his memories had long since changed. From the day their identities were exchanged, from the day he stood alone against the entire world, that Notia 13-year-old had already attained a resolve as a shinobi that surpassed them all. I'm sorry. Kawaki finally voiced the apology he should have given Boruto more than 10 years ago, an apology from a thief who had stolen everything from the other. Boruto gave no response, only urging him on. Kawaki, we don't have much time left. Perhaps that boy who had once fled Konoha alongside his teacher had never truly blamed him for this matter. Just as on that night when the boy had said to a girl named Ida, I know he isn't a bad person. Hearing Boruto's urging, a nameless sorrow surged up within Kawaki. A single crystal clear tear slid from his eye. Kawaki clasped Boruto's hand with his own, which was also covered in wedge-like markings, the Jogan resting between their joined palms. His eyes had turned the golden hue they took on whenever he used Daikokuden, that lone tear still tracing his cheek. Gazing into Boruto's remaining left eye, he said, Boruto, if there is a next life, I will make amends for every sin I've committed. Seeing his friend's contorted, trembling face and feeling the strength in his grip, Boruto understood how full his heart was with regret. Yeah, I'll be waiting for you. This time he answered Kawaki's apology with the same sunny smile as always. At that moment the wedges on both their bodies flared with light and Kawaki activated his ocular technique, Daikokuden. A vortex appeared between them with the Jogan cradled in their hands as its core. An unparalleled terrifying gravity welled up and engulfed the space around them. The black hole, like a ravenous beast that could never be sated, swallowed the two of them whole, along with Code, who was still expanding in the distance. Endless darkness devoured this entire space, matter, light, space and time all gradually dissolved into the void. Just before he was completely consumed, Boruto saw Kawaki's mouth suddenly open. Closing his eyes as his consciousness unraveled, Boruto finally understood what he was saying, thank you. Boundless darkness wrapped around him. After he was swallowed, he did not know how long had passed, perhaps an eternity, perhaps less than a moment. Suddenly Boruto became aware again, yet he could feel no body at all. The only sensation was that he seemed to be endlessly falling. It was a helplessness like drowning, and the descent went on without end. He had no idea how much time had slipped by. Just as the interminable darkness felt close to ending, an inexplicable thought arose in Boruto's mind. As if on cue, at the instant the thought surfaced, a shaft of light pierced the boundless darkness, rending this space apart. The sensation of falling vanished. Boruto opened his eyes. Since entering the black hole and enduring that seemingly endless plunge, this was the first light he had seen. The sun was about to sink below the distant horizon, bringing not only light but a wash of crimson clouds. A breeze brushed his cheeks. Drawing his gaze away from the beauty of the sunset, Boruto refocused. He looked down at his feet and found himself standing atop a sheet of metal. As he continued to take in his surroundings, familiar buildings gradually came into view. Most striking of all was the building not far away bearing the character for Fire, the Hokage's office. Yet as he admired the view, he noticed subtle differences between these structures and those in his memories. It was as if he stood once more in the village of the past, something that should have been utterly impossible. Yet the wind whispering past his ears and the solid feeling beneath his feet told him otherwise. Everything around him insisted this was no illusion. Just as his doubts had yet to settle, a familiar angry shout rang out. "Boruto, what are you doing up there?" At the sound of that voice, Boruto's heartbeat quickened. More than anything, he longed to confirm the identity of the one calling him. Not since he was 13 had he felt his emotions surge so violently. He followed the direction of the voice and an orange-clad figure entered his sight. It was indeed the one he had hoped to see. "Dad." His call was faint and trembling. The man wore a hat emblazoned with the fire character, his form wrapped in an ornate Hokage robe. In that moment as Hokage, he possessed none of the composure the title demanded. His emotions ran wild, his voice thick with anger and worry. "Stay right where you are, don't move. I'll come get you right away." As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to channel chakra and instantaneously moved to Boruto's side. But before he could act, Boruto's figure vanished. In the blink of an eye, Boruto stood right in front of Naruto. "You little brat." Naruto hadn't finished scolding when Boruto threw himself into his arms. Feeling his son in his embrace, he suddenly became at a loss, not knowing how to respond. He could no longer remember the last time his son had held him like this. His movements were somewhat stiff as he wrapped his left arm around Boruto. "So fast," thought Narashikamaru, the brain of Konoha, as he glanced at Boruto, silently evaluating the boy's earlier display. Perhaps Naruto's worry made him overlook it, he mused. Boruto's movements just now were already on par with an ordinary chunin. While everyone was immersed in the touching reunion of father and son, they completely forgot that a railcar was still lodged in the Hokage rock with a boy trapped inside shouting for help. "Hey, you guys forgot about someone." His name was Raimon Denki, a friend Boruto had made that very day. "Didn't you say we were good friends, Borutokan?" Late at night, lying on his bed, Boruto still felt as if everything was unreal. To verify that his current situation was genuine, he had spent almost all of his chakra to conduct an experiment. He wanted to see whether he could sense his own chakra marker. The conclusion was that there was no fluctuation at all, not even the slightest trace of his chakra mark responding. "This proves that I have indeed returned to the past," Boruto murmured as he stared at the ceiling. He raised his right hand, his palm facing upward toward it. His 5 fingers curled slowly into a fist as he whispered to himself, "There are still 10 years. Compared to before, time is far more abundant. But I can't afford to waste it. I must become stronger than I was in my previous life if I am to face the crises that await." He recalled the opponents of his last life, let alone the slumbering Otsutsuki God. Even fighting those humanoid god tree beings born from the divine tree's offshoots had been excruciatingly difficult. He remembered his master Sasuke being devoured by the god tree in order to protect him. That powerless feeling of only being able to run away and the crushing guilt of abandoning his teacher, Boruto never wanted to experience that again. "It can't be just me. Everyone has to become strong enough. Only then will we be qualified to survive when we face the Otsutsuki again," he thought. Boruto felt the faint pulsation from his right eye and recalled that in his memories today was the first time he had used the Jogan, though it had been triggered passively. Yet he was certain that the power of the Jogan was something he had been born with. As long as he could properly develop it, this power originating from the Otsutsuki God would become a crucial trump card in the future when dealing with the Otsutsuki. In his previous life he had learned about the Jogan far too late, leaving no time to study it carefully. His development of the Jogan's abilities had remained only on the surface. He had merely grasped the most basic ability of the Jogan, perceiving the flow of chakra. However, from his conversations with Himawari he had realized that the Jogan's observation of chakra was far more precise than that of the Byakugan. In his vision, chakra displayed clear distinctions. He could see the movements of the yin and yang aspects within another person's chakra. This meant that by observing how others' chakra flowed he might be able to create new Kekkei Genkai himself and master elemental techniques beyond the chakra natures he was born with. For example, he could fully grasp the invisibility effect of the vanishing Rasengan and thereby obtain a phasing style technique. After all, once the Rasengan vanished, even Momoshiki with his Rinnegan could not evade it. As long as he mastered such abilities, facing the Otsutsuki clan or the God Tree beings again would be far easier. However, even though the Jogan's power could serve as a basis for creating other techniques, the most fatal problem now was that this body was far too frail. He barely had enough chakra to activate the Jogan, let alone use it in combat. If only he had had more chakra back then. He would not have needed to gouge out his own eye when sealing code, nor use the Jogan as the core of the sealing technique, leading to both of them perishing together with code. Right now the most important thing is figuring out how to obtain enough chakra, Boruto concluded. Lying on his bed he realized that midnight had already come. Moonlight poured through the window onto Boruto's face. It was April and the air still carried a chill. "Boruto, why aren't you asleep yet?" His mother's voice came from outside the door, startling him. He suddenly remembered just how terrifying his mother could be when she got angry at this hour. He hurriedly replied, "I'm going to sleep right now," and forced himself to shut his eyes. It was year 78 of the Hidden Leaf. This was the time to which Boruto had returned. Boruto had just turned 12 this year, and yesterday had been his first day of entering the academy. In this regard he truly lived up to being Naruto's son. One had once drawn makeup on his father's face, if the other had stuck an entire train car on his father's head. In terms of vandalizing his father's Hokage rock visage, Boruto seemed even more filial than his predecessor. At the school gate Boruto ran into two very familiar figures. A spiky-haired boy walked up to his right side and greeted him. "Yo Boruto." "Yo Shikadai," Boruto replied out of politeness. "Boruto, the way you hugged your dad in front of everyone yesterday was so lame." Another boy wore a pair of suspenders, his hair color even more eye-catching than Boruto's, a bright pure yellow. "You're so annoying, Inogen," Boruto grumbled, not even needing to turn around to know who was at his left. Yamanaka, Inogen and Nara Shikadai were friends Boruto had known since childhood. "But it really was lame," Inogen insisted, folding his hands behind his head as he continued to comment on Boruto's behavior yesterday. Still, that was something else. He stopped walking and glanced to the left. "You actually pulled this stunt on your dad." Boruto and Shikadai followed his gaze. It was Naruto's Hokage rock face that Boruto had damaged yesterday. The gaping hole in its head was still there, with a group of workers busily repairing it. "You really went all out," Inogen said, suddenly turning back to the two of them and giving Boruto a big thumbs up. "Heh." Boruto had no idea how to respond. As a child he truly had liked making life difficult for his dad. Seeing Boruto's reaction, Shikadai's expression grew puzzled. Remembering the question his own father had asked him last night, a suspicion in his heart grew stronger. "By the way, have you guys played that new game yet?" The doubt faded from his face, returning to his usual look of indifference. "Ah, you mean the one that came out last Saturday?" Inogen's voice was brimming with excitement. "That game is really great." "You played it too, right, Boruto?" Inogen asked. To both of their surprise, Boruto replied, "You mean that game?" "Huh, you don't know?" "It's the one called Ninja Clash Spin," Inogen explained. "Oh, you mean that one," Boruto said. He dug through the dust-covered corners of his memory and retrieved information about the game. "As I thought, something's off," Shikadai thought. After seeing Boruto's reaction he felt more certain about his earlier suspicion. The three of them walked up the stairs toward their classroom. Boruto and Inogen kept chatting about the new game's mechanics, but Shikadai, who had brought up the topic, remained silent. It was the first official day of class. As soon as the three entered the classroom they saw a familiar figure arguing heatedly with a boy who clearly did not look their age. The boy held an iron staff nearly as tall as he was. The familiar figure was a bespectacled girl with her arms folded across her chest. Their quarrel was so intense that no one dared step between them if the others merely formed a ring around the two. "Hey Sarada, maybe just let it go." A likewise familiar figure squeezed through the crowd and tugged at the girl's sleeve. Her skin was dark brown and she was chubbier than the others. "Hey you fatty, don't get in the way." "Beat it," the boy snapped, clearly fuming at being interrupted. "Who are you calling fat?" The girl who had been speaking softly moments ago suddenly became sharp and aggressive. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a blonde figure burst into the middle of the group with a thud. "Ow ow ow." The figure on the floor was Boruto, rubbing his aching backside. "What are you doing?" When he looked back to where he had been launched from, Shikadai's leg was still raised. Wait, that's not right, the thought flashed through Boruto's mind. He realized that everyone in the classroom was now staring at him, including those who had been on the verge of a fight just moments earlier. "Hee, good morning everyone," he said. The scene shifts back to just now when the three entered the classroom. Boruto pulled open the back door and a group of classmates came into view, huddled together. Sarada was arguing with a tall boy whom Boruto did not recognize. "Hey, what's going on?" Shaozan spoke up first. "Should we go help Sarada and the others?" At that moment the boy scolded the girl who tried to mediate. "It's over if that guy actually dared to insult Chaochu." Shaozan's tone was noticeably more agitated than before, even tinged with a hint of fear. Now that guy is going to be in trouble. He covered his eyes with his hands, fearing to see Chaochu beat up that boy. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Rukatai raised a leg aimed at Boruto's backside. Since entering he had noticed that Boruto's gaze had been fixed on Sarada without deviation. Rukatai had heard about the boy. He was an exchange student about 3 years older than them. His strength had already reached the level of a genin and he hadn't graduated due to some mental issues. His scores in theory classes had never passed, including during the graduation exams. Thinking of this, Rukatai devised a plan, a way to once again verify if Boruto was indeed unusual. If Boruto's strength was truly as his father said, having reached the level of a chunin, then having him face off against a jonin-level genin like Iwabumi would surely result in victory. This way he could confirm Boruto's identity to see if he was indeed the Boruto he knew. Having made up his mind, he lifted a leg and kicked Boruto without hesitation. The sudden push sent Boruto flying into the center of the crowd. After a brief moment of confusion he turned to confront the instigator Rukatai. But just after he questioned he realized something was off. "What do you mean?" Iwabumi was not at all polite to the intruding guy. "No, it was an accident." Boruto sensed the intense murderous aura emanating from him. "If you don't believe me, ask him." He pointed at the culprit, enjoying the spectacle. As all eyes turned to him, Rukatai uttered something that left Boruto at a loss. "Didn't you say you wanted to stand up for Sarada?" For some reason Rukatai, the son of the Konoha strategist, told a lie without batting an eyelid. "By the way, Iwabumi said your brain isn't functioning properly, otherwise how could you not even manage something as simple as graduating?" Upon hearing this the expressions of the few in the room varied. The originally aggressive Chaochu leaned in to whisper something to Sarada. This action brought 2 red clouds to Sarada's face. Meanwhile Iwabumi shifted all his hatred towards Boruto, who was sitting on the ground, although it was true he hated it most when someone called him stupid. He directly reached out with both hands, grabbing Boruto by the collar and lifting him off the ground. "So you think I'm stupid?" he questioned Boruto, his eyes filled with pure killing intent. "What I said was that your brain isn't functioning properly, not that you are stupid. Isn't that the same? You are just calling me stupid." Iwabumi's grip tightened, his knuckles turning white as Boruto felt his breathing become labored. "No, I never said that." Boruto finally realized he had never said such words. Hearing Boruto's denial, Iwabumi was about to strike, his right hand clenched into a fist aimed at Boruto's face. Naturally Boruto wouldn't sit back and wait. Chakra began to gather subtly in the palm of his hand, intending to form a severely weakened Rasengan to make the other suffer. Just as the fist was about to land on Boruto's face, a hand caught Iwabumi's wrist. "Stop." A man wearing peculiar goggles appeared in the classroom, seizing Iwabumi's right fist midair. Seeing that the newcomer was teacher Shino, Boruto sighed in relief, and the chakra he was gathering dissipated. However, Iwabumi, with his arm restrained, did not wish to give up, continuing to exert force in an attempt to break free. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not gain any ground and had to give up. Such impressive strength, Shino thought to himself. So he really possesses the strength of a genin. He could probably hold his own even against some weaker chunins. He looked at the boy named Iwabumi with a meaningful expression. Everyone return to your seats, class is starting. He shouted loudly at everyone, striding with a rhythmic pace towards the podium. After receiving the command, Iwabumi released Boruto and returned to his seat. Meanwhile, the two girls at the center of the incident maintained their previous demeanor, whispering to each other as they returned to their spots. Fortunately, teacher Shino had come to stop Iwabumi, otherwise Boruto might have exposed his strength. Sitting on the ground, Boruto rubbed his backside, just then noticing a familiar hand in front of him. Looking up, it was Rukatai, the very one who had pushed him into the fire. He shamelessly smiled, and Boruto took his hand, rising from the ground. He said to Rukatai, "You better be ready for me after school." Rukatai wore that infuriating smile, shrugging his shoulders as if to say he was up for it. Back at his seat, which was the second to last row by the window, Boruto sat in this familiar spot, unable to recall the last time he had been here. He rested his chin on his left hand, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Everything that had just happened was merely a trivial interlude for this boy who had returned from the future, and naturally he wouldn't take it to heart. As he daydreamed, he sensed a scrutinizing gaze coming from not far ahead. Following the gaze, he saw Sarada. Her small mouth was slightly parted as if she was saying something to him. After deciphering it, he understood what she meant: "Thank you." Seeing this, Boruto replied quietly, though he did not actually speak. "You're welcome." The girl who received the reply promptly turned her head toward teacher Shino, who was introducing himself at the podium. Her hands were neatly folded on the desk, appearing to listen attentively. Boruto looked at this girl whose future was filled with non-mainstream traits in his memories. To see her making such well-behaved gestures brought a subtle curve to Boruto's lips. "Hey, you don't really like her, do you?" An untimely voice came from beside him. It was Rukatai. No, Boruto didn't reply directly, but offered a perfunctory response. Who are you talking about?" Hearing the discussion about who likes whom, Shaozan suddenly became excited, continuously questioning the two. "Who are you talking about? Please just tell me." When neither got a response, Shaozan began to stir up trouble. He tugged at Boruto's arm while begging. Please, clearly he had forgotten that it was still class time. "Yamashiro Shaozan, it is currently class time." The teacher's voice came from the podium, filled with dissatisfaction. "Don't think that just because I'm in a good mood you can do as you please. Now go stand outside the classroom." But... Before Shaozan could finish his explanation, he was directly interrupted by Shino. "I'll come to your house tonight, now go outside." Accompanied by sad music, Shaozan, now devoid of color and turned gray, stepped outside the classroom. The recent events were merely a small interlude, and the class continued. The ninja school has undergone reforms, changing its teaching methods. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War, the ninja world has entered a prolonged period of peace. Most regions have stabilized, and this environment has fostered significant development across various aspects. The most noticeable aspect is technology. The rapid rise of information technology has birthed many job opportunities. In order to adapt to the changes of the times, the ninja school no longer limits itself to training just ninjas. To provide students with more options, students in the ninja department can choose to switch majors every year. However, only students specializing in ninjutsu have multiple opportunities. This is because to adapt to different work environments and various task objectives, students in the ninjutsu specialty often dabble in nearly every major. Moreover, with each year's differing teaching tasks, many students who could keep up with the learning content previously often find themselves unable to do so with the arrival of a new semester. Thus, the number of students in the ninjutsu specialty decreases every year, and by the time they reach the 6th grade there are often so few that they can barely form a class. For example, Boruto's class is the last ninjutsu class for this cohort. Thus, by the 6th grade some students are familiar with each other while others do not recognize one another. Teacher Shino is explaining the teaching arrangements for this semester at the podium. The focus is mainly on practical teaching. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this is their last year at the ninja school. As someone who has lived again, Boruto naturally knows what the school's teaching philosophy is for the final year. Therefore he shows no intention of listening, resting his chin on his left hand, gazing out the window as he contemplates his future path. The next priority is to quickly increase his chakra capacity. Currently he can think of 3 methods. One is sage arts, the second is to become a Jinchuriki, and the third is the fruit of the divine tree. After much thought, only the second method seems feasible. Training in sage arts requires someone to take him to the 3 great holy lands, and there are only 2 such people, neither of whom will take him. After all, what reason does he have to persuade Naruto to take him? The other person is currently not in the village. As for the third method, that is simply a pipe dream. Thus the second option appears to be the most likely according to his knowledge. Aside from his father's 9 tails, killer bees 8 tails, and the 1 tail following Uncle Gaara, the other tailed beasts are all in the wild. As long as he can find them, there is a chance to gain their power, become a Jinchuriki, and thus have enough chakra to activate the Byakugan. But where can he find them? That is a problem. Moreover, he is currently trapped in school and can't even leave the village. Sigh. Having thought this far, Boruto suddenly realizes that none of this is achievable at present. I'm still not strong enough. His sigh is keenly caught by the side-sitting Shikadai, yet he makes no reaction. Ring ring ring. The class dismissal bell rang and Shino gathered his lesson plan, saying before leaving, "Remember that today's afternoon class is a practical lesson, you be sure to prepare well." After saying that, he left the classroom. Hearing this, Boruto suddenly felt uneasy and looked to his right. Indeed, at the edge of his vision someone was staring at him intently, their eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Given Iwabe's grudge-holding nature, it seems unavoidable that he will have a confrontation with him today. I'm doomed. How could I have forgotten about the practical lesson? A grim expression appeared on Boruto's face while Shikadai laughed beside him. It seems that his plan targeting Boruto did not fail, and he would confirm his suspicions in the afternoon. Huff huff huff. Inogen rushed in panting and directly sat down at his seat. "It's all your fault." With a face that looked like he was about to cry, he strongly accused the two. "If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have been made to stand, and what's worse, Teacher Shino actually wants to call my parents." As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly grim, tears nearly spilling over. "Alright, I'm sorry." To everyone's surprise, Boruto was the first to apologize. "I'll treat you to burgers after school." "Really?" Inogen immediately brightened up, looking at Boruto with shining eyes. "Yes, really. I'll even add 2 extra slices of cheese." "Ah, Boruto, you are too good to me." Inogen instantly stood up from his seat and directly leaped onto Boruto. "Boruto, I love you." He said this and acted as if he was going to kiss Boruto's face. "Can you not be so disgusting?" Boruto hurriedly blocked Inogen's approaching mouth with his hand, struggling with all his might to escape his embrace. "Just a kiss." Inogen still refused to let Boruto go. "Cut it out." Shikadai's voice came from the side. "Who is causing trouble?" Hearing Shikadai's words, Inogen suddenly became angry. After all, the instigator had yet to apologize, and who would have guessed that something embarrassing would happen the moment he turned his head. 2 girls stood in the aisle beside the table, both of whom were old acquaintances. "I can't believe I didn't know you had this hobby." Butterfly held a bag of chips she had taken from somewhere, eating while watching the two hugging each other. "Boruto, your relationship is really good." Sarada crossed her arms and adjusted her glasses. Seeing the newcomers, Boruto froze in place while Inogen quickly returned to his seat. With his elbows resting on the table and fingers crossed at his nose. "Let me explain." "No need, I came to thank you for standing up for me this morning." "Oh, that's fine. Well then, goodbye." After saying that, Sarada turned and walked away, sitting back down at her place. "Boruto, she's already gone." Shikadai waved his hand in front of him to pull him out of his thoughts. Butterfly pulled out another bag of chips from behind. "Sea salt flavor, it's really delicious." "Thank you." Just as Butterfly was about to leave, Inogen, who had been acting aloof, suddenly stopped her. I want to eat too. But Butterfly completely ignored him, passing right by him. She is thanking you for standing up for Sarada. Shikadai rested one elbow on the table, his palm propping up his chin while the other hand lay across the table. I know. Boruto's response seemed dull. Shikadai followed his gaze and again it was Sarada. He couldn't help but exclaim, women are indeed troublesome. Returning to her place next to Sarada, Butterfly handed the bag of chips to Sarada. Since she was looking down, she directly saw the chips inside the bag. Thank you. Realizing this, Sarada took a chip from inside and put it in her mouth. A lovesick girl. Butterfly continued eating the chips without a pause, blurted out a comment that left Sarada at a loss. Not at all. She could only refute with short phrases, but it had no persuasive power. Then why did you just say goodbye? Such an awkward thing. She kept sending chips into her mouth one by one. Come on girl, we still have to attend classes in the same classroom for a whole day. Lunchtime arrived quickly and it was time for lunch. Coincidentally, the three brothers did not bring their bento boxes today. Let's go buy lunch. I'm so tired, I don't want to move. Inogen exclaimed, completely drained from the morning classes. To accommodate various situations, the school has a convenience store. Inside one can purchase not only bread and milk but also ready-to-eat boxed lunches that only require heating. However, due to the crowd it's generally difficult to grab a bento. Boruto, don't worry about him, if we don't hurry we won't get any. Shikadai urged Boruto as they reached the door. Then I'll bring you one later. As Boruto left the classroom he shouted back. Boruto will be good brothers for life. Inogen, lying on the table, suddenly pledged his loyalty, but unfortunately Boruto did not see his tearful expression nor hear his voice. The convenience store is at the bottom of the teaching building while Boruto and the others are on the top floor. Therefore, to grab one of the limited bentos they had to resort to some unconventional methods. The two attached chakra to their feet and leapt through the crowded corridors. It was a true sense of flying as they walked upside down on the ceiling, passing over the heads of the crowd. While others took the stairs, they too used the stairs, but in reverse. Because they took the expressway, they arrived much earlier than everyone else. They successfully purchased limited bentos, but just as they were about to leave, a familiar figure appeared before them. I didn't get a bento again. Sarada was holding a fried noodle bun and a bottle of milk. Unlike the two, she had not taken the unconventional route, so naturally she didn't get a bento. Here, I have an extra one. Let's trade. Before Shikadai could respond, Boruto had already dashed to Sarada's side. What happened to him? The perspective shifted to Boruto and Sarada. Isn't this inappropriate? After hearing Boruto's words, Sarada hesitated to agree. Just as she finished speaking, she sensed a change in the things she was holding. Ignoring her response, Boruto swiftly snatched the bun and milk from her hand and stuffed one of the bentos into her grasp. Then, before she could react, he ran to Shikadai, grabbing him with one hand and sprinting outside. Boruto understood that she wouldn't agree to the exchange, as she would feel like she was taking advantage of him. Wait, I can walk myself. Shikadai protested as he was dragged along. How could you turn into someone so lovestruck in the future? Shikadai's words made Boruto stop dead in his tracks, frozen and unable to move. He didn't know what to do or when he had exposed himself. The very next day after crossing over, his most important secret had been revealed like this. He hadn't even taken any action before it was exposed. The feeling of being completely seen through sent him into a freezing panic, a sense of crisis emerging in his heart. This overwhelming loss of control felt like he was falling back into the dark void. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the friend who had pushed him into the abyss, trembling as he asked, "How did you find out?" Shikadai smirked at him with a malicious grin. "Let's talk." After saying this, he broke free from Boruto's grip and walked upstairs. With no choice, Boruto followed him forward after he revealed the password of his origin from the future. The rooftop of the school's teaching building was accessible, resembling a terrace. On the terrace there was a special place with a chair under a canopy. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the canopy, illuminating Shikadai's face. He arrived here first, saw no one else, and lay directly on the chair. Without needing to speak, he understood that the real Boruto would surely know he was waiting for him. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek and the warm sunlight felt very comfortable. Beside the chair were the empty bento boxes. The perspective returned to Boruto. Upon hearing Shikadai's intent to talk, he realized where the other would wait for him. However, his steps were slow and filled with struggle. With heavy steps he finally reached the door to the terrace but hesitated to open it. What to do after opening it? As of now he didn't know how to talk to him nor how to interact afterward. After all, he couldn't be sure if he was still Uzumaki Boruto. At the very least he was not the Uzumaki Boruto of now, not the one that Shikadai knew. He raised his hand, reaching for the doorknob that maintained their relationship. He understood that once he opened it there was a high chance his relationship with Shikadai could never return to what it was. The closer he got to the doorknob the faster his heart raced, until the moment he touched it his heart stopped beating. It felt as if he was bound by chains interrupting the rhythm that should have continued. A complex and indescribable feeling surged within his chest. He exhaled deeply, realizing that there would eventually come a day when they would have to be honest with each other. He just hadn't expected it to be so soon and for the other to bring it up first. He gathered all his strength and turned the knob of the door that separated their two worlds. The door opened and warm sunlight streamed through the frame enveloping him. The world he had imagined would be destroyed did not materialize, instead a gentle and warm breeze replaced it. Not far away Shikadai lay on the chair. Perhaps the breeze had given him strength, or maybe the memories of their time on this familiar terrace surged in his heart. His steps toward Shikadai were no longer hesitant. Sitting at the other end of the chair he remained silent, his hand gripping the bun, turning pale. First tell me how you came back. Shikadai rested his hands behind his head, glancing sideways at his fidgeting friend. He knew that at times like this his friend was like a clam, unable to let out a word for a long while. After Shikadai opened the conversation, Boruto began to recount his sorrowful story. The sun was still blazing, flocks of birds flew overhead and the blue sky and white clouds formed their racing track. So do you really like Sarada? With Shikadai present he stood up from the chair and walked to the edge of the terrace, leaning against the green railing. What's wrong with that? As Boruto spoke his inner unease gradually settled and he lay back on the chair. Mainly because you two always end up arguing every time you meet. It's obvious you don't get along. Shikadai continued his commentary. People grow up, you know. Wait, is that what's important? Boruto suddenly sat up, questioning loudly. Isn't it to ease the atmosphere? Shikadai awkwardly scratched his face. After all, the story you told is so hard to believe. The last words spoken by Lu Tai once again pushed the young boy into that dark space. Indeed, no one will believe me. However, I believe you. Boruto slowly lowered his head, his gaze peering through the gap between his legs. A shadow loomed in his heart. Boruto suddenly raised his head, looking at the young boy. There he stood in the sunlight, leaning against the railing, revealing a bright smile as he gazed back. In that moment of eye contact a crystalline tear appeared in Boruto's eye, trembling as he uttered a single phrase. Thank you. He then lowered his head again, struggling to control his tears. Yet he ultimately could not stop the tears from flowing. In that fleeting moment he was no longer the boy burdened with a heavy future, but rather Boruto Uzumaki. Belonging to the Hidden Leaf Village for 73 years, Boruto Uzumaki, an ordinary 12-year-old boy. Hey, why do you cry more as you grow up? Lu Tai's teasing voice echoed in his ears. Not at all. Boruto replied, feigning calmness, but the tears still fresh on his cheeks betrayed him. He had never spoken about those stories to anyone. Not even the closest loved one by his side in the distant future knew. A boy who had been fleeing the world since he was 13, who could he share his grievances with? He longed for someone to confide in, but the ever-present enemies would not grant him that opportunity. Those who relentlessly approached the Otsutsuki and the divine tree would not give him this time. To save the world, a warrior with immense will and power was needed, not a boy filled with grievances. Thus he should be mature, unwavering, and unable to shed tears for what he has lost. Even when losing the last master who accompanied him he could not cry. That boy who loved spicy burgers, who enjoyed collecting ninja cards, who would battle into the night for his favorite games. On the day he turned 13 he disappeared from this world. In the end he became a qualified warrior, one strong enough in will and power to save the world. But where did that boy who loved to laugh go? He never imagined that 9 years after his 13th birthday he could return to the past. Perhaps this time the boy would still become a warrior, but he would no longer abandon that innocent self. Alright, class is about to start. Lu Tai patted him on the shoulder. Aren't you supposed to bring lunch to Shikadai? Upon hearing this, Boruto finally reacted, realizing that there was a hungry friend waiting in the classroom. So he quickly finished his lunch and rushed to catch up with Lu Tai, who was about to leave. I'm so hungry, why haven't those two come back yet? At that moment Shikadai had his entire face on the table, his stomach growling. In the end he still couldn't make it in time, class had begun. Shikadai arrived at the combat training classroom with an empty stomach. Wait, didn't you say you'd bring me lunch? He held a piece of bread in his hand and placed it in front of Boruto. And why is this bread squished like this? The fried noodle bread in his hand could perhaps no longer even be considered bread. The fried noodles had broken into segments and the bread was crumpled into a ball. Boruto didn't know how to respond to him. Should he say that he swapped it for Sarada's? We couldn't help it, when we arrived there were no bento left. Huh, are you kidding me? You still have crumbs on the corner of your mouth. Boruto didn't expect to be exposed like this. Just tell me if you want to eat or not. Even though Lu Tai shielded Boruto, he couldn't help but feel responsible for the bread's condition. I wouldn't eat such unappealing food, gurgle gurgle gurgle. In the end he couldn't resist the protests from his stomach and had to choose to eat the rather unappetizing bread. Not far away a girl watched the arguing boys. Sarada, what are you looking at? Butterfingers still held chips in her hands and one wondered how she managed to have chips on her hands every moment. I'm not watching anything. Sarada answered in a fluster. So that bento wasn't extra after all. The girl's embarrassment once again turned her face red. Butterfingers keenly sensed something was off and followed her gaze. It's Boruto again, no way. The combat training mainly involved sparring in pairs. Furthermore, the first student to step onto the stage could designate their sparring partner. Thus Boruto became the first chosen opponent. As for the reason, Iwaburo stepped onto the stage the moment Shino announced the sparring began. He chose Boruto as his opponent. Boruto Uzumaki, I want to fight you. He stood in the center of the ring pointing at Boruto in the stands with a specially made iron rod. It's all your fault. Boruto looked at Lu Tai beside him. This time he was no longer indifferent, instead he solemnly apologized. I'm sorry. Boruto infused chakra into his legs and leaped directly from the stands. He crossed nearly 50 to 60 meters to reach the center of the ring. He recalled what Lu Tai had said on the way back to the classroom. To ensure you have enough time to grow stronger, you must leave school as soon as possible. What should I do then? Remembering Lu Tai's response, he couldn't help but say to Iwaburo, I'm sorry. Huh, what did you say? Iwaburo didn't hear him and asked. Boruto didn't answer, quietly approaching the edge of the ring waiting for the instructor to announce the start of the match. Seeing that Boruto didn't answer his question, Iwaburo stopped making things awkward and walked to the other side of the ring. Time passed second by second, during which Boruto kept his eyes closed, recuperating. Lu Tai's words echoed in his ears. Use your strength to make all the teachers understand that you shouldn't continue wasting time in school. By the way, there's an opportunity this afternoon. Lu Tai, aren't you worried about Boruto? Shikadai asked his friend while sipping milk from his hand. You should be more worried about Iwaburo across from him. Lu Tai's words caught Shikadai off guard. Hey, wait, didn't you say Iwaburo already has the strength of a genin? How could Boruto, a ninja student, possibly defeat him? Shikadai's doubts grew stronger. Just watch carefully. On the other side, Sarada couldn't help but worry for Boruto. In the end she clasped her hands together, praying for him. Both sides make the hand seals. Shino's voice rang out. Boruto opened his eyes, a killing intent difficult to conceal in his gaze. That killing intent was incredibly pure, and compared to it the killing intent from Iwaburo before was merely child's play. Facing this killing intent, Iwaburo felt an unimaginable pressure. Begin. As Shino's signal just sounded, Boruto vanished from the arena. With a command from Zeno, there was no warning. Yanbu noticed that the figure he had been watching suddenly vanished. Despite having kept a close watch on the opponent, he still failed to react in time. At this moment he understood that he should not underestimate the opponent because of his status. In his mind he had imagined the other party to be a second-generation heir who relied on his father's name to flaunt his power. He never expected that the current situation would far exceed his predictions. From Boruto's earlier gaze filled with murderous intent, he seemed to foresee his own death. It felt as if prey had been targeted by a predator. If the Boruto he saw appeared like a long-starved wolf and he was the chosen dinner. Thus at the moment Boruto vanished from sight, he realized he must take action. See, Hi, Su. Earth flow wall. He quickly formed hand seals, placing his hands on the ground to activate the ninjutsu he excelled at. Clang. At the moment the earth wall rose, a sharp metallic sound echoed. As expected, it was Boruto. He did not use flashy techniques but merely the most basic thrust. Holding a shuriken glinting with cold light, he aimed to end the battle quickly with extreme speed. However, he did not expect that Yanbu could swiftly defend himself. Humph, don't underestimate me. Yanbu's voice came from the other side of the earth wall. He had unparalleled confidence in his ninjutsu. The Katsuna clan had lived in the mountains for generations, coexisting with the rocks. Their clan's proficiency in earth release rivaled that of Iwagakure, and Yanbu was a genius among the younger generation of his clan. Boruto understood that his method of quickly resolving the battle to attract Zeno-sensei's attention would not work. Well then, sorry Yanbu, you could have suffered less. Since a quick victory was not an option, he needed to demonstrate his outstanding skills to Zeno-sensei. Boruto swiftly retreated to his initial position. He placed his hand on his lower back, rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. Finally he pulled out 3 shuriken. After Yanbu realized Boruto had distanced himself just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the sound of shuriken slicing through the air. However, he expected Boruto to launch the shuriken at the earth flow wall. Given the solidity of the earth flow wall, ordinary shuriken would not penetrate. He just needed to infuse some chakra to completely block the shuriken Boruto launched. Thinking this way, he indeed made the corresponding move. As chakra gradually flowed in, the earth flow wall grew larger and taller. To be safe, he even made the earth flow wall thicker and wider than before. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he heard the sound of shuriken flying from behind. The shuriken he had launched from the front came at him from an unusual angle. Swish, bang. The shuriken grazed his ear and finally embedded itself in the wall less than a centimeter from his cheek. Gulp. After the shuriken came to a complete stop, Yanbu swallowed hard, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. After calming down, he still refused to give up. In his heart he thought that his technique had not been broken. At least the opponent could only defeat him from other directions. Thinking this, he came up with what he believed to be a brilliant idea with his not-so-smart brain. He formed the familiar seals again, still using the earth flow wall. See, Hi, Su. Earth flow wall. This time he shaped the earth flow wall into a hemispherical form, wrapping himself inside, believing that this way Boruto would have no way to deal with him. So while maintaining the technique, he began to taunt Boruto. Kid, you can't do anything to me now, can you? Completely oblivious, he had asked to practice against Boruto. Standing outside the stone wall, Boruto watched Yanbu's actions, trying hard to suppress his laughter. Pfft, with this he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Yanbu would exhaust his chakra just to maintain the technique. In Boruto's memory, having known each other for so long, he certainly understood that even if he pointed out the flaws of Yanbu's actions, he would never surrender. Rather than let him waste time here, it would be better to directly destroy his technique. Boruto glanced at Zeno-sensei below. The pen in his hand had already stopped moving. Surely the earlier Uchiha-style shuriken technique had already given him enough shock. Now let this next technique conclude the battle. Z-U-C. Water release, water severing wave. With the completion of the hand seals, a high-speed stream of water shot out from Boruto's mouth. The water flowed like a high-pressure water knife slicing through the ground it passed. He carefully aimed the water knife to cut the edge of the dirt mound created by Yanbu. He was afraid of accidentally attacking Yanbu, who was located in the center of the dirt mound. After all, this technique was originally used by the second Hokage to slice the god tree. If he accidentally hit Yanbu, it wouldn't just be a bruise, it would be a much worse situation. Inside the dirt mound, Yanbu was still taunting Boruto, but at that moment a water column shot through the stone wall. It created a hole over a meter in diameter, less than 50 centimeters from him. Just like that, he was exposed to the gaze of the crowd. Shocked, he remained frozen in the state of maintaining the technique until he left the arena. Thus the practice match between Boruto and Yanbu concluded with Boruto's victory. That kid, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. If that shuriken technique just now was on par with many jonin. Zeno marked an A in the practical assessment column for him. Looks like I need to find a chance to talk to the principal. Back in the stands, Boruto exchanged a high five with Ruka. The first step of the plan succeeded, and now it was time to see the reaction of the school leaders. Wait, when did you become so strong? Since the moment Boruto officially faced off against Yanbu and the moment he vanished from Yanbu's sight, Jingzen's eyes widened in shock, and even his action of drinking milk was forced to pause. It felt like a very good brother you played with together. Originally he was as poor as you, but after a winter break when you met again, he appeared in front of you driving a Land Rover. In Jingzen's memory, when they parted at the end of the last semester, Boruto's strength was about the same as his own, and suddenly he had become so strong. This kind of thing was something he certainly could not accept. I practiced extra during this holiday. Faced with Jingzen's question, Boruto could only dodge. You didn't secretly overwork me, did you? Jingzhen, who had been talking to Boruto, suddenly turned to Ruka. I didn't. Awesome, truly the friendship of the boar, deer and butterfly. Jingzhen hugged Ruka, rubbing against him continuously. Next match, Kanji vs. Yamashiro. Jingzhen. Hearing his name called, Jingzhen stopped fooling around. Looks like I'm facing the class representative. Just watch me show off my skills. Those despicable guys, a bunch of scoundrels who forget their friends for the sake of beauty. Jingzhen wailed as he ran into the passage behind him and soon appeared in the center of the arena. Ugh! Beneath the arena, Jingzhen leaned against the wall, his mouth continuously expelling rainbows. The outcome of the match once again took everyone by surprise. On the arena, Jingzhen, who had originally been suppressing Jian-jin, lost. Just as he mounted the golden tiger drawn with ninjutsu, he soon threw up. He continued to vomit until he could muster no strength left. Thus Jingzhen, who had the advantage, ended up losing. Who eats before a match? It turned out that Jingzhen still held the unfinished milk in his hand when the match began. To make it convenient for the upcoming match, he gulped down the remaining milk in one go before stepping into the arena. It's not my fault you two came back too late, that's why I vomited. Hearing Jingzhen's complaint, the two could only remain silent, turning their heads away. In the first half of the match, Jingzhen had been in the lead. However, in the second half, Jian-jin cleverly countered his joint attack of the peculiar shrimp and little bird with a water gun technique. Thus he had no choice but to switch to close combat, drawing a tiger. As the tiger darted and soared across the arena, Jingzhen's stomach immediately began to feel unwell. He ended up sitting on the tiger's back, throwing up. Jingzhen, are you okay? Jian-jin approached from behind the three, inquiring about Jingzhen's condition. She also handed him a bottle of water. This bottle was something she had rushed to buy from a convenience store right after teacher Zeno announced the results. Sorry about that. Thank you, class leader. Jingzhen managed to thank her while enduring his discomfort. Don't worry about him, he brought this upon himself. Class leader, you don't need to apologize to him. At this time, Lu Tai couldn't help but mock Jingzhen. After chatting for a while, Jian-jin left, occasionally comforting Jingzhen during her departure. The class leader is really kind, Jingzhen said after Jian-jin left, taking a sip of the water she gave him. Don't you guys think so? Silence fell again as the two ignored Jingzhen's question, gazing in the direction Jian-jin had disappeared. Time quickly passed and school was soon dismissed. The three of them left the school gate together while workers were still busy at the distant Shadow Rock. Why not use ninjutsu to repair the Shadow Rock? Isn't it inconvenient? Jingzhen, walking in the middle, posed a question. That's because ninjutsu is too difficult for such precise repair work. Lu Tai maintained his usual posture, seemingly enjoying resting his hand behind his head. The sun gradually set in the west and the three were eating at the Raikage burger shop. Each of their burgers was different. One was extremely spicy, another was a cheese variant, and the last was a regular one. After filling up, the three parted ways outside the store. Since Jingzhen still had to attend art class, only Boruto and Lu Tai returned home together. By the way, I haven't asked you how you figured out my secret. You exposed yourself too much, it was hard for me not to guess. You're lying, I didn't notice anything. Boruto stopped, turning to face him. Humph, Lu Tai smirked slightly, letting out a disdainful sigh. Then let me tell you. Firstly, the fact that you embraced the 7th Hokage in front of everyone yesterday is something the old you would never have done. Secondly, last night my dad asked me if I knew your strength. Based on how you handled coming down from the Shadow Rock yesterday, he guessed your strength reached the level of a Chunin. Therefore I began to suspect your identity, and then I prepared to test you. Lu Tai took a sip of the cola he bought from the vending machine by Boruto. Test? How did I not notice? Lu Tai glanced at his friend from the future. That's because you were too relaxed when you were with us. Think back carefully. After finishing the cola in his hand, Boruto finally realized Lu Tai's strange behavior today. The first test was when Jingzhen asked him about his dad and the Shadow Rock. If it had been the old him, he would have thought he did something impressive and would definitely know how to respond to Jingzhen. Thus Lu Tai's test began. The question about the new game was the first test. The past self would have reacted most strongly when discussing the new game, yet this time he didn't even register which game they were discussing. After arriving in the classroom, he lost focus upon seeing Sarada, deepening Lu Tai's doubts. Just as the argument among Sarada and her friends intensified, Lu Tai took the opportunity to shove him into the crowd. He intentionally provoked Iwaba's dissatisfaction, wanting to test his skills through Iwabu. However, the plan failed due to teacher Zeno's arrival, but since the afternoon class was practical training, the plan was able to continue. Ultimately, it was after he had given his bento to Sarada that he suddenly confirmed his identity. About the test I understand now, but how did you suddenly confirm my identity before I had even confronted Iwabu? It's simple, when I shoved you into the crowd I just wanted to confirm whether you were Boruto. However, when you took the chips from Tsubaki and understood her meaning before I even spoke, that was when I realized you were Boruto, but not necessarily the Boruto I know. Then I proposed a bold hypothesis and took the opportunity when you couldn't react in time. Using that hypothesis I tricked you, and sure enough you were stunned. Thus I confirmed that you are the future Boruto. Listening to Lu Tai casually describe how he had exposed him, Boruto thought about not just the prior planning but also some improvisational strategies. Boruto felt that every move he made was within the other's plan, and he broke out in a cold sweat. You really live up to your reputation. Boruto sincerely praised him, relieved that the other was on his side. Today your strength has already been seen by teacher Zeno. Next is waiting for the events to unfold and seeing how the principal and the higher-ups of the school will decide. While Boruto was still recovering from the shock, Lu Tai began to analyze the direction of their next actions. Waiting. Why are you so calm? Boruto suddenly stood up, clapping a hand on his shoulder, stopping Lu Tai's swinging on the swing. And why do you want to help me? Hearing this strange question, Lu Tai frowned, looking at him in confusion. Aren't we friends? Besides, weren't we the first to know each other? Indeed, because of their father's work, the two had been the earliest acquaintances among all the new generation. They were each other's first friends. Continuing with the previous analysis. Without any pause, Lu Tai resumed his analysis. Then there's the matter of becoming a Jinchuriki. According to your explanation, the essence of a Jinchuriki is someone who has a massive chakra entity sealed within them. So the class leader should also be a type of Jinchuriki, and she will soon start causing destruction in Konoha. Hearing this, disbelief appeared in Boruto's eyes and he tightened his grip. What are you going to do? In Boruto's eyes a palpable killing intent radiated. Having gone through an escape, he could forsake everything. However, one thing he could never do was to achieve his goals at the cost of his companions' lives. Jian Jin, due to being in a unique space with Nu, was connected through a special sealing technique which fundamentally distinguished her from ordinary Jinchuriki. However, Boruto was hesitant to gamble. Perhaps the relationship between the two of them was not different from that of ordinary Jinchuriki. If that were the case, after extracting Nu, it was possible that the class leader might die as well. Thinking of these possibilities, Boruto's emotions gradually became difficult to control. Can you let me finish speaking, Boruto? Lutai pulled his hand away from her shoulder. I never said I wanted to sacrifice the class leader. Hearing this, Boruto gradually calmed down. Although according to what you said she would do things that harm Konoha. But in the end both the 7th Hokage and my dad decided to spare her so we can be sure she is our companion. Since she is a companion, how could I harm her? After understanding Lutai's explanation, Boruto chose to trust the other's promise and returned to sit on the swing. I believe that apart from the 9 tails of the 7th Hokage, the only one close to us that can quickly grant you a massive amount of chakra is Nu. And according to you, Nu is a chakra biological weapon created by Danzo's Root organization. Do you really think that a bunch of guys who have been expelled from the village and are hiding in the sewers can actually protect something like this from the village's grasp? Thus I believe that the Nu on the class leader is not the original Nu from Root. Creating such a war weapon requires resources that are hard to estimate. Lutai stared into Boruto's eyes and slowly spoke. Boruto was reminded by his words, recalling that in his past life the only one capable of doing such a thing and likely having contact with Danzo's remnants was that guy. Are you referring to Orochimaru? A glint of gold shone in Boruto's eyes. If that were the case, everything made sense. That's right, I believe that even if Orochimaru did not directly participate in the creation, he must have provided resources for Nu's creation. Lutai became more excited as he reasoned, and in the end he stood up. If that's the case, he must have information about Nu. And don't you find it odd? Even if that group of remnants mastered Kagaya's techniques, how could they have obtained the first Hokage's cells? After hearing his analysis, Boruto felt it was increasingly persuasive. Then the next step is to find Orochimaru and get a Nu from him. After hearing Lutai's conclusion, Boruto clarified the next stage's goal. But how do we find Orochimaru? That's a problem. At this moment it was Lutai's turn to worry. I have a way. A figure of a boy dressed in a blue robe appeared in Boruto's mind. The scene shifted to the principal's office of the ninja school. So that's it, so I entrust this child Shino to you. Iruka sat behind a long table on which a plaque read Principal. Iruka sensei, this is too sudden, right? Shino rarely showed a troubled expression. This is an order from the 7th Hokage, so it must be executed. Iruka spoke sternly to his former student from 20 years ago. Thus Shino could only accept this boy in the blue robe. Back. As soon as Boruto arrived home, before he could even take off his shoes, a figure pounced on him. Welcome back. The person in his arms looked up at him. It was his younger sister Himawari. Boruto gently stroked her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. In Boruto's heart he had always felt guilty towards this sister. Ever since that incident occurred, he could only flee from Konoha. At the same time, both dad and mom were absorbed by Kawaki into the Daikokutten. Himawari, still at school, lost her most important family without even knowing. At that time Himawari was only 10 years old. Boruto could not imagine how an innocent little girl like her survived that period. Even though her memories were altered in her recollection, her brother was Kawaki. Beside her there was a brother in her understanding who loved her. However, knowing Kawaki, Boruto was certain that the bastard would not care for Himawari. A guy who could start a fire just by frying an egg, Boruto could not believe he could take care of his sister. Boruto fled for nearly 3 years, disappearing from the life of his beloved sister for 3 years. When they met again, she only knew him as her father's killer. When they met, there was no greeting, only a kunai flying towards him. Brother, I helped mom cook today. Her tone was filled with a request for praise. Boruto looked at this sister and his sense of guilt intensified. So what did you help mom with? Washing vegetables. Hee hee. No matter the time, her face always wore a smile when looking at Boruto. She liked her brother and had always liked him. Except for that one time when she had just broken her favorite panda. After taking off his shoes, Boruto walked barefoot, holding his equally barefoot sister towards the kitchen. Mom, I'm back. Pulling open the kitchen door, Boruto shouted to Hinata, who was cooking inside. Boruto, welcome back. Hinata deliberately paused her work and turned to greet him. Dinner will be ready soon, so wait a bit. Boruto, wanting to eat his mom's cooking for dinner, made sure to order fewer snacks with his burgers. After all, mom wouldn't allow him to eat burgers considering them unhealthy. To prevent mom from noticing, he deliberately left some space in his stomach. Mom, can I ask you for a favor? Boruto took a glass of water and sat at the dining table. That's strange, Boruto, you usually don't talk to mom like this. Hinata continued cooking without stopping or turning around, casually chatting with Boruto. Are you planning to buy some game again? Not that. Boruto took a sip of water before summoning the courage to state his purpose. Can you teach me the gentle fist? This is Boruto's well-thought-out plan, one of the powers he must master to deal with those special enemies in the future. Why do you suddenly want to learn the gentle fist? Hinata poured the stir-fried dishes onto a plate, mentioning that the plate was handed to her by Himawari. I think I'm still too weak and dad is too tired. I want to share some of the burden for him. Of course, this was not just an excuse, he genuinely felt this way, though he did not articulate it clearly. He did not say that the pressure he wanted to relieve for Naruto came from those lurking unknown enemies. Of course, Boruto's goal was not limited to the gentle fist, he wanted to learn all the special taijutsu he knew and grasp them as much as possible. Because in battles against the Otsutsuki and the God Tree people, most of the time only taijutsu could be effective. Regarding Konoha, he knew two taijutsu that were his goals. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist and the steel fist mastered by Metal Lee. Currently he could not access the steel fist, so he could only find a way to master the gentle fist first. Boruto, what's wrong? After Hinata placed the dishes on the table, she squatted down and hugged Boruto's shoulders, looking into his eyes. Looking into Chu Tion's eyes, Boren could read the care his mother felt for him. This long-absent tenderness left him unsure of how to answer her questions. The two of them sat like that as the atmosphere slowly cooled. At last it was Xiang Ri Kue who broke the silence. I want to become strong too, so father can spend more time with me. At his daughter's words, Chu Tian came to realize there was no need to pry into why Boren wanted power. The simple fact that he was her child was enough. She could feel that truth clearly. Boren before her was her son, and as a mother she could unmistakably perceive the bond between them, an authenticity that could not be feigned. Even without rolling her eyes she could sense it. With that understanding she drew him into her arms. Just as Boren read concern in her gaze, she too saw the exhaustion lurking at the bottom of his eyes, that weariness as if something unknown were chasing him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you, Chu Tian said, her words full of love. Boren felt that ineffable affection seeping slowly into his heart. It warmed his body. He hugged his mother back and called out, Mother. Tears slid from the corners of his eyes. Since returning to the present he found himself easily moved to weep. How pathetic, his heart chastised his present self. Yet he did not despise this fragile side of him. If you do not wish to speak now, I will wait for the day you choose to tell me, Chu Tian promised. She decided not to delve into the secret Boren kept hidden in his heart. After school tomorrow, we'll go to grandfather's house and tell him about this. Boren understood that once his mother married his father she had left the Rasengan family. Even as the Hokage's son, if he wished to learn the gentle fist he would need the permission of his maternal grandfather, the Rasengan clan head Rasengan Rizu. At that thought Boren's memory summoned the image of that long-absent grandfather. In the present moment Boren found that he resented how at this stage of his life their meetings meant being hugged by that stern man and feeling his hard beard prick his face. Yet now Boren longed more than anything to see that grandfather. While they were still steeped in sorrow, the kitchen door flew open. Seeing his wife so sad, the newcomer immediately shouted. Boren, did you make your mother angry again? Of course not. Boren cried, not bothering to withdraw from his mother's embrace. Watching the father and son begin to bicker the moment they met, Chu Tian could not help but smile. As for how the ever-busy Hokage found time to come home, that was because a good friend had volunteered to look after his remaining duties and urged him to come home to pay attention to his son for once. But from the looks of things, Ming-ren had hardly taken that friend's words to heart. Their gaze shifted to that friend's household. Mother, why hasn't father come back yet? Asked a boy with a pineapple haircut, addressing his somewhat short-tempered mother. He won't be back today, he has too much work. The woman the boy called mother had come to marry from the sand village and was called Shabao Shoju. After marriage she should now be called Nai Lang Shouju. Then I'll go take a peek into father's study. Her son, of course one of Bo Ren's close friends Lu Tai, said. Don't make a mess of the study or you know what will happen. As a mother Shouju actually used threats on her child. Why on earth did father ever fall for someone like you? Lu Tai muttered inwardly, afraid to voice it aloud lest his next days be hard. At Ming Ren's house Chu Tian and Ming Ren had not shared a bed for a long time. Ming Ren was so occupied that even when he returned home he often fell asleep in his study while working. Chu Tian told him about Bo Ren's strange behavior that day and the reasons he had given for wanting to master the gentle fist. Ming Ren stared at the ceiling and thought over what Lu Naruto had said to him in the office earlier. That kid of yours may already have the strength of an elite chunin, Lu Naruto had cautiously suggested. Ming Ren felt a certainty during his recent time with Bo Ren this boy was unmistakably his son. Yet there were many differences between him and the image of the son Ming Ren carried in his memory, differences that could not be explained by mere lack of communication. For instance, Ming Ren could clearly see echoes of Zuoshu in the boy. After decades of knowing Zuoshu he would never mistake that shadow. There was also the feeling that Bo Ren was not merely a student, an unusual aura leaked from him from time to time. As the man who would one day become the 7th Hokage, Ming Ren recognized that distinctive presence. It was the mark of a battle-tested shinobi. The sensation emanating from this 12-year-old resembled that of the hardened operatives Ming Ren had commanded, shinobi who walked not in the light but in the shadows under the Hokage's direct authority. He thought perhaps he should find an opportunity to talk with the boy seriously. The night passed without incident. It was Wednesday. When Bo Ren arrived at class, Lu Tai told him that they should talk at lunch. So Bo Ren attended the morning lessons weighed down by questions. This time Jing Zhen had adamantly refused to let Bo Ren bring him lunch, so he begged Lu Tai instead. On the rooftop 2 lunch boxes were tossed into the trash again. Jing Zhen's portion, like yesterday, was given by Bo Ren to Zhuo Liang Na, so Jing Zhen's lunch turned into fried noodles in bread once more. The difference this time was that the lunch had been bought by Lu Tai. Standing by the convenience store doorway after purchasing it, the two of them saw Zhuo Liang Na just as they had yesterday. She held the same bread and milk as before. Lu Tai watched Bo Ren's look toward her and already knew what would happen. Unable to help it, he sighed and handed Jing Zhen's lunch to Bo Ren. Once again Jing Zhen's meal became nothing more than bread. Bo Ren, about what you said before, wanting to fully master the technique that made the Rasengan vanish, Lu Tai took a sip of water and continued. That phenomenon should be linked to portal-style space ninjutsu. Bo Ren naturally understood some of the principle behind the Rasengan's disappearance, but that occurrence had been an accidental insight. Bo Ren had spent nearly 10 years trying to master it but failed chiefly because he could not determine what role a third chakra, yin-yang, played in the phenomenon. Last night I found too many records about portal ninjutsu in my father's study. In my village there used to be someone who possessed such a technique. Bo Ren's eyes brightened. Sensing his excitement, Lu Tai doused it with a bucket of cold water. But that person has long since passed away. At those words the flame of hope in Bo Ren's chest was extinguished. Just as disappointment settled on his face, Lu Tai's next sentence rekindled that fire. However, that man's partner still lives in my village. Bo Ren looked at Lu Tai with clear eager urgency, desperate to know who it was. Her name is Mao Yu Shiyen and she now lives at the Miladeakang. As the afternoon school bell rang, the three of them parted ways one after another just like yesterday. Once Boruto returned home, Hinata led the two siblings towards the Hyuga clan's estate. As for Himawari, she had not seen her grandfather and aunt for a while, so she insisted on going along with Hinata. Unable to resist her persistence, Hinata had no choice but to take her with her. Before reaching home, Boruto and Kekkei continued their conversation from lunch. They ultimately decided that Boruto would take care of the gentle fist matter in the coming days while Kekkei would investigate the situation regarding Yuzuki Yugao. Then during the upcoming weekend the two of them would go meet her. The current Konoha was particularly large, although the Hyuga clan estate and Naruto's house were located in the central area. However, the central area of Konoha now referred to the entire village before the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Hyuga clan estate was in the east, whereas Naruto's house was to the north, meaning the three of them would have to cross a significant part of the central area of Konoha. The three of them walked like this and arrived at the Hyuga clan estate around 5 o'clock. They had been walking for about half an hour. This morning Hinata had called Hayashi, so the eager old man had been waiting at the estate's entrance since early. As the red clouds gradually appeared on the horizon, he finally awaited the arrival of his long-unseen granddaughter. As before, upon seeing his grandchildren he couldn't help but embrace them tightly. Hee. Grandpa is so ticklish. Every time Himawari was poked by her grandfather's beard she would say this. Grandpa, it's been a while, Boruto greeted, no longer minding his grandfather's prickly beard. Hayashi greeted the two little ones before asking his daughter, have you eaten? He still didn't know how to approach his eldest daughter. For many years he felt he owed her a debt, as the harm he caused to the siblings when they were young was something he could never make up for. Especially after Niji's death he felt deeply remorseful towards his brother, a guilt that lingered until his own demise. Boruto learned about the cruel survival methods of the Hyuga clan and the tragic fate of the branch family 3 years later. On the very day his grandfather succumbed to depression, Boruto was still on the run when he suddenly received news of his grandfather's passing. That day Sasuke Sensei received the news from his former comrades, and under Boruto's relentless questioning he recounted the circumstances of his grandfather's death and the story of a bird trapped in a cage from his memories. His grandfather had gradually fallen into depression after learning about the deaths of his daughter and son-in-law. Subsequently, in his interactions with Kawaki, he discovered a troubling issue. Kawaki was not the cheerful grandson he remembered. He began to doubt his memories and ultimately could not endure the torment leading to his demise. The leader of the Hyuga clan passed away quietly in his hospital bed. Upon receiving this news, Boruto was filled with rage and wished to immediately head to Konoha to kill Kawaki. Until that moment neither he nor his parents had sustained any casualties due to Kawaki's actions. Now his grandfather had died because of this matter. After that, every time he encountered Kawaki, thoughts of killing him would rise in his heart. Yet reason told him that Kawaki did not act intentionally and he alone could not defeat the Otsutsuki and the Divine Tree. Thus this murderous intent had remained buried deep within him, returning to the present. He now had the chance to prevent all of this from happening and stop his grandfather's death. For the past, Boruto Kawaki still had a purpose: to deter those in the Hyuga clan who were firmly loyal to the main family. To prevent them from harboring ill intentions towards Himawari, especially since the newly appointed clan head was merely a young woman. The four of them entered a large courtyard which featured a rockery pond, several green bamboos and a couple of plum branches. This was the courtyard where Hayashi, as the head of the Hyuga clan, resided. As for his aunt Hanabi, she was not home as she had a mission to execute and could not return. Thus only Boruto and the three others sat at the dining table. After finishing their meal, Hayashi led the mother and children to a room. The nearby bookshelf held a substantial amount of documents, indicating that it was likely Hayashi's study. Boruto, may I ask why you want to learn Gentle Fist? Without any preamble, Hayashi directly posed his question regarding his doubts. Boruto's answer was simple: he wanted to become stronger. Thus Hayashi agreed and told Hinata to let Boruto stay with him for the time being, as he would be the one to teach him. After Boruto left, Hinata expressed her concerns. Dad, are you sure this decision isn't too hasty? It is indeed quite strange. Boruto's answer lacks any persuasion. Yet you agreed so readily and even decided to teach him yourself. Actually, I was just going through the motions. Moreover, Gentle Fist has not been a secret since Naruto learned it. He took a sip of tea. Those elders would not dare to make things difficult for the son of Hokage. Upon hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but feel bitter. Indeed, it all relied on Naruto. When they married back then, those elders had even planned to mark her with a caged bird seal. According to Hyuga's rules, Hinata having married outside was no longer considered part of the main family. To prevent the Byakugan from leaking, they intended to impose the caged bird seal on Hinata as well. However, once Hayashi clearly informed them that Naruto was now the strongest in the ninja world, they abandoned this plan. Those old mice in the gutter had to think twice, especially since Himawari, who was not technically a Hyuga clan member, possessed the Byakugan. It was precisely because of Naruto's status that those stubborn old men could not afford to offend him. As for why I am the one to teach him. Hayashi looked at the two children in the courtyard who were squatting by the pond side. Boruto held a piece of bread while Himawari was tearing bits off to feed the fish. Whenever fish were attracted to the surface, the little girl would giggle with delight. I guess you could say I'm just bored. Saying this, he immediately joined the two children in the fish-feeding endeavor. Hinata understood that her old father was starting to act stubborn again. She looked at the three of them squatting by the pond and couldn't help but smile. "Boruto, get some more bread for Grandpa," Hayashi called out energetically. The pond water was clear, reflecting the shadows of the three with fish feeding beneath their silhouettes. At the school, Shino and the others had not yet left. He was busy writing a report about Boruto Uzumaki's abilities far surpassing those of an average ninja student. In his report, he clearly stated that Boruto's abilities had reached the level of a chunin. It should be noted that apart from special teachers like Shino, many teachers were only at the chunin level. In his opinion, as long as Boruto passed the theoretical exam, he should graduate from school. After all, teaching Boruto according to the school's curriculum would be a complete waste of his talent. Before Shino left the school, he submitted this report to Principal Irika. It wouldn't be long before this report landed on Naruto's desk. Time continued to flow forward, and soon it was the day agreed upon with Lu Tai. Just yesterday, on Friday. His skin exhibited a strange pale hue and he wore a blue outfit with his hands completely hidden beneath the wide sleeves. Boruto naturally knew the other person's name, including their sensitive identity. Shiryuya, a child created by Orochimaru using cloning technology. Mastering the perfected form of the modified Longdi Cave Sage mode. The Sage mode could naturally help Boruto rapidly increase his chakra and then open his pure eye, as the essence of Sage techniques is to absorb the natural energy of the world until it balances with the chakra within the body. Thus he could enter Sage mode, which in turn would gradually increase his own chakra reserves while absorbing Sage energy. Boruto understood that given his position in Shiryu's heart, as soon as he spoke, Shiryu would share his knowledge of Sage techniques. Even if he wanted to learn, Shiryu would teach him without hesitation, provided that Shiryu knew how to cultivate. Shiryu's Sage mode was unlike anyone else's. He was a natural sage endowed with Sage power through a special method used by Orochimaru during his creation. To the south of the center area of Konoha lies a place that is comparatively underdeveloped. Many families here have ninja members, but they are not from prominent clans. In this era where new ninjas are becoming increasingly rare, such situations are seldom seen. After all, ninjas born into small families often had a long-lasting job to maintain their livelihood. However, in today's age, becoming a ninja is no longer the only choice for these individuals. Nowadays, ninja schools teach many different skills to help them make a living. Thus, aside from those with a heritage of ninja clans, new ninjas born into small families are now quite rare. However, as Boruto and Lu Tai walked down this street, they occasionally spotted one or two ninjas, mostly young genin around their age, all carrying swords. Not only the young men and women, but many children also had small bamboo swords in their hands or at their waists. The old men sitting by the roadside basking in the sun also emanated a sense of murderous intent. Boruto clearly understood what this feeling was. It was the sword intent unique to sword practitioners. Moreover, he soon noticed that the old men were staring at him. They held a clear hostility towards him. Thus the two walked to the center of the street under the watchful eyes of many. A dojo equally old yet exceptionally grand appeared before them. Above it hung a plaque that was clearly an ancient artifact. The plaque bore the elegant inscription of large characters, Konoha style. "This is the place," Lu Tai said to Boruto. "That Mugetsu Yuin is right here." Glancing at the three characters on the plaque, Boruto exclaimed, "The person who wrote these characters must be a master of swordsmanship." He could clearly sense the essence of the calligrapher from those three characters. It was a sword intent entirely contrary to his own Uchiha style of swordsmanship. In his mind, only one swordsman he had encountered could match the level of the calligrapher. That person was his master Sasuke Uchiha, one of the dual heroes of the ninja world, and the Sasuke who had not lost his Rinnegan. "Lu Tai, when we go in, don't stray more than 2 meters from me." Without waiting for Lu Tai to ask why, Boruto stepped forward towards the door. Upon seeing the plaque, Boruto understood why the people had been scrutinizing him. It was because they sensed the sword intent unique to his Uchiha style. Although he did not know why, he could ascertain that the sword techniques they practiced were completely opposite to his Uchiha style. If he were to describe it, almost everyone on this street stood as great enemies to Boruto in terms of swordsmanship. Furthermore, he realized the special layout of the street was clearly built around this dojo. Therefore it would not be surprising if the Mugetsu Yuin living inside had some unexpected reaction towards him. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" A little girl dressed in a white practice uniform holding a bamboo sword for training ran up to the two and inquired. "Hello, we are looking for someone named Mugetsu Yuin." Upon seeing this adorable girl, Lu Tai immediately felt a fondness for her. "Are you looking for the master?" The little girl continued to question them. "Master?" At that moment Boruto found it strange that this little girl could not be more than 10 years old. Is she already taking a master at such a young age? "Follow me." After confirming their purpose, the little girl led them towards a courtyard behind the dojo. As they approached the courtyard, Boruto heard the sound of swords slicing through the air. Swish swish swish, a master. Before Boruto even entered the courtyard, he had already determined that the person was a rare expert in swordsmanship. The sounds of swords cutting through the air were swift yet not chaotic. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw a woman with purple hair wielding a sword that sparkled with a chilling light under the sun, dancing with a beautiful and rhythmic frequency. In Boruto's vision, a red moon seemed to emerge, gradually swallowing his consciousness. So strong. After witnessing the opponent's swordsmanship firsthand, Boruto realized he could not defeat her. I can only surrender. His originally soaring fighting spirit was extinguished. "Master, someone is looking for you." The little girl cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted. Hearing her disciple's words, she finally stopped her sword dance. Slowly opening her eyes, she recognized the visitors. Before Boruto could introduce himself, she had already identified them. "You must be Boruto Uzumaki and Lu Tai Nara, right? What brings you here? How did you know our names?" Boruto was surprised that she recognized him, as he was certain this was their first meeting. "I know your parents, and besides it's hard not to guess given how much you resemble your father." "Indeed," they both exclaimed in unison. "Now it's time to answer my question. What do you two want from me?" "We want to learn about Mr. Moonlight Wind." Upon hearing the familiar name from her memory, Shien paused her action of pouring water. The sealed memories gradually awakened. "Where did you hear about him?" She maintained a calm demeanor, but the spilled tea betrayed her. She served the poured tea to the two. "We are looking for information on the technique of transparency and eventually found his name." While explaining, Lu Tai observed her for any signs of change. After all, it was inappropriate to unveil someone's scars right after meeting them. "And the records indicate that you are quite familiar with him, so we wanted to find you to learn more." Transparency, huh? The image of a visibly frail man surfaced in her mind. Indeed, Wind does possess the ability of transparency. But why do you want to know about the technique of transparency? Every time something related to Wind came up, she became quite invested. Boruto and Lu Tai had anticipated her response, so they requested her to take them to the training grounds. They decided to use facts to explain why they wanted to know about the technique of transparency. After accepting their request, Shien led them to one of the training grounds belonging to the dojo. The place was rather remote with no excess equipment around it, just a few wooden posts planted in the ground not far from the wall. The posts were not very tall, only a little over a meter high, slightly taller than Boruto and Lu Tai. There were a total of 3 wooden posts, and the scars on them showed they were frequently used. It was unclear how many people had practiced chopping and throwing here. As soon as Shien indicated that they could freely use the area, Boruto eagerly ran up to the front, stopping about 10 meters away from the posts. He took a deep breath, recalling the feeling of releasing the invisible Rasengan. With his hands positioned a short distance in front of his chest, palms facing each other in a claw shape, he began to channel chakra. An extremely unstable small Rasengan appeared between his hands, looking as if it was about to dissipate immediately. "Oh! Rasengan!" Shien immediately called out the name of the jutsu. "How do you know this technique?" Lu Tai suddenly asked. "I used to be part of the Umbu directly under the Hokage alongside Wind, so naturally I am familiar with this jutsu invented by the 4th Hokage." At that moment, just as the Rasengan was forming, Boruto made an unexpected move and threw the Rasengan out. This exceeded Zion's expectations. In her memory, she had never seen a Rasengan that could be thrown. Boruto's throwing posture was very standard, even employing the shuriken technique taught to him by Sasuke. Thus the Rasengan flew toward the middle post in a straight line. About halfway through its flight it vanished. Immediately after, a bullseyed scar abruptly appeared on the post. It was clear that it had been torn out by a powerful rotational force. Seeing this, Shien understood that the Rasengan had been augmented with the effect of transparency. Indeed, it is transparency. She crossed her hands over her chest, affirming Boruto's guess about the Rasengan's disappearance. Just when the two were pleased, Shien added another remark. However, it is somewhat different from wind's transparency. This statement was like a bucket of cold water extinguishing their enthusiasm. The biggest difference is that wind's transparency applies to himself. And he cannot eliminate sound. So does that mean it's impossible? Lutai said dejectedly. No, it's just a different method of use. The principle is the same. Her words reignited hope in the two. Then may I ask, do you know how to cultivate transparency? Boruto immediately inquired. Wind indeed left behind a book about his cultivation insights. However, why would I give you his belongings? Upon hearing this, Lutai froze. Did she really have any reason to do so? Could she tell them about the future? But who would believe that? Can you tell me about your story? Boruto's voice rang out. Shien looked at the boy. His eyes were filled with sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Returning to the previous courtyard, the three of them resumed their positions. She began to narrate the story of that ordinary genius belonging to this street, belonging to their common folk. Through her tale, the two learned about the origins of this street and the man who was supposed to have a bright future. The street's name originally belonged to a group of refugees. At that time, the Hidden Leaf Village was just being established, and a group of refugees who had just escaped the dangerous warring states period arrived here. Unlike those prominent clans, they did not have any special secret techniques passed down, nor did they possess bloodline limits. There wasn't even anyone among them who could be called a ninja. They were simply ordinary people trying to survive in that tumultuous era. They were the lowest existence in the power-centric warring states period. They heard that the peace-loving Senju clan had established a place called the Hidden Village of Ninjas. They welcomed others to join under the banner of protecting any clan and commoners. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, a group of war refugees from various parts of the Land of Fire nearly arrived at the Hidden Leaf at the same time. There were many of them, mostly elderly women and children, each appearing gaunt and emaciated, with quite a few looking as if they were on the verge of death. The people who came to the Hidden Leaf found that those gathered here were mostly well-known clans throughout the Land of Fire. Compared to them, what qualifications did their group have to join? However, the news of a group of refugees seeking refuge in the Hidden Leaf quickly reached the ears of the first Hokage. He personally met with the leader of the refugees and said, from now on the Hidden Leaf will be your home. And if you need anything after joining the Hidden Leaf, just tell my brother directly. Later they joined the Hidden Leaf, and the first Hokage's brother indeed took great care of them on his brother's orders. Whenever the two brothers had free time, they would come to this street to check on them, showing concern for these marginalized members of society. As they lived steadily day by day, they truly confirmed that their home was on this street. They talked daily about which family had a child born, which son found a beautiful bride, and what they should eat today. Until one day a piece of bad news arrived. The first Hokage had died. He passed away a month after the decisive battle with Uchiha Madara, and this sudden piece of news caught them off guard. In fact, even if they knew what would happen afterward, what could they do? What could a group of commoners who couldn't even extract chakra do? Due to the turbulent times, the first Hokage's funeral was hastily concluded. The Hidden Leaf urgently needed people to organize the situation, so that afternoon the second Hokage took office. After taking office, the most respected elder among the refugees approached him. He asked if they could be taught to become ninjas, as these commoners also wanted to protect their homes and protect the Hidden Leaf. Later the second Hokage established a ninja school, beginning to recruit commoner students and train commoner ninjas. After the establishment of the ninja school, more and more families on this street entrusted their children to the school. At that time a saying circulated on this street. A life-saving grace can never be repaid in a lifetime. Initially it was unclear who uttered it first, but gradually this saying became the principle for all children born on this street. The idea of establishing the ninja school originally came from the people of this street to the second generation. Therefore, after his elder brother's death, the second generation taught his unique swordsmanship developed through research to the children of this street. The original intention behind this swordsmanship was to gain the ability to resist the power of the Uchiha after his brother died in battle against them. Thus this swordsmanship aimed at counterbalancing the Uchiha embarked on a path entirely opposite to that of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, relying on their ocular techniques, walked a straightforward path in swordsmanship, pursuing ultimate skill and powerful grand moves. In contrast, this swordsmanship took a treacherous route, employing a unique rhythm to ensnare opponents in illusions, defeating them with a single strike. However, later, with the establishment of the Konoha Guard, the second generation suspicion towards the Uchiha clan diminished. Consequently, this swordsmanship was renamed Konoha style, and he personally inscribed its name at the dojo. It symbolized a swordsmanship born for Konoha, mastered by its civilians to protect Konoha. Time passed like this. Although everyone on this street was willing to give everything for the family formed by this stranger, due to their limited talents, no jonin emerged from this street until the day the second generation passed away. Later, two geniuses were born on this street. One was late blooming while the other represented the hope of all. One was called Maruhoshi Kagane and the other was named Tsukuyami Shippu. In contrast to the old man who, burdened by guilt, refused to become a chunin for his entire life. The man who appeared among the commoners, relying on his own efforts to develop the Hotan technique, clearly embodied their hope. After all, they had expressed to the second generation their desire to protect Konoha. Yet the Konoha style, with not even a single jonin, often found itself standing behind others in the face of major events. How could they talk about protection? Thus the young Shippu, who became a special jonin at such a young age, was the hope of this group of people. Even old Kagane thought so. However, he died early, just before the invasion of Orochimaru. The body was discovered the next day lying on the rooftop of a civilian's house by patrolling personnel. Later, after losing her lover, Yuyuki immersed herself in training and missions, hoping to escape it all. With the completion of various tasks, she was promoted to the Umbu as a special jonin. Due to her significant contributions during the Fourth Great Ninja War, she was later promoted to elite jonin. However, it wasn't long before she resigned. Old Kagane also passed away 7 years ago, and this disciple was entrusted to her by the old man. He was a child she saved from mountain bandits during a mission. He dedicated himself to Konoha until 2 years before his death, when he executed tasks as a Konoha ninja, hoping to atone for his sins. Even Naruto had persuaded him more than once that it was time for him to rest. It was only after he saved this child that he finally decided to resign. Before his death, he specifically instructed Yuyuki to take good care of his adopted granddaughter. Without hesitation, Yuyuki agreed. The old man was more than just a respected elder to both her and Shippu. He was also their master in swordsmanship. From then on, the little girl named Maruhoshi Hashimi followed closely behind her. This is the story between them, as well as the story of all the civilians practicing Konoha style on this street. The tea on the table had cooled and the cups were empty. The three sat in silence on either side of the table. The two, born in a time of peace, found it difficult to understand the older generation's sense of belonging to Konoha. If it weren't for Boruto's experiences, he too would struggle to fathom the deep love for Konoha depicted in the story. Finally, Boruto asked a question. "Excuse me, do you accept students at this dojo?" His tone was firm and his eyes were clear. Regarding the matter of apprenticeship, Takadai was unaware. Even Boruto had only decided suddenly after just hearing the story. Why? Yuyuki was surprised by this boy's sudden decision. She could certainly sense the ruthlessness unique to the Uchiha-style swordsmanship from him. This was enough to indicate that his master was from the Uchiha clan, and now only that man could teach him. Therefore, it seemed strange for Boruto, an Uchiha heir, to come learn Konoha-style swordsmanship as an enemy on the sword path. I need to become stronger. To achieve a certain unspeakable goal, I must become as strong as possible. His words were concise and straightforward. It was simply a very basic goal. Actually, I have another selfish motive. Boruto candidly stated that he had another purpose. If I become your disciple and as a Konoha-style student, I should have the qualifications to view Mr. Shippu's training insights right. Yuyuki looked at this honest boy and suddenly found him quite interesting. She understood that when Shippu handed her that book of insights it was to prepare for the day he might suddenly die, hoping that someone could inherit the ninjutsu he developed. After all, his health had never been good since childhood. Lung disease had always troubled him. Even if he didn't perish during a mission, he might one day succumb to illness. He wanted to teach a disciple capable of mastering the Hotan technique, so before the Chunin exams he proposed the idea of becoming a team leader Jonin to the third Hokage. However, before he could receive a response he passed away. Over the years more than one person had come to her wanting to learn about the Hotan technique. However, she could tell that none of those individuals had the talent for it. Thus she had mostly rejected them. Now a boy who had preliminarily grasped the Hotan technique appeared before her. Not only that, he also wished to learn Konoha style. He had an exceptionally high talent, and Yuyuki now felt that if anyone could inherit Shippu's Hotan, that person had already appeared. Moreover, in this peaceful era fewer and fewer people were willing to learn Konoha style, almost only the children from this street remained. Returning to the present, she looked at the blonde boy and couldn't help but smile. Your speaking skills are on par with your father's. She then went into the inner room and returned shortly with a box. What you wanted is inside, but I have one condition. You must first learn Konoha style and then I will give it to you. It's a deal. As the sun set and the moon rose under the bright moonlight, the two boys walked home. After Yuyuki agreed, Boruto began to learn Konoha style at the dojo. As night fell, his good friend Takadai stayed with him until now. Why do you want to learn Konoha style swordsmanship when it wasn't in the plan? Illusions are my weakness, if they can help me overcome this weakness. Moreover, my master once told me that in terms of swordsmanship he couldn't compare to the second generation. The Uchiha style follows the path of reality while Konoha style follows the path of illusion, and both have reached their extremes in their respective paths. If I can blend the two, then at least in the realm of swordsmanship no one will surpass me. Time flew by and half a month had passed. During these 2 weeks Boruto diligently studied Gentle Fist while also learning the Leaf Village swordsmanship. His schedule was packed, proving that he was indeed a genius. He had already mastered the basic techniques of Gentle Fist and Leaf Village swordsmanship. In terms of Gentle Fist, aside from the techniques that could only be accurately grasped with Byakugan and those that required a significant amount of chakra, he had fully mastered everything. Now he could use the 8 trigrams empty palm. Under peak conditions he could deliver 13 consecutive palms, each capable of severing a tree as thick as his fist. However, he struggled to grasp the techniques related to acupuncture. His instructor Hizashi explained that it was because he lacked Byakugan. If he couldn't accurately sense the acupuncture points, he would be unable to emit chakra from them, rendering techniques like acupuncture and heavenly spin ineffective. Having taught Boruto the fundamental techniques, Hizashi informed him that he no longer needed to seek him out for lessons. Almost simultaneously, Hinata also told him that he didn't need to come to her every day. Now she had nothing more to teach him. Boruto was puzzled as to why she would stop teaching him when he couldn't yet create illusions like she could. In response, Hinata explained that every master of the Leaf Village style creates different illusions. Each learner can only absorb the techniques related to the Leaf Village style from their teacher. As for the next stage of illusion techniques, it would have to be explored on his own, as everyone's imaginations regarding inner illusions are distinct. For example, Old Man Kogai derived his insights from the swaying willow branches. Although he and Shikadai both drew from the moon, their techniques were fundamentally different. Thus the path ahead would rely on Boruto's own understanding. She also mentioned that if Boruto could perfect his own version of Leaf Village swordsmanship before the end of the semester, she would present him with a truly remarkable gift that would surely surprise him. Consequently, Boruto began his solitary training. Boruto. As Boruto was practicing his swordsmanship, he turned to see who had called him. It was Mitsuki. Due to Orochimaru's plans, Mitsuki had always considered himself the moon while viewing Boruto as the sun. Thus, shortly after turning to class, he began to follow Boruto whenever possible. Boruto understood the reason for this behavior, but he didn't dislike Mitsuki. After all, the two had shared this relationship in their past lives, rarely apart from one another. Even later, when he was with Sarada, he would still follow them. For this reason, Sarada had spoken to both of them separately more than once, but they remained just as they were. Aside from certain more private moments, they were usually in a 3-person group, sometimes even joined by Kawaki. I need to go back this weekend, do you have time? Ever since their relationship improved, Boruto had repeatedly expressed his desire to meet Mitsuki's parents. Boruto naturally knew who his parents were, but even after knowing them for nearly 10 years he had no idea whether they were Mitsuki's father or mother. Although Mitsuki had promised to take him along when he returned, time had not permitted. This was because Orochimaru wanted to keep Mitsuki's relationship with Boruto hidden from the others in class. Therefore, aside from the necessary checkups every 2 weeks, he didn't allow Mitsuki to return home. Now, after half a month, it was time for Mitsuki's checkup. He came specifically to ask Boruto if he was free. Naturally, Boruto, who had been waiting for this moment, agreed, and they arranged to go to his house together after school the next afternoon. After chatting a bit longer, Mitsuki left. After he departed, Boruto headed towards the Nara residence as he needed to discuss some matters with Shikadai. The Nara clan is also one of the prominent clans in Konoha, similar to the Hyuga clan, owning a large plot of land. However, unlike the Hyuga, the Nara clan's land is located in a more remote area of Konoha. This land was specifically requested by the Nara clan, and they have lived here for generations since the village was established. This is related to the Nara clan's way of life. If they were a ninja clan that didn't engage much in wars during the Warring States period. The ninja clans of the Warring States period bore some similarities to the current ninja village system. At their core, they were essentially mercenaries, though the composition was different. However, despite being a major clan, the Nara clan rarely participated in conflicts between feudal lords. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans lived in the mountains for years, almost untouched by external wars. As a result, all three clans had income sources beyond simply being mercenaries. The Yamanaka clan specialized in herb cultivation, though they have gradually shifted their focus to flower cultivation. The Nara clan is renowned for its unique deer antler trade, with over half of the deer-related medicinal materials in the ninja world sourced from them. The Akimichi clan has extensive knowledge of medicinal processing and currently has a massive industry in medical cooperation and food supply. This is also why the relationships among the three clans have been so good since the Warring States period. Not only is there a strategic complementarity but also economic mutual support. This complex relationship has resulted in exceptionally stable ties among the three clans. In terms of economic strength, the sons of the three clan leaders Shikadai, Chocho, and Inujin are only slightly inferior to Denki, the heir of the Raikage Corporation. The Nara clan's chosen location with its dense forest provides an excellent environment for raising deer. Every time Boruto visited Shikadai, he would be amazed by the size of his family home. During this time since Boruto officially embarked on his journey to become stronger, the two had seen each other infrequently. Outside of school they hardly met. Recently he heard from Inujin that Shikadai had also become quite busy, staying at home all day without knowing what he was up to. Upon arriving at the Nara house, Shikadai's mother Temari was cooking in the kitchen. After greeting her, Temari informed him that Shikadai was in his study. Boruto then went to the study alone and knocked on the door, only to hear Shikadai's voice from within. "Come in. Shikadai, tomorrow I will be going with Mitsuki to meet Orochimaru." After closing the door, Boruto began to explain his plans for tomorrow. He saw many old books piled on the table in front of Shikadai, indicating they had been read numerous times. "I decided," Boruto's words were cut off. "You should go alone." Shikadai said exactly what Boruto had intended to convey. "Isn't it a hindrance for me to accompany you if we can't ensure safety?" He pulled his face from behind the thick books, revealing his eyes. Boruto was at a loss for words as he saw the words written on the book cover, finally understanding what Shikadai had been busy with all this time. He also understood what Shikadai had given up. In the following conversation it was mostly Shikadai who spoke. "Just be sure to stay safe." After Shikadai went over the plan again, he made a special reminder. Later, under Temari's insistence, Boruto stayed for dinner at Shikadai's home. Afterward the young boy walked home under the clear cold moonlight. Boruto lay on the bed contemplating the words of Ruta and the book resting on the table. He recalled the events that had yet to unfold, particularly the story of how Ruta almost failed to become a ninja. The reason for taking over as clan leader was rather abrupt, as the previous clan leader had died under the attack of the Nine Tails. Simultaneously, the leader of the Mountain Clan also perished due to both of their untimely deaths. At that time Akimichi Dingswa, the leader of the Akimichi clan and the 15th generation of the Bordir butterfly, thus stepped down. Consequently, the 16th generation of the Bordir butterfly became the clan leader on the same day. At that moment Shikamaru and Temari's relationship had not yet been defined. Thus for such a young and capable clan leader all the elders were quite satisfied. Until he and Temari started dating. In truth, if their identities were not so unique, nothing would have happened. The Nara clan is a notable presence in the entire ninja world. As the clan leader, Shikamaru naturally deserved the affection of most girls. However, he chose a very special girl. Temari from the Sand Village. Originally her family was not large, and to this day it only consists of her 3 siblings. However, everything is subject to unexpected turns. Her father became the 4th Kazekage and her brother ascended to the 5th Kazekage. Moreover, her brother took that position before he even turned 16. Thus it was impossible for a clan leader of a ninja clan to marry Temari. Because his status was no longer sufficient to match hers, after all the Nara clan could only be considered merchant clan leaders. Clearly he lacked the qualifications to marry someone from the Kazekage family. In fact, when looking at the current relationships among the various countries and their ninja villages, if the daimyo were the emperor, then the kage of the ninja villages could be deemed the supreme general. And such a high-ranking position had appeared twice in Temari's family. Thus all the elders opposed their union, nor did they expect the clan leader to be a son-in-law. However, once Shikamaru became the Hokage's secretary, their opposition became futile. Yet they still felt that Shikamaru had climbed too high and would ultimately bring them shame. Consequently, they gradually turned their attention to Ruta, hoping he would enter politics and give up being a ninja. With the other party's intellect, it was only a matter of time before he became a significant official. Only by then could the Nara clan wash away the disgrace of climbing too high within the Kazekage family. In his previous life, with encouragement and assistance from Boruto and others, Ruta ultimately decided to pursue his ideals. He still wanted to become a ninja and revitalize his clan through his identity as a ninja. However, this time before graduation they had yet to become ninjas, and he was already contemplating becoming a politician. Gazing at the rising moon, Boruto's thoughts slowly drifted back to a night in the past. On a night when the bright moon hung high, a boy vanished into the sea breeze. He originally had an incredibly bright future, but he died just like that. He perished at the hands of someone whose name was not even recorded in the mission log. Even now he could vividly recall his own fallen figure and the broken strap that had been used to secure the flounder. At that time the pain in his heart could still be recalled in memory. On that day the boy made a vow he would never lose his friends again, and he would never allow them to die before him. Thinking of this, Boruto made a decision. He took a sticky note from the drawer and wrote a message on it. The next day quickly approached and class time passed swiftly, soon reaching the afternoon. The lightning train raced down the straight tracks which stretched long into the horizon. Boruto sat by the window watching the scenery outside change rapidly, leaving him breathless. However, the boy in his seat had no thoughts of admiring the scenery. He held a yellowed notebook in his hands, a gift from Shien after he finished learning the Konoha style. It contained the cultivation insights left behind by Jifeng. Shien kept her promise and gave it to Boruto on the day he left the dojo. Interestingly, even though Boruto followed Shien to practice the Konoha-style swordsmanship, he did not formally take her as his master. This was actually Zion's request. She stated that she did not need Boruto to bow to her as his master. After all, the teaching method of the Konoha style was about guiding the student to the door with the final understanding of swordsmanship, relying entirely on one's own insights. Thus the Konoha style has always upheld the principle of no explicit master-disciple relationship. However, since the technique Boruto wished to grasp, the shifting technique was uniquely Jifeng's skill. To learn it he would have to take Jifeng as his master. Consequently, Boruto bowed to the portrait of Jifeng under the moonlight, even though they had never met. In fact, as soon as he received the notebook, Boruto began to study it. After finishing the entire notebook, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing that his unseen master was indeed a genius. It clearly recorded that he had also awakened the shifting technique by chance. However, he had never been able to perfect it, and after seeking various methods with no results, he shifted his focus to researching the formation of the shifting technique through exploration and experimentation of his own circumstances. In the months leading up to his death he finally found the core of the shifting technique's formation as well as the ratio between different chakra types. Wind 7 Lightning 2 Yin 1. This was the ratio of the chakra composition he discovered after years of exploration. More importantly, he also understood the structural composition among the three. Using wind chakra as the primary component, he transformed lightning chakra into thin threads to weave within. Just like the black lines that appear on a basketball. Then using yin chakra as an adhesive, once the three states reached stability, the shifting technique that could erase one's figure was born. At the end of the notebook he wrote about his decision to resign from the Umbu. He intended to become a leading jonin and find a child capable of inheriting his skills. Before his death he was determined to pass down the shifting technique, thus adding a powerful bloodline limit to the village of Konoha. Surely the village's strength would be enhanced. Having had the notebook for 2 or 3 days, Boruto's research on the shifting technique had stalled at the stage of stabilizing chakra. As long as he could overcome this hurdle he would master the shifting technique. This mastery would allow him to disappear completely rather than merely utilizing the limited invisibility of the spiraling sphere due to insufficient chakra reserves. Coincidentally, what Jifeng could not achieve was erasing sound while using the shifting technique. Boruto, however, could do so even before mastering it. In other words, the moment he mastered the shifting technique, the 2-year-long aspiration of Jifeng would be fulfilled simultaneously. The shifting technique would successfully be passed down and perfected. After reading the notebook once more, Boruto felt an unprecedented thought emerge in his mind. If given the chance, I too would teach a child who could master the shifting technique. Do. This was the sound of the lightning train announcing their arrival at the station, reaching the end of the journey, at the border of the land of fire in a hot spring village. This meant it was time for Boruto and his companion to disembark, and the remainder of the journey would be on foot. As soon as Boruto stepped off the train he saw steam rising continuously from the mountains in the distance. The crowd at the station was mostly composed of tourists. He tucked the notebook into the shoulder bag slung across his chest. I will ensure the shifting technique is passed down. Upon exiting the station the two walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. They were heading towards a fortress buried deep in the mountains several kilometers away. In the dim room there were many containers filled with green liquid. Within the liquid floated numerous snakes along with several organs. In the center of the room, under a surgical light, an indistinct figure was engaged in some activity. The eerie room and the strange individual hinted at something unusual. Just then a flippant voice entered. Lord Orochimaru, I told you not to make us look like villains. As the words fell the lights in the room illuminated. Our current identity is different from before, we are now part of Konoha's Biological Science Research Center. The man's hair was a light shade of blue and he wore an obviously ill-fitting white lab coat. When he spoke his teeth resembled those of a shark, excessively sharp. Shueiyue, I've told you don't disturb me while I'm working. The person in the room slowly turned his head. He discovered that there was not only Shueiyue standing at the door but also another person wearing a Konoha headband. Oh, isn't this Yamato? Lord Orochimaru, I'm here to collect your reports. The man following Shueiyue was named Yamato. He was assigned by Konoha to handle the communication with Orochimaru while also keeping an eye on them. Here you go. Orochimaru turned around and packed the report he had just written, sealing it in a bag. This information is very important, you must deliver it directly to Naruto. As Orochimaru handed over the documents he particularly urged Yamato, the information inside relates to the Otsutsuki clan. Understanding the importance of the documents, Yamato assured him that no one else would have access. This document would be personally taken back to Konoha by him, and he soon left. After Yamato departed, Orochimaru felt considerably relieved. Having Yamato return personally was something he deliberately arranged. A few days ago Orochimaru received a letter sent by his child. It informed him that Boruto would come to find him, which initially did not concern him. The only curiosity he had was why a 12-year-old boy would seek him out. In his mind, considering Naruto's nature, he would never allow his son to come into contact with someone as dangerous as himself. His own information was classified second only to that of the Otsutsuki clan. So how did Boruto know of his existence and wish to come and talk to him? However, all this merely piqued his curiosity. It was not enough to warrant him to specifically send Yamato away. After all, even if Yamato informed Naruto of Boruto's visit, Naruto would not trouble him. Yet when he saw the card that came with the letter, his expression changed. It was a piece of yellow card stock with just one character written on it. It was that character that sparked his idea to send Yamato away, even though the information indeed related to the Otsutsuki. However, its level was not particularly high, originally not needing to be monitored, and had been sent by the overall mission leader. The document was regarding the recent strange incidents of personnel fainting in Konoha. Boruto-kun, I look forward to what kind of surprise you will bring me. The card bore a large bold character. Walking through the damp and deep cave, Boruto couldn't help but complain, Orochimaru really likes to stay in these strange places. He wrinkled his nose in disdain. Boruto, do you know much about my father? The girl in front, Satsuki, asked while holding a light device, turning to him after hearing Boruto's complaint. In fact, even Orochimaru himself didn't know whether he was more like his mother or father. Satsuki had asked him, and his answer was that it didn't matter since he could be both male and female. Finally, Satsuki asked him whether he was originally male or female. After receiving his answer, she decided to call him father. Ah, but he doesn't know me yet. Oh really? Then how do you know him? Ah well. Boruto was unsure how to respond. Could he say that they would know each other in the future? Clearly he couldn't say that, so after thinking for a moment he decided to tell a lie. My dad doesn't know him very well, he told me about him. I see. Sorry, Dad. Boruto silently apologized to his dad, who was taking the blame. However, he didn't take it to heart, as he had placed many burdens on him. As the saying goes, a heavy load does not crush the back. Often when plates were broken at home or the room was messy, as long as Naruto was home, Boruto would place the blame on him. Then he would get scolded by Hinata, although he couldn't escape Naruto's delayed punishment either. However, compared to the lessons from his mother, Boruto felt that being scolded by Naruto was much better. The cave was large, filled with traces of artificial excavation, unlike a naturally formed one. After walking for about 5 minutes, a metal wall appeared before the two of them. Following Satsuki to the base of the wall, a door emanating a metallic sheen appeared there. As Satsuki made a few gestures towards the door, this exquisite door slowly opened. Watching the light that emanated from within, Boruto couldn't help but sigh. As expected, no matter when, Orochimaru's technology is always at the forefront. Boruto had only seen such a fingerprint and iris verification door at the Konoha Technology Research Center. Inside was a tidy corridor with lights coming not from above but from the bottom along the sides of the path. Bright electric lamps were embedded in grooves covered by glass panels. The light was a soft white, although bright it was not glaring. Boruto followed closely behind Satsuki, and after walking for about 2 minutes she stopped in front of a door. There were no markings on the door, and it looked similar to the ones they had passed. He did not knock but simply pushed the door open. The room was pitch dark with only a surgical light glowing in the center. Satsuki found the switch for the light next to her, and after turning it on, the environment brightened up. Aren't you supposed to turn on the lights while working? Satsuki casually placed her luggage on an empty table. I'm used to it, just leave it be. The figure under the surgical light showed no signs of displeasure at Satsuki's impolite behavior, still focused on whatever he was doing. By the way, you can go directly to the medical room to find Suigetsu. After receiving the suggestion, Satsuki prepared to leave the room. Boruto, this is my father, you two can chat first. I have things to handle. Oh, alright. Boruto was surprised by Satsuki's demeanor. Since returning here, her attitude had become noticeably more casual. This was something he had never seen before. So you are Boruto-kun. Orochimaru still had that same focused demeanor while working. Can you tell me what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Boruto realized that to gain the others' help he needed to be direct. To prevent their conversation from being overheard, Boruto turned and shut the door that Satsuki had left ajar. Mr. Orochimaru, my purpose is, yokai. I believe you have the information I seek. Orochimaru found it strange that those seeking him recently were all here for yokai. The confidential information he had previously let Daima give to Naruto was about yokai. Now Naruto's son was also here for yokai. You guessed correctly, but why should I give it to you? Orochimaru finally turned around looking at Boruto with a mocking expression. I assume you have already received what I asked Satsuki to give you. And you are correct, I do indeed have information about that man. Previously Orochimaru had indeed suspected this, but he had never dared to confirm it. Until now, hearing Boruto confirm it with his own mouth, his calm heart was once again ignited. Before that, let me tell you a story. The story Boruto was about to tell would shatter many people's worldviews, which he had decided upon discussing with Shikadai prior to coming here. He intended to inform the other party that he was reborn. Both he and Shikadai believed that to change the current state of the ninja world, cooperation with Orochimaru was essential. Since cooperation was necessary, he naturally needed to present the heaviest bargaining chip to impress this most eccentric genius. However, there was a crazy plan that Boruto did not disclose to Shikadai. This was a plan he had come up with alone. If they were to secure enough strength to face future crises in the ninja world, this plan must be implemented and must succeed. A fascinating story, but why should I believe you? Orochimaru's response remained within his plans. The following information was what Boruto had prepared, and it would surely move him. Haven't you already interacted with members of that organization? In the black market with a guy named Victor. Boruto knew that the other party had known Victor for years. He just didn't know the true identity of the other party. After Boruto's reminder, Orochimaru recalled that such a person did indeed exist, and he had consulted him regarding the Senju cells. However, he had ignored him. There's one more thing about Satsuki. Mentioning Satsuki at this moment indeed made Orochimaru hesitate. You created him because you wanted to verify something. About who was right between the god of ninjas and the Asura of the ninja world. This was also the disagreement between you and Jiraiya, whether to inherit or to consolidate everything into oneself and solve everything alone. Boruto's words struck at the heart of Orochimaru, chipping away at the solid walls of his heart. Until Satsuki stayed by your side, you already had the answer to the experiment's outcome. Now you have been searching for a way to extend Satsuki's lifespan. Because Satsuki was a child created through cloning, even though your technology is already superb. You still cannot overcome the issue of the short lifespan of cloned life. And I just happen to have a solution. Without a doubt, Orochimaru was persuaded by him. I can help you, but I can't create another yokai for you. In the sealed room, both individuals suddenly fell silent. Did you not say that you indeed have information on the new? After Orochimaru agreed, Boruto, though pleased, felt that the plan had succeeded. However, upon hearing the other's response clearly, he immediately shouted, with your skills you still can't do it. Boruto could not believe that something a group of root remnants could accomplish Orochimaru would be incapable of. Gradually Boruto's head began to ache. If there was no new, how would the next plan be implemented? Would they have to drag it on indefinitely? First, let me finish speaking, it's not a technical issue. Orochimaru's words calmed Boruto. Rather, it's a lack of sufficient materials. Materials, the Senju cells. Boruto realized that there were only two places in the entire world capable of producing a large quantity of Senju cells. One was in Konohagakure and the other was Orochimaru's base. Of course not, as long as there is enough time, Senju cells can be produced in any quantity. It's about the soul, a sufficiently powerful soul. The soul. In Orochimaru's explanation, the so-called new was not created by the root organization at all. Rather, it was something they discovered. When Danzo was still around, the root organization found a special seal through the land of the long-extinct Kagaya clan. It was a mural that had been passed down from the era of Kagaya, showing no signs of weathering even after thousands of years. After years of research, they finally understood the meaning of the seal. It was a spatial tunnel connecting to an unknown space. After activating it, they saw a monster resting on a large stone at the other end of the tunnel. That monster was the new, but it only had a soul devoid of a physical body. They reached an agreement with it, as long as they provided a body it would be willing to serve them. They created a body using Senju cells and sealed its soul inside through a sealing technique. Thus the new as understood by the world was born. Since its soul did not belong to this world, it faced rejection, so it had to return to its original world for rest frequently. Then in order to control the Nu they transferred that seal onto a person, thus creating the special Jinchuriki capable of summoning the Nu. During the process of exterminating Danzo's remnants, that guy summoned the Nu, and ultimately both the Nu and that guy perished. The Nu's soul also returned to that strange space due to rejection. As for why its soul returned to that space, those remnants did not know the reason. However, after those remnants obtained Senju cells from Orochimaru in exchange for all their information, Orochimaru arrived at a conjecture based on his understanding of the data and his years of research on the Otsutsuki. That is, that space does not belong to the ninja world. Because in his research, any being born in the ninja world would have their soul go to the Pure Land after death. They would appear under the management of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet the other party's soul was not subject to the Sage of Six Paths' control. Later Orochimaru tried multiple times to see if he could open the tunnel using the seals he had drawn. He believed that there should be more than just the Nu's soul existing in that space, and he hoped to create something similar to the Nu. But he failed no matter how many times he tried. After ruling out various reasons, he reached another conclusion. The materials used for the seals depicted in that mural were special. According to the data he obtained, the pigments used to inscribe on people's bodies were scraped from the mural. Since he could not find any records regarding that kind of pigment, Orochimaru abandoned the plan. Then what should we do? After hearing the full picture of the situation, a sense of helplessness arose in Boruto's heart. Does that mean the plan can only be shelved? By the way, hasn't there been any recent news about the Nu in the village? Orochimaru asked Boruto a sudden question. Yes, as expected, Kinshiki is about to make a move. Since Orochimaru was already aware of the future, Boruto saw no need to beat around the bush. Then I have a plan. If it succeeds, there is hope. What plan? Boruto did not expect that Orochimaru could actually come up with a solution at such a moment. Borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Orochimaru revealed his plan. When Kinshiki enters that space, you go in with her. Let's see if we can find other clues. Orochimaru's plan pulled Boruto out of his despondent state. It's a good idea. Then you should tell me what you know about how to extend Mitsuki's life. Orochimaru's tone carried an undertone of threat. He did not care about the life or death of the other party, nor whether it would lead to the survival of the ninja world. His greatest concern now was his child. As for how to do it, I don't know. Boruto shook his head. Whoosh, a long snake slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve. The snake's head held a kunai, and after binding Boruto, it placed the kunai against his neck. You brat, dare to deceive me. Orochimaru exuded a murderous aura. With just a thought, the cold kunai would send Boruto to the Pure Land. Don't worry, I know who can do it. That guy is also a member of the Kara organization named Amato. Amato, a researcher of the Kara organization. He utilized cloning technology to create a large number of clones, and those clones had no issues at all. In the future, he was also the one who helped Mitsuki solve problems. However, Boruto always understood that he was a complete madman, so he remained vigilant against him. The information about Jiraiya is also related to him. Boruto gradually calmed him down with his words, and Orochimaru let him go. After both of them calmed down for a few minutes, Orochimaru asked Boruto another question. After receiving his answer, Orochimaru suddenly found this child quite interesting. You don't resemble your father at all, Boruto-kun. Orochimaru looked at the young man before him. He felt that the child before him resembled his former disciple, even though that guy would not acknowledge him as his master. I'm really curious, where will your wind blow? Boruto. The door to the room opened. It was Mitsuki. This inspection lasted for nearly an hour and finally came to an end. How did your conversation with my dad go? Not bad. Reflecting on what had just happened, it was right after Orochimaru asked that question. Boruto revealed his crazy plan to the other party. After a moment's contemplation, the other party expressed a willingness to assist him. Thus Boruto achieved both of his goals in seeking out Orochimaru. Just now, the young man in this room had proposed a plan that would later completely overturn the ninja world. You should understand that relying solely on yourself, it is impossible to contend against that Otsutsuki God, right? Orochimaru asked such a question. He wanted to know what the other party's final plan was. I understand all the powers of the ninja world must be gathered. So before that I will completely overturn the existing system of the ninja world. I intend to unify the ninja world. In Konoha village the weather today is rather gloomy with continuous rain. To ensure the smooth completion of the plan, Orochimaru followed Boruto back to Konoha. Upon arriving at the main gate the three parted ways due to their different objectives. Boruto headed straight home while Orochimaru had to make a trip to the Hokage building first. Due to Orochimaru's unique identity he was required to report to Naruto after returning to Konoha. Arriving at the Hokage building Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. It has been several years since his last visit here. The last time he came was to attend Naruto's inauguration ceremony as Hokage. 5 years have passed since then. His feelings for this hometown have dwindled significantly. Since the death of his parents the only things he could cling to in this village were a few friends and teachers. However, as time passed they gradually left. Now the only one he cared about often wasn't around. The places where the two would meet were mostly on that short street. He thought to visit her while he was back in Konoha. After reporting to Naruto he did not return home with Mitsuki but instead left the village again. On the short street in a gambling den sat a woman who looked out of place among a group of men. Compared to the scruffy men the woman with a diamond-shaped pattern between her brows clearly resembled a sheep among wolves. Strangely, despite her beautiful face and voluptuous figure the men dared not gaze at her with even a hint of lewdness. This was because although her gambling skills were notoriously poor on this short street her strength was astonishing. If she noticed you you would face a storm of iron fists. The consequences could range from a fainting spell to hospitalization due to broken bones. Moreover, the best hospital on the street is run by her disciple. The outcome once you enter is easy to imagine. Big. The woman wagered all her chips on big, prompting the others to quickly bet on small. Almost everyone made a profit except for her. Just as she was about to place another bet her hand was grabbed. Looking at the person who stopped her the woman appraised him with a teasing expression. "Oh, you actually came to find me in person. Let's go have a drink." The visitor was none other than Orochimaru and the woman was Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Tsunade left the casino directly, ignoring the men behind her who were chasing after debts. Just as the man was about to curse loudly, Orochimaru settled Tsunade's debts, a responsibility he had taken on since that person left. Although Tsunade was getting older her lifestyle seemed increasingly childlike. Whether in the past or present there would always be a friend to help her resolve these issues. He arrived at the izakaya where they often drank together, ordering the same drinks and dishes they usually enjoyed. Outside the short door curtain the rain continued to fall, pooling into a puddle at the entrance about a few centimeters deep. "What brings you to find me this time?" Tsunade picked up a side dish in front of her and put it into her mouth. Based on her understanding of Orochimaru, if he came to find her it must be something important. Leisurely savoring the fine wine on the table she quietly awaited Orochimaru's response. Orochimaru looked at the glass of wine in his hand, the liquid clear and sparkling. Listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the roof he hesitated on whether to tell her. For both of them having grown up together was an irreplaceable bond in life. He understood that Tsunade was living in a daze every day now. Ever since she became Hokage she hadn't touched gambling again. After the fourth great ninja war she hastily resigned from her Hokage position. Escaping to this short street she picked up what she had cast aside, trying to numb her own heart. He didn't know whether he should bring up that person's news now. In the end he still gathered his courage. "I have obtained news related to him." "Who?" Tsunade picked up her cup and poured herself another drink. "Jiraiya." Tsunade hesitated in her pouring, then spoke in a teasing tone. "Orochimaru, I never expected you would have a day of joking around. Please bring another jug of wine. It was a special guy who told me and I chose to believe his words." After saying the first sentence his conflicted emotions dissipated. Tsunade understood he wasn't joking. But the sudden news left her in silence. She had managed to crawl out from her past memories, yet because of his words she fell back into them. Not knowing how to respond she could only repetitively engage in her previous actions, numbly drinking. "I can't tell you anything about that guy. Orochimaru prepared to dissuade her from seeking out Boruto for updates as that person's existence was now very sensitive. At first I didn't believe him either, but under his reminder I chose to trust the news he provided. I came here to tell you this. Next I will verify the authenticity. Orochimaru finally finished his drink, unwilling to discuss future plans with Tsunade. He would investigate the truth himself and then tell her afterward. And then am I left waiting here alone again? Tsunade kept pouring herself glass after glass, showing no signs of stopping. Just like before, let you and Jiraiya resolve it on your own. Tsunade spoke with a tone of grievance, continuing. Orochimaru, I don't have much time left. I am already 69 now, compounded by the secret technique's toll on my body. I am not you, my time is running out. Tsunade placed her cup down, suddenly staring at Orochimaru with a fierce gaze. I will not wait any longer. Orochimaru looked into her resolute eyes, feeling as if he had returned to the past. During their time on the battlefield, the three of them had to take refuge in a cave due to being chased by the Earth Shinobi. Jiraiya sat on the ground leaning against a stone pillar, blood continuously oozing from his abdominal wound. As the pursuers were about to arrive, Orochimaru considered abandoning Jiraiya. However, Tsunade adamantly refused to agree. He then took out a kunai, preparing to end Jiraiya's suffering. Just at that moment Tsunade stood in front of him. She grasped the hand holding the kunai, refusing to budge. Meanwhile Jiraiya, sitting on the ground, made a peace sign towards her. The three remained in this stalemate until reinforcements arrived, allowing them to successfully escape. Time returned to the present, and Orochimaru, who originally planned to leave, abandoned that thought. Looking into Tsunade's eyes, he ultimately agreed to bring her along. However, he also told Tsunade that he still wouldn't let her know who had given him the information. In Orochimaru's eyes just now, the expression Tsunade displayed was the same as it was decades ago. However, now only the two of them remained here. A week has passed since returning to the village. The number of villagers mysteriously falling into a coma has been increasing. During this time, measures were taken to prevent Jian from discovering that he was being monitored. Orochimaru has been closely following Jian as arranged. Unsurprisingly, the frequency of actions between Jian and Nu has been increasing. According to speculation, her final move is about to unfold. Boruto, it should be tonight. Orochimaru specifically sent Miyuki to inform Boruto about the progress of the plan. Swish, swish. Boruto wielded the knife in his hand, attempting to combine the swiftness of the Uchiha style with the deceptive techniques of the Konoha style. Although he had been practicing Konoha style swordsmanship during this time, he still hadn't developed his own Konoha style techniques. Thus he decided to find a way to combine the basic moves of both styles. I hope you can grasp the essence of both styles. Alright, I understand. You can head back now. This concerns the most crucial part of the plan, investigating the souls of other monsters. Both Boruto and Orochimaru decided not to tell Miyuki for now. After hearing Boruto's words, Miyuki indeed returned. Miyuki has always been obedient to Boruto, both now and in the past. This is actually his flaw, one that Orochimaru discovered after creating him. Besides being a clone with inherent physical defects, Miyuki has an emotional flaw as well. He lacks his own will, resembling a machine with no goals beyond his tasks. He easily falls into confusion, needing a target to follow. Thus Orochimaru devised a plan that provided Miyuki with information about the children of Konoha. In the end, Miyuki chose Boruto to become his son. However, Boruto has always felt that Miyuki doesn't need anyone to illuminate him, he can shine on his own. This was something Boruto would later tell him. But for now, Boruto still must continue to light up this moon. Just as Miyuki was leaving, Boruto paused his movements. Miyuki, try to find the direction you want to take without relying on anyone. Boruto's sudden words caught Miyuki off guard, making his body feel heavier. He had never thought of such things before. However, before that, I will always illuminate you. Miyuki abruptly turned around to look at the boy. The boy's golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. He revealed his pristine white teeth, his smile radiating strength. Thank you yourself. He comforted the boy, who was sinking into despair. Miyuki left, and this time he found the thought of contemplating his future somewhat less repulsive. The feeling of being lost and powerless was also lessened. What is the future I desire? Thinking of having a son to support him, the boy's mood improved greatly. Even the air around him felt more vibrant. In a modestly decorated room in Konoha village, a girl sat in front of a mirror, her back exposed with a large tattoo visible. She was tending to her hair. Her hair was not only thick but also uniquely colored, purple. The comb she used to style her hair was not an extravagant one. However, her movements were gentle, indicating that it must be a significant object for her. After tying her hair into a long braid, she carefully put the comb away. Her name is Kekkei Genkai, the daughter of Kekkei Genkai, a remnant of the root organization. Kekkei Genkai was the one responsible for the bull-headed king plan. He was the one who brought Nu into this world. Under Danzo's brainwashing, he always believed that everything he did was for Konoha. After the Fourth Shinobi World War, Danzo's root organization was purged and he was expelled from Konoha. However, due to his resentment, he secretly scraped off some paint from that mural as he fled, hoping to use it to make a comeback. Shortly after leaving Konoha, he met a woman he fell deeply in love with. To evade pursuit from Konoha, he could only escape to a nearby small country to hide. Here he met this woman and they quickly married, having a lovely daughter. However, good times didn't last long. Amidst the frictions between these small countries, his wife's already poor health deteriorated further and she eventually passed away. After his wife's departure, he fell into madness. He remembered Danzo's words, feeling that the occurrence of such circumstances was caused by Konoha's conservative system. Thus he decided to overthrow Konoha. Aware that he lacked the ability for revenge, he placed his hopes for vengeance on his daughter. He retrieved that bottle of paint he had stored for years and exchanged information about Nu for Hashirama's cells from Orochimaru. After successfully inscribing the summoning curse mark of Nu on his daughter, he constantly told her that the misfortunes of their family were brought about by Konoha. Even until his death, he continued to do so. Over the years, he successfully transferred his hatred for Konoha onto his daughter. Thus, after his death, Kekkei Genkai changed her name to Jin. She infiltrated Konoha as an orphan, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. Now the chakra absorbed by Nu is sufficient. Tonight is the moment for revenge. Father, I will fulfill your last wish. Jin looked at her reflection in the mirror, murmuring to herself. In the Hokage's office, two special individuals appeared. One was the former Hokage Kakashi. The other was the current captain of the Umbu, who had changed his surname to Yamanaka Sai. He came to report that they had uncovered the true identity of the monster and the person manipulating it. As for why Kakashi was here, the reason is that the severity of this matter has reached an rank level. Although there have been no casualties yet, the scope of impact is too vast. It has already caused immense panic among the civilians of Konoha. Coincidentally, Kakashi, as the sixth Hokage, has returned from his vacation. Thus he was brought in to help. So the origin of this matter is that girl named Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi stood by the window gazing at the nightfall over Konoha. Yes, Lord Sixth. Upon hearing Seiya's address, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's temple. I told you not to call me Lord anymore. Understood? Lord Kakashi. Kakashi truly felt helpless against Sai. Now the next step is to find that child and have a talk. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed in everyone's ears, accompanied by a vast cloud of smoke in the distance. In the woods south of Konoha, as the smoke dissipated, a monster with the body of a tiger and the tail of a snake appeared in place. Its tail ended with a snake's head towering like a small mountain. Under the moonlight, its tail split into dozens of sections, each adorned with a snake's head. Not far from that forest, a girl stood on a stone cliff. However, she did not realize that three figures were lurking in the shadows. The monster let out a roar towards the moon in the sky. As it appeared, Naruto quickly dispatched Sai to assemble the Umbu personnel. He instructed Sai to go and control the enemy, promising to arrive shortly after. Just as Sai left, Kakashi also vanished in an instant. The monster began to move, its massive body resembling a mountain. The forest in the southern part of Konoha was connected to the park in the village center. Thus it advanced towards the village center through the lush trees beneath its feet. When it had traveled about halfway, towering earthen walls appeared enclosing its entire body and preventing it from advancing further. Then a purple barrier enveloped it. This was brought by Sei's Umbu team, and the purple barrier was an improved version of the 4 purple flames formation. It required as many as 30 Jonin-level ninja to provide chakra. Its solidity was such that it could withstand the tailed beast bomb launched by Naruto. It was the perfect tool to trap the enemy. Next, special steel cables would be used to gain full control over the foe. Dozens of skilled jonin threw one steel cable after another at it, attempting to hinder its movements. Thank you all for your hard work. A golden flash fell beside Kakashi and Naruto. It was Naruto who indicated that Shikamaru was in charge of the evacuation efforts. He intended to deal with the creature right there. Just as the golden energy was about to surge again, Kakashi stopped Naruto from proceeding. Wait, Naruto, if you attack it with chakra, it will only grow larger, and if it explodes, this entire area will be leveled. Kakashi emphasized the enemy's state to Naruto. Explosion. Naruto clearly had not heard Sei's earlier report clearly, so Sai had to repeat it for him. According to records from the root, the essence of the bull-headed king plan was a super biological bomb. They deployed it to the target location. Utilizing its ability to absorb massive amounts of chakra, it would explode after absorbing enough chakra. This would complete the mission, but it was unclear why only one was deployed each time. Clearly deploying many at once would be much more efficient. After listening to Sei's explanation, Naruto was at a loss for what to do. With such a large size, using sage art would require summoning Gamabunta to assist. However, given its current size, a battle between 2 colossal beasts would surely endanger the village's safety. Is there really nothing we can do? Naruto gazed at the monster trapped by the steel cables. At that moment, a massive vortex appeared at its head. Its entire gigantic body was drawn into it, leaving no trace behind. On the other side of the cliff, Boruto and the others also vanished into the night. The group found themselves in a strange space where a massive tree stump stood. Giant hemp ropes hung in the air, and upon closer inspection they realized they were in a giant pit. Looking towards the cave entrance, they could see a peculiar moon hanging in the night sky. It was a golden full moon emitting light not reflected from the sun but shining on its own. The plan succeeded. Orochimaru, who had previously not shown himself, approached Boruto and said. The time rewound to half an hour earlier. Kankin summoned Nu and then ran to the edge of a cliff to observe the results. Just a bit more chakra and Nu can achieve its complete form. Whoosh, the sound of air being sliced by a weapon rushed in, and a kunai flew past her ear, ultimately embedding itself in the ground. Captain, you miscalculated. The newcomer was Mitsuki. According to the plan, he was to be the first to act, attempting to force the enemy to expend Nu's chakra. Mitsuki, when did you find out? Kankin still did not turn, gazing at Nu, now illuminated by the 4 purple flames formation. I have no choice but to detonate it directly. She sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. If it dragged on, the plan would completely fail. Thus she decided to detonate Nu and prepared to hand seal. Unexpectedly, another sound of air splitting rang out. This time she felt a bone-chilling cold. Just as she sensed, Mitsuki's shuriken was aimed directly at the back of her head. If that strike hit, she would surely be gravely injured, if not dead. Therefore she had to abandon the idea of directly detonating Nu and dodged to the side. Immediately after turning, she retaliated against Mitsuki. She threw the kunai she had been holding, aiming straight for Mitsuki's face. Then she jumped away from the cliff, understanding that a hasty counterattack could not pose a threat to Mitsuki. As soon as she landed, she began to hand seal. Indeed, as the kunai flew towards Mitsuki, it was deflected just a few centimeters away from him. A surge of blue energy rippled around him. Everything happened without any warning. Just as Kankin was about to finish her hand seals, a giant snake made of energy erupted from the ground beneath her. In less than a second her body became immobile. Captain, your plan has failed. From the moment Kankin counterattacked to being bound, less than 2 seconds had passed. To quickly resolve the enemy using sage art was the command given to him by Orochimaru, although he did not understand why he had to expose sage art when he could achieve it without using it. But he still followed the order. Just as Mitsuki relaxed for a moment, a surge of pitch-black energy suddenly erupted from Kankin. The energy was of exceptionally high grade, tearing the snake apart. Soon the cursed seal on Kankin's back began to glow red. She felt this power emanating from New immensely strong. She believed she now possessed the power to deal with Mitsuki, so she immediately rushed towards him. Holding a kunai in her hand, it now bore strength and speed far beyond the past, enhanced by the mysterious energy. The kunai shimmered with a cold light under the moonlight. Interesting. Mitsuki found it very amusing that his sage art snake was actually breaking free. As a result, he decided to take this fight seriously. The blue energy surrounding him transformed into a series of blue snakes swirling around him. Even though he was getting serious, he did not enter sage mode. He merely utilized sage art chakra. Since his body was specially made by Orochimaru for sage art, he could slightly manipulate natural energy even in his normal state. Therefore he did not enter sage mode, which was something Orochimaru had advised against before engaging Kankin. If he entered sage mode, the girl before him might very well perish. Just as the two were about to collide, Boruto stepped in between them. He grasped their hands, and at that moment the mysterious chakra belonging to Nu and the natural energy touched him. As he expected, his Byakugan activated. A flash of white light passed and they were sucked into a vortex. At the moment the white light appeared, Orochimaru appeared behind Boruto, gripping his shoulder. At that moment a vortex also appeared above Nu's head. In the mysterious space, Jin looked at the suddenly appearing Orochimaru with a wary expression. She could clearly sense that if the other party were to attack her, she would have no means to resist. The other three, apart from Jin, were filled with curiosity about this peculiar space. They began to observe. At that moment a monster the size of a water buffalo dove down from above Orochimaru. For some unknown reason, when returning to this space, the Yatagarasu had shrunk to the size of a water buffalo. In its understanding, as long as it could take down this taller creature, the remaining two small ones would surely not be a match for it. Thud, the water buffalo-sized creature plummeted from dozens of meters in height, creating a tremendous impact upon landing, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Wind release breakthrough. Due to concern for Orochimaru's situation, Suyue used ninjutsu to disperse all the dust. The few of them widened their eyes, eager to know the outcome quickly. Unexpectedly, in just the last few seconds, Orochimaru had already dealt with the opponent. Using the same technique, Orochimaru's effectiveness was clearly much better than Suyue's. They saw the water buffalo-sized Yatagarasu with its limbs and claws bound together, even its tail secured around its waist. Now it could not even stand, lying helplessly on the ground, howling in futility. Seeing such a result, Jin's heart sank completely. She realized that she could only surrender now. Class leader, let go of your hatred. Boruto prepared to unleash the illusion inherited from his father. The strongest illusion, Koto Amatsukami. Upon hearing this, Jin suddenly retorted fiercely. What do you know? The tragedy of my family is all due to Konoha. The root worked tirelessly for Konoha during the war, yet after the war my father, born from it, was treated as a criminal. She looked at Boruto with eyes full of anger, her body trembling with hatred. Everything is none of your business now. Boruto remained calm. Since I was a child, my father taught me to remember this hatred. Despite her every word being laced with bitterness, she continually emphasized her desire for revenge. I am a weapon nurtured for revenge. This is my war. Yet Boruto still found the weakness in her words. No, this is your father's war. And everything is happening under your father's influence, right? Jin temporarily calmed down at this statement. Indeed, all of this is my father's will. Since I can remember, I've been living a life of hiding. I just want to return to that moment, back to when my mother would comb my hair. As she said this, Jin's emotions became agitated again. But now it's too late. Now I choose to inherit my father's will. I must take revenge on Konoha. She looked at Boruto with increasingly resolute eyes. Konoha, which supports that cowardly system, is the reason our family fell into the mire. The topic finally reached the point Boruto wanted to discuss. Indeed, there are problems with Konoha's system. But have you considered how many people like you will be born from your idea of total destruction? Jin didn't know how to respond to Boruto's words. Even if you completely destroy everything, can you really change this village? Boruto's questions became sharper, targeting the core issue. Therefore the one who truly needs to change is the system. If you also want to change it, then let go. Return to the village and find other ways to change it. As Boruto's words gradually awakened Jin, she hesitated and remembered those days of fleeing. No, I hate Konoha if the target of my revenge is Konoha. Her voice was loud, almost a shout. Stop lying to yourself. If you truly hate Konoha, you should not summon Yatagarasu in the southern forest but go directly to the central street, to the crowded places. Boruto's words precisely pierced her heart. Her actions indeed contradicted what she said. Also, you risked your life to save them before, right? You saved them, right, and also during that practice match with Shikadai. Wonder your concern is not fake. Shouldn't you hate Konoha? Boruto's words shattered Jin's facade of toughness. Clearly in her father's words, Konoha was evil and its villagers deserved to die. However, after infiltrating here, she realized everything was different from what her father said. Not everyone deserved to disappear. In school she met a group of friends. There was Deity, who was willing to share snacks with her, and her teacher Shino, who took great care of her. Outside of school there was the old lady who would give her 2 eggs every time she went grocery shopping. There was also the landlady who reduced her utilities by half because she knew she lived alone, and the uncle at the convenience store downstairs who would give her popsicles. They were all very good people. Jin didn't understand why her father always told her that the people of Konoha deserved to die. She couldn't fathom why she would involve those who were so kind to her in her revenge. Was this not a case of biting the hand that feeds her? Her father's words about revenge echoed in her ears, and the faces of each person who cared for her appeared before her. What should I do? Jin's spirit took a tremendous hit, and she finally could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground. Tears streamed from her eyes, overwhelming her. She undoubtedly hated Konoha, but she could not bring herself to harm those innocent people. Tears dripped onto the ground as she covered her ears, hoping to drown out her father's urgings. Just as her vision blurred with tears, a hand appeared before her. If you believe me, then take my hand. Boruto's words were as warm as a spring breeze, gradually blowing away her father's urgings. She looked up at him, her tears still flowing. She felt like a drowning person gradually sinking into a deep pool, and Boruto's words were the pole pulling her out of the water. I will help you with your revenge. I will change Konoha's system and even the entire shinobi world system. Ugh. In the end, the girl did not take the boy's hand. She threw herself into his embrace, clutching his shirt tightly as she cried. The boy made no extra movement, simply holding her. Under the golden moonlight, the girl nestled in the boy's arms as if time had paused at that moment. It would have been perfect if not for the other 3 attention-seeking individuals. The 2 humans and 1 beast displayed 2 different expressions. Orochimaru looked on with amusement while the other 2 appeared utterly bewildered. On the rock wall of a massive pit, 4 people and 1 beast walked above. Just as Jin nestled against Boruto's chest, Orochimaru began to execute the next step of his plan. He would not forget their ultimate purpose for coming to this space. To find the souls of other creatures besides the new, and to figure out a way to create a chakra aggregation entity similar to the new. Then he would have it make a contract with Boruto, thereby rapidly increasing Boruto's chakra reserves. However, after inspecting the area, he found no discoveries at the bottom of the pit. Thus he suggested they climb out of the pit and take a look outside. Boruto agreed to his suggestion. After all, the strength of those present could not be measured by ordinary standards. Moreover, with Orochimaru there to protect their safety, Boruto had previously asked Orochimaru about the reason for his low chakra reserves. Clearly he and Himawari were both children of the same parents. Yet while his chakra was scarce, his sister Himawari possessed an innate chakra amount far exceeding that of ordinary people. Orochimaru's answer was that he also did not know the reason. In his research he discovered that the amount of chakra a ninja possesses often relies on bloodline inheritance. Not only that, but due to his deep involvement in biological technology, he had discovered the existence of genes decades ago. He found that the method of bloodline inheritance among ninjas also depended on genes, with the most crucial factor being the determination of the sex chromosomes. Currently Boruto inherited the Y chromosome from his father, and if traced back further it would lead to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Moreover, the talent Boruto exhibited was clearly inherited from Minato. However, therein lies the problem: Minato's chakra amount was not considered low. It was on par with that of a typical cage-level powerhouse. Therefore Boruto's chakra amount should not be scant, yet it happened to be so. Could it possibly be a genetic mutation? Just as he mentioned this, a glimmer of brilliance surged in his eyes. Indeed, it made sense. According to Boruto, the eye he possessed, known as the pure eye, was that of the Otsutsuki God. And this eye was possessed by no other Otsutsuki besides the god. But why had Boruto awakened it? Only a mutated gene could explain that. In his investigation he uncovered that among all families in the ninja world, 5 were particularly special, with their bloodlines originating from the Otsutsuki clan. Besides the still powerful Hyuga clan, the other families were either dwindling in numbers and on the brink of extinction, or had vanished entirely. Currently the only remaining ones were Naruto from the Uzumaki clan and Tsunade, who was the sole survivor of her clan. As for the Kaguya clan, they had been entirely wiped out, and the so-called descendants of the Sage of Six Paths Kinshiki and Momoshiki had perished in the Second Great Ninja War. It seems that Naruto and Hinata's bloodline successfully brought their children's bloodlines closer to that of the Otsutsuki. If the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline originated from the Otsutsuki God, then Boruto might have awakened the pure eye due to a mutated gene reverting to an ancestral form. After Orochimaru shared his speculation, Boruto became even more determined to unlock the pure eye swiftly. Perhaps he did not realize the true power of the Otsutsuki God. But he had glimpsed a fragment of its power through those artificial beings birthed from its genes. The reflections of Daimon, the omnipotence of Ada, and the marks of Kawaki all stemmed from its genetic power. Including the fact that he used the pure eye to traverse time, returning to the present. The pure eye also originated from this power. Such a formidable existence, Boruto understood that even if he reached a future peak he could not contend with it. Returning to the present, the 4 people and 1 beast finally arrived at the top of the pit. What lay before them was desolation. They had entered a barren plain. No life was present, and beneath their feet there was no soil, only the same dark red rocks as the pit wall stretching endlessly to the horizon. Looking around in this strange space, the only different aspect was the large pit they had just left. It seems the plan has failed. Orochimaru stood behind Boruto to the left, gazing at the desolate earth. Our hypothesis has failed. Orochimaru did not believe that any other monster's soul would wander in such an environment. He felt that the plan devised by the 2 of them had come to a halt, and they could only find a way to search for tailed beasts. No, there is still hope. Boruto's sudden remark captured everyone's attention. They followed Boruto's gaze to the golden full moon in the sky. Compared to what they had seen at the bottom of the pit, the moon appeared larger and brighter now. Moreover, it was continuously growing larger. Wait, the moon is flying towards us. Jin discovered the reason for the moon's expansion: it was descending at an increasing speed. By the time they prepared to dodge, it was already within less than 50 meters of them. It halted there, and the golden light it emitted gradually dissipated. From that golden light emerged a black horse, completely devoid of any blemishes. Though it was called a horse, it was vastly different from an ordinary horse. It was roughly the size of an elephant, sporting tiger-like claws and 2 tails behind it. The most striking feature was a long horn on its forehead. Welcome back to this moment in time, young Boruto. The creature did not open its mouth but spoke in a peculiar voice. Its voice was deep and booming, akin to a grand drum. The moment it spoke, Orochimaru sensed something was off and immediately unleashed 3 small snakes from his hand. He controlled them to bite at the other 2 people and the beast. Thus Mitsuki Jin and the new closed their eyes, blending into the chaos. Boruto also reacted, realizing that this unfamiliar being seemed to know the secret of his origins from the future. Instantly deep hostility surged in his eyes as he slowly reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Behind him, Orochimaru emitted a chaotic hissing sound from his loose sleeves. Do not worry, I hold no ill will. The black horse naturally noticed the unusual behavior of the 2, but it was not angered, rather it continued to speak. Let me introduce myself, my name is Ba. I am of the Divine Clan. Boruto held immense disdain for beings that referred to themselves as gods and was ready to take action when Orochimaru stopped him. Let it finish speaking first. Let's see if we can glean any important clues. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Boruto calmed down, but his hand remained at his waist. You are very clever, you made a wise decision. The creature praised Orochimaru for stopping Boruto's impulsive actions. It then continued, so once again welcome you young Boruto, welcome back to the present. Welcome to Takamagara. The last words of Bo-Ren shocked both him and Orochimaru. If we were to consider the information Bo-Ren would receive in the future. The legendary Otsutsuki God resides in Takamagara. Now the two of them unexpectedly found themselves here by chance, making Bo-Ren even more anxious. I never expected that just after leaving the novice village I would end up at the ultimate boss home. This matter cannot simply be explained as unfortunate. Could it be that after being reborn I would die before achieving anything? Don't worry, that guy cannot sense you. At present he is too preoccupied to pay attention to you. Bo-Ren noticed that the other party had been speaking with his eyes closed. Vortex Bo-Ren, before recounting the entire story, I have one question for you. His tone suddenly became particularly serious. Is this guy beside you worthy of your trust? The upcoming information is related to the future, do you want him to know? Bo-Ren turned to look at Orochimaru and couldn't help but say that every time he saw him he was drawn in by his peculiar eyeshadow. As for Bo-Ren's question, he did not hesitate. Since he had decided from the very beginning to let Orochimaru assist him, he naturally had to give enough trust to the other party. Of course, he is my assistant. His tone was exceptionally firm. If this was a decision he had made himself and he would never regret it. Then Bo-Ren, next I will tell you the story of what happened in this world. The story recounted by Bo-Ren was lengthy to the extent that during it, due to the special constitution of Nu, he managed to rid himself of the snake venom and was about to awaken, preventing any unexpected situations. Orochimaru controlled a small snake and bit him. The time returned to tens of thousands of years ago. The Otsutsuki God was still called Shibuya back then, and Takamagara was different from what it is now. Back then Takamagara was a land of eternal spring, much larger than this piece of land today. Moreover, Takamagara and the place where Bo-Ren and the others lived did not belong to the same universe. Takamagara existed independently outside of the universe, and its size continued to expand just like the universe. There were a total of 3,000 beings living on this land, each with different forms, all considering themselves deities. The pure eyes were their common trait, a power bestowed upon them by this world at the moment of their birth. Each pure eye was imbued with a formidable power. Shibuya fundamentally differed in appearance from other deities. While the others were beast-shaped, he was human-shaped, and he possessed an additional pure eye by nature. This represented that he inherently possessed greater power than the other deities. Thus he looked down upon other existences from the very beginning, believing that all other deities should obey his commands. In the following tens of thousands of years he conquered other deities through force. Hundreds of deities succumbed to his rule. With those who submitted, naturally there were existences that refused to submit. Those rebellious deities gathered together to form an alliance. The power of the two organizations was comparable, and many deities remained neutral. So even though there were occasional conflicts, they were mostly in a state of peaceful coexistence. Until one day Shibuya suddenly decided to eliminate his subordinate deities. The reason was that his subordinates were dissatisfied with his rule and sought to break free from his control. He ruthlessly killed them and seized their pure eyes. Thus his power grew more formidable and his ambition to dominate Takamagara expanded. To halt his ambition, war broke out. Countless deities fell and the number of pure eyes he possessed increased. Until the entire Takamagara fell silent, he extended his hand toward his remaining followers. As a result, all deities except for Bo-Ren perished, but at that time their souls still existed. Just as Shibuya was about to strike against him, he activated a divine technique at the cost of one of his pure eyes escaping with Nu's soul. Not knowing how long they had fled, the two of them arrived in this small world, escaping Shibuya's relentless pursuit. This small world was once part of Takamagara, shattered by war. Having remained in a drifting state, they eventually floated near the ninja world. They were linked by a special curse seal, thus connecting them with the ninja world. After his escape, Shibuya decided to annihilate their souls as well. Subsequently, the only beings left in Takamagara were the escaped Bo-Ren and Nu along with Shibuya. His goal was achieved, he became the sole master of this world. However, this world grew increasingly fragile, nearing the point of dissolution. In the end, he decided to take a desperate gamble, unleashing the strongest scar ever recorded. He shattered the barriers of the universe, opening a passage to another universe. To restore his territory, he required an unfathomable amount of energy. Using his own appearance as a model, he separated part of his own flesh. Combining that portion of flesh with the blood and flesh from the corpses of the deities he had killed, he created two species. One was the Otsutsuki clan, primarily powered by his strength, and the other was the 10 Tails, powered by other deities. He dispatched them to another universe to gather energy to restore Takamagara. Initially, the Otsutsuki clan obeyed his will, but after enduring oppression for tens of thousands of years, they rebelled. They succeeded in killing him, but Shibuya had also left himself a contingency plan. He devised a way for Amato to obtain his corpse and then made him use his genes to create artificial humans. These artificial humans could serve as vessels for his reincarnation. From the very beginning, he had set a significant trap for the resurrection method of the Otsutsuki clan. That is, the genetic data of the Otsutsuki clan originates from him, and the wedge used for reincarnation was also devised by him. Under normal use there would be no issues. However, if it were directly inscribed onto the body of Kawaki made from his genes, interesting things would arise. If Ishiki chose to early resurrect using Kawaki's body, there would be no accidents. However, since Ishiki ultimately abandoned Kawaki and chose Boruto instead, the genetic data belonging to Shibuya within the white wedge on Kawaki could opportunistically overwrite the data originally belonging to Ishiki. Thus Kawaki encountered Shibuya in his own consciousness world, the so-called Otsutsuki God mentioned by the Otsutsuki. This also led to Shibuya planning to use his body for resurrection. As for how Bo-ren learned about these matters, it was his future self who informed his present self. This includes why Bo-ren would leave that endlessly descending black hole and return to the present, which was also orchestrated by him. In the end, I used the remaining pure eye as a price. To carve a hole in the black hole you used to seal Shibuya. To bring you back to the present. Bo-ren took about an hour and finally finished recounting the entire truth. Just as Bo-ren was about to express his gratitude, the next words from him were hard for Bo-ren to accept. There is one more thing, you are not the only one who has returned to the present. It's just that their memory restoration time is uncertain. After thoroughly listening to Bo's story, Boruto understood that time seemed less abundant than he had previously thought. According to Bo, Senju and Kid had also returned to the present. It would be fine if Senju had returned alone, but Kid was back as well. Thus Boruto had to accelerate his pace of becoming stronger. For now he could only hope that Kid had not awakened his memories of the future. Otherwise, given the loyalty the other party had towards Isshin, not only would he be in danger, but the entire Konohagakure would be doomed. If calculated from now, it was limited by the appearance of Tsushin in his memories. That left him with less than a year, and he needed to gain enough power to confront him before that. Huff. Without a doubt the information Bo provided was useful, but it also weighed heavily on Boruto. If the Otsutsuki's vessel for reincarnation has truly been tampered with, then should he gain the power of the peach style? Moreover, how should he deal with those artificial humans treated as resurrection vessels by Shibu? These questions left Boruto feeling overwhelmed, and he needed to think carefully about them afterward. Before that, he should have a good conversation with Bo. Thank you for sharing this information with me. However, I have a question for you. Why did you help me return to the present? Boruto was no longer in the wary stance he had been in earlier. He stood normally and looked at the other party. If what the other party said was true, then there must be a reason behind his assistance in bringing him back. You are quite astute. I indeed have my own motives. Boruto was taken aback, as Bo's manner of speaking was completely different from before. I, the Great One, have always sought revenge. To win the war, that guy needs my power. In such a situation, my ability is the key to whether he can achieve victory. Bo continued speaking as he slowly descended, standing before the two of them. Shortly after the war broke out, I was captured by him. For a total of 20,000 years I was imprisoned in a dungeon by him. He forced me to work for him, winning battle after battle through my abilities. In the end, he successfully seized the powers he desired, and to solidify his rule he decided to kill me. Bo became increasingly agitated, ending with a shout. I fear not death, but I must return the humiliation he inflicted upon me in its entirety. The purity in your eyes is your own awakening, and it is the hope of my revenge now. As for why I am certain you can help me achieve vengeance, Bo leaned his head closer to Boruto's, opening his eyeless sockets and staring into Boruto's eyes. Because the divine technique you used last showed me the possibility of utterly annihilating that bastard. I know you urgently need power as well. Thus I will grant you power, but in the end you must ensure that I achieve my revenge. As he spoke, the hot breath exhaled by him brushed across Boruto's face, making Boruto feel uncomfortable. Boruto also focused his gaze on the other party's eyeless sockets, which were completely black like a pair of black holes. Boruto understood that he had no choice. If he refused him, how would he gather enough chakra in such a short time? Should he seek out the tailed beasts? Time was simply insufficient, especially since he knew that he was not the only one who could return to the present. Thus the time was growing increasingly tight. Alright, I agree to your terms. Immediately after Boruto agreed, Bo clawed at his own tail. Instantly black blood flowed from his tail, drawing a complex sealing pattern on the ground. Upon closer inspection it resembled the sealing mark on Jianjin's back. The difference was that the large eye in the center had transformed into the head of a horse with a horn. It was boss form, and the moment the sealing pattern was completed it illuminated. It emitted a dazzling red light, and then Boruto, standing in the center, slowly ascended, finally floating in the air. Next Bo began to circle around Boruto. With each revolution the sealing script on the ground shrank in size and gradually lifted off the ground. After Bo had turned 9 times, the script had shrunk to a fifth of a coin size, etched into the palm of Boruto's left hand. Then Bo rapidly shrank his form until he was about the size of a water bottle. After that he directly crouched on Boruto's head, curling his 4 legs beneath his belly. Orochimaru, you can wake them up now. After everything concluded, Boruto turned to look at Orochimaru, who was still caught up in boss story. Upon hearing Boruto's words, Orochimaru finally emerged from the story. Borutokan, what an interesting tale indeed. After receiving Boruto's command, Orochimaru released 3 snakes toward them. Unlike before, these snakes were meant to antidote them, and after being bitten they would wake up in just a few minutes. As Orochimaru had anticipated, about 2 minutes later the 2 humans and 1 beast woke up. When the Shinju woke up, their heads were still a bit foggy, but they clearly remembered the reason for their fainting. Thus, after waking up, the 2 humans and 1 beast looked at Orochimaru with different expressions. As his son Shinju naturally understood why Orochimaru had taken him down, so he showed no expression. He was just slightly displeased with his actions. The reactions of the other 2, however, were more interesting. Jianjin, scared, hid behind Boruto, clutching his clothes. He peeked out from Boruto's shoulder, observing Orochimaru with his eyes. He looked like a frightened little cat, while Nu was in a completely different state. It directly activated its dragon form, continuously huffing at Orochimaru, but as soon as Orochimaru looked at it, it immediately fell silent. The plan is complete, and now let's go back. Boruto, with Bo perched atop his head, crossed his arms and said seriously to everyone. Borutokan, what is on your head? To avoid standing out too much after shrinking, Bo hid the horns on his head. He then transformed his face into that of a cat. Coupled with his naturally sharp claws, he now looked no different from a cat. Except he was just a black cat with 2 tails. Oh, just a wild cat I picked up earlier. Boruto understood boss intentions and thought it best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Boruto naturally went along with his wishes. At that moment Bo even cooperatively meowed, meow, so cute. Jianjin hugged Bo in his arms, stroking his head. Nu felt that Jianjin's affection towards him was snatched away, so it wanted to scare this little brat who was unaware of the heights of heaven and earth. Just as it prepared to open its mouth wide, it saw the little thing open its eyes. Inside those eyes were only pupils, yet it was still too scared to speak. Although it looked completely different from before, it still sensed a certain aura from Bo. This indicated that the other party was not only familiar but also much stronger than its current self. It would be like swatting a fly to the other party. Thus it could only tactfully close its mouth. Watching Bo in Jianjin's arms, Boruto couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect to gain an unexpected reward after acquiring Bo. On the cliff of my village as a whirlpool flashed by 4 individuals and 2 beasts returned to the place that had originally vanished. Although Jian Jin did not cause any casualties and acknowledged her mistakes. However, she cannot be let off this easily, but according to the rules of this is how it must be. Orochimaru stated that he would take Jian Jin to the Hokage. With Boruto's comfort, Jian Jin was finally willing to leave with this dangerous uncle. Class leader, I will wait for you. Just as Jian Jin and Nu prepared to follow Orochimaru, Boruto shouted at her back. Thus this operation came to an end and everyone returned to their homes. After greeting Satsuki, Boruto hurried home. When he had just returned to the village, he was worried about how to explain to his mother that he had vanished for so long. However, at the moment he landed, Boruto saw not far away. The modified version of the 4 purple flames formation executed by the Umbu was still active, and even the earth release wall used by Uncle Kakashi remained. It seemed that although he had spent nearly 3 hours there, only about half an hour had passed in my. I wonder if I can use this to increase my training time. Boruto muttered to himself with Nu perched on his head. Don't think about it, you humans can't stay there for long. Why? Don't ask. Based on your physical endurance you can only stay there for a maximum of 5 hours at most. Oh. Thanks to advancements in electrical technology, even at night my village was brightly lit. On his way home, Boruto reflected on today's experiences aside from Nu. The greatest gain was that he finally had a clue about perfecting his my flow. He remembered that Shion had once told him during her teachings. The illusion released by my flow is achieved through the most shocking thing in your heart. At that time Boruto didn't know what to do, especially after everything he had experienced. It was already difficult for anything to shock him. Moreover, she had mentioned that the more powerful the manifested illusion, the greater the range the caster could influence, resulting in more victims. For instance, the moon manifested by himself and Shippu could simultaneously influence over 10 people. Therefore Boruto's training in my flow had been stagnant until now. After all, for Boruto not only did he need something shocking enough, but it also had to be powerful. After understanding his conversation with Nu, Boruto finally realized what he needed to manifest. Back. After a while Boruto returned home. As usual, after hearing her brother's voice, Himawari immediately ran out to greet Boruto. Welcome back, brother. What is this? Just as Boruto had expected, the next moment the cat-like Nu was mercilessly ravaged by Himawari. When Hinata saw Nu, she seemed very displeased. According to the rules she had set, pets were not allowed in the house. Boruto, mom doesn't agree with you keeping a cat. But it's not an ordinary cat, it's my summoning beast. Hearing this, Hinata was puzzled. Animals that could become summoning beasts were quite rare. First, it had to be able to summon, meaning it could autonomously refine chakra. An animal capable of this, how could Boruto have picked it up so easily? Don't lie to mom. Hinata clearly did not believe Boruto's words. After all, summoning beasts generally had their own specific gathering places. How could he have gone to school in the morning and returned in the evening with one? Brother, the cat has 2 tails. After playing with Nu for a while, Himawari suddenly noticed that it had 2 tails. 2 tails. This statement was also heard by Hinata. If this cat really had 2 tails, the possibility of it being a summoning beast increased. Xiaokue, can mom take a look? Hinata squatted down in front of Himawari, wanting to confirm the authenticity of the 2 tails. After Himawari handed Nu to Hinata, she indeed discovered that it had 2 tails. Moreover, the chakra fluctuations emanating from it far surpassed those of ordinary creatures. Without a doubt, the cat in her hands was a summoning beast capable of autonomously refining chakra. Furthermore, a 2-tailed cat matched the descriptions found in records. This meant that it was not just any summoning beast but an exceptionally powerful one. After confirming this, Hinata agreed to keep it. Alright, mom agrees for you to keep it. Yay, I have a new friend. After Hinata consented to keep the black cat, Himawari immediately jumped up in joy. Brother, what is its name? Boruto glanced at Nu, who was exhausted and lying on the ground, and couldn't help but smile mischievously. I don't know, why don't we let Xiaokue name it? Really? Upon hearing this, Himawari's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, for a child like her, naming a new member of the family was an irresistible task. On the ground, Nu struggled to lift its head and vigorously shook it at Boruto. However, Boruto acted as if he did not see it. Yes, let Xiaokui name it. After receiving affirmation, Himawari clearly became even happier. Mimi, Daodu, or Little Black. Upon hearing several names suggested by Himawari, Nu clearly showed its reluctance. What a joke, it was a dignified deity, how could it accept a name like Mimi? How would it face others in the future? Even Daodu or Little Black would be embarrassing. Thus it desperately shook its head, almost creating an afterimage. Boruto understood that if it were given a name like Mimi, Nu would certainly feel like dying from shame. In the end, he still thought it best to preserve its dignity. Xiaokui, look at its expression, it clearly doesn't want a name that's too cute. Why don't you think of something else? Is that so? But I can't think of anything right now. Himawari also noticed Nu's resistance to these names. However, given her current situation, asking her to think of a less cute name was clearly difficult. Don't rush, you can think slowly. Thus Himawari decided that tomorrow night she would definitely come up with a good name for Nu. Time soon came for rest and Boruto lay in his familiar position. Summer was approaching and the weather was getting hotter. Tomorrow I'll go find teacher Shien, as I have already figured out how to complete my flow. Today Boruto finally confirmed this. He knew what would be the most shocking thing in his life and how he could perfect his own my flow sword technique, that black hole that had brought him to this point. If he could manifest his black hole, he believed that as long as he wasn't facing an enemy who was also a master of illusions, he could defeat them with a single blow. The weather today is quite gloomy, with the entire Konohagakure shrouded beneath dark clouds. Not just the weather, but the hearts of the people are also overshadowed by these dark clouds. The enormous monster that suddenly appeared in the village yesterday, although it caused no destruction, frightened many villagers. Boruto walked cautiously along the path to school, avoiding puddles large and small, as it seemed that last night's rain had been quite heavy. Along the way he heard many people discussing the monster that appeared last night. Some suspected it was sent by another village to sabotage Konohagakure, while others speculated that there might be a rogue ninja among them. The common thread in their discussions was the doubt about whether Konohagakure's current security measures were adequate and whether they could still ensure their safety. A group of people gathered, preparing to go to the Hokage's office to demand an explanation. It seemed that Naruto would have quite a lot on his plate in the upcoming days. During the lunch break, Boruto called out to Shikadai on the rooftop to discuss the upcoming plan. Here. Shikadai tossed a bag to him on which the word confidential was written. Driven by curiosity, Boruto opened it, revealing several large characters written in red ink: Chunin Exam Registration Form Special Edition. Has the plan succeeded? Shikadai lay on the bench gazing at the dark clouds that covered the entire Konohagakure. Yeah. Boruto looked at the registration form in his hand. The notes attached to the back indicated that it was specially prepared for him. The school was offering him a chance to graduate early. As long as he defeated 2 opponents after registering, he could graduate from school. Graduating early is an indispensable part of his plan to become stronger. With less than a year until the Otsutsuki's arrival and even stronger threats like Kinshiki looming after that. Thus he must maximize his training time to grow stronger. Staying in school would be a complete waste of time. Since the essence of a ninja is that of a military personnel, such an exception for early graduation must be approved by the Hokage. After submitting the application considering Boruto's performance during this period, the higher-ups including Naruto agreed to his proposal, but with a condition. Shikamaru's suggestion was for Boruto to defeat 2 opponents on his own in the next Chunin exam, and then they would agree to his graduation. With only a month left until this year's Chunin exam, Shikamaru instructed Shikadai to find an opportunity to hand this registration form to Boruto. After reading the information on the form, Boruto also looked up at the sky. So that means after returning from the Hidden Mist Village I have to participate in this exam. In the school's curriculum, the students would go on an educational trip to the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water for the upcoming month. A figure of a young boy with green hair and purple eyes popped into Boruto's mind. By the way, how is the plan going? Shikadai's words pulled Boruto out of his memories. Boruto could only recount everything he experienced at Takamagara to Shikadai in detail. So what's the next plan? To become stronger. Boruto stood up from the bench looking at the still reclining Shikadai. I've already asked Orochimaru to investigate the information about the Shell organization. During this period I just need to focus on training. The clouds that had been floating in the sky finally ceased their silence with streaks of white lightning dancing within them, occasionally accompanied by loud rumbling sounds. After school, Boruto arrived at the dojo intending to share his thoughts with some ire. That's a good idea, but I don't support you doing it that way. Sumire was still wearing her white training outfit, her long purple hair tied into a ponytail. You must understand that only things you've seen with your own eyes will manifest more realistically. Only in this way can the illusions created have more effect on others. Sumire's point was that one must have personally experienced something to effectively confuse opponents. Boruto's idea was good, but the Black Congo was something no one had seen before. Was Boruto supposed to create an illusion that could significantly influence others based solely on his imagination? After Sumire's continuous persuasion, Boruto could only reluctantly agree to think it over. Was he really going to tell her that he had not only seen it but had even personally crafted it with his own eyes? Upon hearing such words, who wouldn't think he was lying? Thus Boruto decided that it would be more persuasive to show her the results after he had formed a prototype of the sword technique than to explain everything. The rain birth from the enormous clouds was equally immense. Without an umbrella, Boruto returned home drenched. As soon as he got home, he saw the mess that the sunflower had made of the creature. Kid, quickly save this old man. Suddenly the voice of the creature echoed in Boruto's mind. The voice appeared directly in his mind without any warning as Boruto curiously looked at the creature sprawled on the ground. Don't just look. It's this old man calling you. Boruto was unaware that the creature had the ability to communicate telepathically. Thus urged by it, Boruto finally lent a hand and saved it from the clutches of the sunflower. Sunflower, have you thought about what name to give it? Boruto sat down on the ground in front of the sunflower, and unsurprisingly the sunflower still hadn't thought of a satisfactory name. Following Boruto's suggestion, he ran to the study hoping to find a good choice on the computer. Boruto carried the creature back to his room and asked it a question he had always wanted to know: what exactly was the power of the pure eye? The answer he received was the same as the information he had uncovered in his previous life: it could see the flow of chakra in the world. Then Boruto asked two more questions: what was divine technique and whether the creature received its information related to divine technique. The creature's subsequent answers furthered Boruto's understanding of the essence of divine technique. Divine technique is exclusive to the pure eye, but it is not necessary to possess the pure eye to use it. For example, the artificial humans cloned from Shinjutsu's genes do not have the pure eye, yet they can still use divine technique. This is because Shinjutsu's own divine technique is very special. If a guy named Ada possesses a divine technique that is originally Shinjutsu's, omnipotence. Shinjutsu discovered that if a certain person's pure eye dissipated, it would correspondingly lose the divine technique associated with it. Concerned that this might happen to him as well, he used omnipotence to alter the rules of the world. He inscribed the divine technique into his genes, allowing those artificial humans to use divine technique without having the pure eye. Aside from him and the artificial humans created from his genes, anyone else wanting to use divine technique must possess the pure eye. Now that he has lost all his pure eyes, he naturally cannot use divine technique. As for how he obtained Boruto's information, the creature admitted that it was indeed a result of its own divine technique. The rain outside intensified while lightning flashes and thunderclaps grew ever more frequent. Inside the room, the two figures continued their discussion on divine arts. As for my own ability, it is called ancient or present. After more than 10 minutes of explanation, Bo finally revealed the name of his power. His left eye's ability, present, resembles Ada's far-seeing art yet differs fundamentally. Ada's far-seeing allows her to perceive events unfolding now or those that have already occurred in the past, unimpeded by distance or magical prohibitions. She achieves this by projecting an undetectable phantom simulacrum at a specific location. His ability, though limited solely to perceiving the present moment, permits him, upon paying sufficient price, to manifest physically and authentically at that very place regardless of distance. This is precisely how he succeeded in rescuing Yamato's soul from Shirbai's grasp. His right eye's ability, however, is the very reason Shirbai chose to keep him alive until the end. His right eye's power, ancient, bears resemblance to Jifang's yet remains distinct. Jifang's foresight unfolds hundreds, or even thousands, of possible futures simultaneously ancient by contrast reveals only the single future that will inevitably come to pass. It enables one's present self to transmit memories to one's past self, and likewise one's future self to send memories back to the present. This is why Shirbai preserved him until the final hour. So long as he lives, Shirbai may harness this power to achieve invincibility in battle. As for why Shirbai did not simply seize the ability outright, it was out of fear of driving him to desperation, compelling him to unleash present without regard for cost. After all, present's supreme trait lies in its capacity to pierce cosmic barriers unimpeded. With sufficient sacrifice, the user may physically traverse into alternate universes. As for how he knew of Boruto's plight, the answer lies in his future self having activated Ancient to transmit that memory to his present self. And why it was this version of himself who rescued Boruto from the black hole. Because Ancient possesses a unique nuance. It permits the sender to choose which temporal iteration of their past self receives the memory. That memory appears only in the chosen past self's mind, not in any other temporal variant, not even in the original timeline's future self, because the instant the memory arrives, the original timeline fractures irrevocably. A new timeline is born, thus the present diverges increasingly from the past. Under the butterfly effect, the utility of Boruto's foreknowledge diminishes steadily, until a wholly unprecedented future emerges. Having absorbed Bo's exposition on divine arts, the relationship between those arts and the pure eyes, and the origin of his own rescue, Boruto now understood. From this moment forward he could no longer rely excessively upon memories of his future life. Though broad trajectories remained unchanged, details across countless domains would gradually diverge from his prior existence. By the way, do you happen to have studied black holes? After carefully organizing the information, he asked thoughtfully. Black holes. So now you're eager to manifest your divine art. Bo lay sprawled across the bed, declining to answer Boruto's question, and instead probing his motive. Though time presses, your current physical constitution is utterly incapable of sustaining divine art cultivation, even with my assistance. Divine art? You mean my divine art is that black hole, so formidable? Boruto had evidently forgotten Bo's earlier remark. The very reason he had taken interest in him was precisely because of his divine art. Formidable it is, but its drawbacks are equally severe. In the realm of divine arts, the greater the power, the harsher its requisites. Take Shirbai's ultimate claw mark. It rent open the barrier between two universes, leaving him gravely weakened in consequence. This depletion in turn contributed significantly to his demise during the war against the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, when wielded judiciously, divine arts bear minimal peril. Consider the same claw mark, when used by Koda it incurred no adverse effects. But such benign usage demands strict adherence to principle, a discipline Boruto's divine art cannot fulfill. To initiate a black hole of that magnitude exacts a toll no present-day Boruto could possibly bear. In the memories transmitted by my future self, analysis of your divine art yielded this conclusion. The cost is sacrifice. Vast reserves of chakra are required, and crucially a singular object potent enough to serve as the black hole's singularity must be offered up. The optimal offering is an Otsutsuki, provided they are rendered utterly helpless. Upon hearing this, Boruto realized divine art development must be suspended, for now. Yet he felt no despair. His fascination with black holes stemmed not from divine art but from his pursuit of swordsmanship refinement. He shared his reasoning fully with Bo, and received an answer far exceeding his expectations. He had anticipated Bo's ancient wisdom would grant him familiarity with black holes, but not such profound mastery. Bo explained that black holes warp not only space, but time itself. Boruto knew this intimately. Upon entering the black hole he had experienced utter dissolution of temporal awareness. It was precisely this property that enabled Bo to extract him. The black hole forged by Boruto's divine art functioned as a microcosm, a self-contained universe. At the instant of its birth it severed all ties to this cosmos, slipping into the interstitial void between universes, a locus no being has ever reached, not even Shirbai. Here time holds no meaning. Consequently the black hole into which they fell exists simultaneously in past, present and future. All traces of its emergence vanish utterly, even eyewitnesses forget its occurrence. Fortuitously Bo's divine art exploited precisely this ontological loophole, imprinting the memory directly into his own mind before the black hole's genesis. Thus Bo succeeded in rescuing Boruto, and thus this divine art retains the potential to eradicate Shirbai entirely. Should Shirbai be cast into that black hole after fully awakening, he would be exiled beyond the cosmos itself, condemned to eternal slumber unless someone intervenes from outside the event horizon. Hence Boruto's sword technique must not only embody the black hole's form, but evoke viscerally the passage of time. To model his sword art upon black holes proved exceedingly difficult, not merely due to the black hole's nature but because he must also replicate time's chaotic disorienting essence. "Brother, I've thought of a perfect name." At that moment a knock sounded upon the door. On the boundless ocean beneath the blue sky and white clouds with the gentle breeze and warm sun, great fish occasionally leaped out of the water. A ship sailed toward the horizon. It departed from the port of the Land of Fire, destined for the now popular tourist destination, the Land of Water. Most of the passengers on board were a group of 11 to 12-year-old boys and girls. Among them was Boruto, who was heading to the Land of Water for an educational trip to the hidden mist village. Boruto stood on the deck leaning against the ship's railing. As usual, his companion, the creature known as Hei-yun, rested on his head, but it now had a new name decided by Sunflower. "Boruto, can I have a hug with Hei-yun?" The girl in red approached Boruto, revealing the long-absent Sarada. Perhaps due to her Uchiha lineage, Sarada found it nearly impossible to resist cats. During this time Boruto had been bringing Hei-yun to school almost every day, a request made by the creature itself. After all, at home it was constantly bullied by Sunflower. After persistent pleas from Hei-yun, Boruto finally decided to bring it along to class every day. Since coming to school due to its adorable appearance, many girls eagerly vied to hold it. It enjoyed each encounter and reveled in the attention. Boruto had come to realize that this creature was nothing less than an ancient lecher that had lived for countless years. It absolutely loved being in the arms of pretty girls. Of course Sunflower was cute too, but it could not endure Sunflower's bullying. For instance, right now, before Boruto could even respond to Sarada, it impatiently leaped down from his head. With its 4 legs flailing, it rushed to Sarada's feet. Then it began to rub against her leg, completely disregarding any semblance of a divine being. "It seems I don't need to agree after all." Boruto looked at Sarada with an expression full of helplessness. Upon closer inspection one could notice bandages wrapped around his left wrist. It was unclear what he was hiding. Many classmates had previously asked Boruto if he was injured and he always denied it. Of course there were more than just a few of them on the deck, many classmates were present. Konoha village was located in the heart of the Land of Fire, with only the Valley of the End nearby that could be called a large lake. However, it had now become a key cultural relic protection project. Thus these children had never seen such a vast expanse of water. Everyone's excitement was palpable upon seeing the ocean. Some classmates even took out cameras. Only Boruto understood that this educational trip would not be so simple. In his previous life he had met Kagura during an educational trip during which a dangerous internal rebellion occurred in the Mist Village. A guy named Kinshiki Otsutsuki attempted to establish the new 7 ninja swordsmen, aiming to restore the blood mist reign of the 4th Mizukage's era. As the grandson of the 4th Mizukage, Kagura was lured into his scheme. Although the situation was ultimately resolved, it resulted in significant casualties. Now reflecting on that, Kinshiki Otsutsuki, Boruto found his rebellion plan utterly foolish. His so-called flawless scheme was always under the control of the Mizukage. He was merely a pawn used to temper Kagura. As the designated next Mizukage, Chojuro had long seen the boundless hatred hidden within him toward his identity. Kagura loathed being the grandson of the 4th Mizukage who had caused the Blood Mist Village. He believed that as the grandson of a sinner he was unworthy of becoming the next Mizukage. However, during this incident Boruto successfully helped him re-evaluate his identity. This was also one of the reasons Boruto chose to participate in this educational trip. After all, according to the arrangement, Boruto could choose not to attend due to his preparation for the Chunin exams. As for the other reason for his participation in the trip, it was for his plan to dominate the ninja world. If he could bring the next Mizukage under his command before the plan commenced, the execution of the plan would surely go much smoother. Even if he refused, Boruto had another objective to achieve. To oppose the Otsutsuki clan, the power of tailed beasts was indispensable. The legendary fourth Mizukage was said to be the perfect Jinchuriki capable of controlling tailed beasts, thus it was likely that Kagura as his grandson would possess similar talents. He needed to find a way to make Kagura the Jinchuriki of the three tails. This would provide him with a powerful ally in the future to combat those formidable enemies. Only he and Orochimaru knew of this plan. To ensure its smooth progress, Orochimaru sent a small snake to facilitate communication between the two. This snake had been specially modified so that they could converse through it. He, that tickles. Hey Yun, the creature deliberately rubbed its tail against Sarada's nose. Hiss, Barutokan, the shell organization you asked me to investigate has no new information yet. A small white snake emerged from the pouch at Baruto's waist, slithering down to his ear. It whispered softly in his ear. However, recently a new entity called the Zero Organization has emerged from somewhere. Baruto recalled his previous life and immediately began to search through his memories. However, no matter how hard he looked, he found no information related to this Zero Organization. Could it be that the butterfly effect is at play? Baruto thought about what the creature had told him about his arrival at this point in time. History had already changed, perhaps completely different events would gradually emerge. If that's the case, then this sudden appearance of the Zero Organization must be thoroughly investigated. With this thought, Baruto made a decision: he could not allow any unforeseen circumstances to become obstacles in his plan. Orochimaru-sama, please also investigate this organization, we cannot let it obstruct our plans. Baruto's tone was firm and resolute. No matter who it was, as long as they became an obstacle to his mission of saving the ninja world, he would ruthlessly eliminate them. Understood. The white snake replied before slithering back into the ninja tool pouch. A dark emotion gradually gathered in Baruto's eyes, signifying an impending storm. Not only was there the threat of the Shell Organization, but now there was also an unknown Zero Organization. The current time was mid-May, and after 2 weeks of educational travel he would soon participate in the Chunin exam. If all went smoothly, he would leave the Ninja Academy at the beginning of June. Now he could only hope for the plan to proceed without a hitch. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, a flock of seagulls soared by. This indicated that land was near. Indeed, in the distance a massive port emerged above the water's surface. At the port, Chojuro, wearing the Mizukage hat, was followed by a young boy. The boy had green hair and purple eyes, and he wore a large sword at his waist. Mist Shadow Village lives up to its name, shrouded in thick fog year-round. The half-spherical stone buildings are the most common structures here, whether they are civilian houses or the Water Shadow Tower, all share a unified design. Due to the humid environment, green moss that thrives in moisture grows wildly everywhere, appearing in every corner of this village and the entire country. Affected by the policy of isolation during its closed-door period, the situation in the Land of Water is the worst among the 5 great nations. This is what Swole Liangna and the others learned about the Land of Water and Mist Shadow Village from history books. Until they personally set foot on this land, they had envisioned Mist Shadow Village in such a manner. Their ships slowly sailed into the port of the Land of Water. One could see cargo ships coming in and out of the port with container after container being hoisted by towering cranes. Not only cargo ships but numerous passenger ships like the one Baruto and his friends were on also docked at this port. Tens of thousands of workers and travelers gathered at the largest port in the Land of Water and the entire ninja world. It seems that ever since the Fourth Ninja World War ended, the Land of Water lifted its previous isolationist policy and quickly entered a phase of rapid development. Now the bustling port and the towering buildings in the distance undeniably showcase that the Land of Water, once the most impoverished among the 5 great nations, has undergone a remarkable transformation. As everyone officially stepped onto the land of another country, they felt a true sense of having left the Land of Fire. The humid air and the lingering thick fog told them that this was a different nation. While they were still observing their surroundings, a figure wearing a straw hat led a young man before them. He first shook hands with Shino and chatted with him for a while before approaching the group of excited children who were thrilled by their first journey away from home. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Land of Water, Mist Shadow Village. At that moment they noticed a large character for water written on the straw hat he was wearing. He was none other than the current 6th Hokage, Nagato. The young man behind him was the target of Baruto's journey, Kagaya Shinzai. He was the last officially recognized member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the only one left. As the grandson of the fourth Hokage, Shinzai is undoubtedly a genius. He is the second recorded genius capable of proficiently using all ninja swords. The last one who could do so was the legendary Hozuki Mengetsu. Due to his talent standing out sharply among the younger generation, it was unanimously decided by the higher-ups of Mist Shadow Village and the daimyo of the Land of Water that he would become the sole candidate for the next Hokage at such a young age. Now at just 15 years old, his future is dazzlingly bright. However, fate can be cruel if things follow the timeline of his previous life. His life expectancy was less than a year and he died during the next pirate attack on Mist Shadow Village. At that time he had yet to celebrate his 16th birthday. According to Nagato's arrangements, he still had work to do. After all, he was still the current Hokage. Thus he decided that Shinzai would be responsible for Boruto and the others' itinerary. After giving Shinzai this order, he left. The naturally shy Shinzai could only muster his courage and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Kagaya Shinzai and I will be your guide for the upcoming itinerary." Thus Shinzai's task shifted from protecting the safety of the Hokage to being a tour guide for Boruto and his friends. The reason why Nagato arranged for him to be the guide was naturally because there was a particularly special young man among these children. These young girls found it hard to resist a polite and composed handsome guy like Shinzai. As he approached, they flocked around him asking various questions. "Welcome to our village, Lord Uzumaki Boruto." Shinzai barely managed to escape from their encirclement. He walked with steady steps to stand before Boruto, bowing solemnly. As he bowed, a hand appeared in front of him with a bandage wrapped around the wrist. "Don't be modest, you're far better than us second-generation kids. After all, you are the candidate for the next Hokage." Shinzai was naturally very surprised that Boruto knew such confidential information. Seeing that he had not yet reacted, Boruto directly took his hand and said, "So let's set aside our backgrounds and become friends by our own names." Boruto's smile was as sunny as ever, capable of instilling trust in others. After speaking, he prepared to proceed to customs clearance. However, just as he left Shinzai's side, he was surrounded by the girls from his class. Among them, the closest girl to Boruto, Kairoru, asked him a question that all the girls wanted to know. Is he really a candidate for Hokage? After Boruto confirmed, they finally let him go and then, as if on cue, started to swoon over Shinzai. How could a handsome young man with a good character and such talent not garner admiration? After breaking free from the girls' encirclement, Boruto arrived at the customs checkpoint. Today the 5 great nations have set up this kind of facility at important entry and exit points. The main purpose is to verify the identity of visitors and prevent any dangerous individuals from infiltrating. As he passed through the metal security gates, Boruto was unsurprised when his ninja tool pouch was required to undergo inspection before being allowed entry. Fortunately, he had instructed the little white snake to find a place to blend into the village when they first disembarked. The ninja tools in his pouch were of the type that was not lethal and could be passed through customs. As for the weapons he truly needed for this trip, Boruto had hidden them away and the other party would definitely not find them. After successfully passing through security, Boruto finally re-entered this highly modernized Mist Shadow Village. Every time he visited Mist Shadow Village, Boruto couldn't help but marvel. In terms of military strength, Mist Shadow Village may not stand out among the 5 great nations. However, in modernization it has reached the forefront. Even the so-called strongest village, Konoha, cannot compare to the current level of modernization in Mist Shadow Village. As for how Mist Shadow Village achieved such progress in less than 20 years, one only needs to compare the current map of the Land of Water with its past map to understand. During his days of fleeing, Boruto gradually realized this. Now the peace in the ninja world only belongs to the great nations. There is something Boruto has never mentioned to anyone: the goal of unifying the ninja world was not proposed by him. Rather, it was during an evening many years later, sitting on the Hokage Rock in Konoha, when his father, the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, told him. Not far outside of my village 2 individuals walked side by side. If anyone were to see them, they would easily recognize their identities. The legendary Sannin of my Orochimaru and Tsunade. Hey, weren't we supposed to investigate the news related to Jiraiya? What are we going back to the village already? Tsunade, walking on the left, posed a question to Orochimaru. After their previous conversation, Orochimaru had agreed to let Tsunade accompany him. As for the reason, it was mainly because Tsunade wanted to personally verify whether the news brought by Orochimaru was true or false. Even to this day Orochimaru had not disclosed any information about Boruto to her. This was the condition under which Orochimaru had agreed to her accompanying him, and Tsunade had silently adhered to the agreement. This is my cooperation with that guy, and according to our previous agreement you cannot inquire about it. Perhaps it was due to being with a familiar friend, Orochimaru's tone lacked the eerie feeling that usually accompanied him. He even shook his head while speaking. Tsunade observed Orochimaru's demeanor and realized that she was not going to extract any information from him. She could only give up and continue walking alongside him. They followed a stone path hidden among the trees. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patterns on the ground. The fresh air of the forest filled their nostrils, and after walking a while a field of blooming iris flowers appeared before them. The peculiar thing was that the entire sky of irises was white. Not far behind the flower field wooden houses stood tall with several iron poles resembling horizontal bars in front used for hanging bedding. Under one of the horizontal bars a child and a man in a wheelchair were hanging clothes. The clothes were placed in a basket and the man set the basket on his lap, hanging the clothes one by one on the rack and then handing them to the little girl. Upon receiving the clothes, the little girl immediately hung them on the horizontal bar. Each time she successfully hung a piece she would smile at the man, who would return her smile. Although the man's appearance was not commendable, his smile radiated warmth and approachability. "Is that you, Kabuto?" Tsunade clearly recognized the man's appearance, and she always felt an unsettling premonition about the encounter between the two defectors from Mai. However, Orochimaru paid no heed to Tsunade's feelings and walked straight towards the man in the wheelchair. As a top-tier expert, Kabuto naturally sensed the arrival of the two. He cast a sharp glance at them, showing no intention of speaking. "Kabuto, it's been a while." In the end, Orochimaru broke the silence first. Tsunade had no choice but to join him in front of Kabuto. "Long time no see, Lord Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto politely replied to Orochimaru but addressed Tsunade's name first. Kabuto understood that he was now a part of Mai, and when greeting he had to acknowledge his current superior first. As for the little girl, he had sent her away when Orochimaru approached. After all, he could not be certain of Orochimaru's intentions, so he prioritized the child's safety. Upon witnessing Kabuto's actions, Orochimaru teased him. "Kabuto, you resemble the person I first met quite a lot now." "Hee Lord Orochimaru, please don't joke around." Kabuto replied somewhat dejectedly, lifting his head and adjusting his seemingly useless glasses. He was no longer the nameless pawn trailing behind the other party, and therefore did not need to display the same humble demeanor as before. His aura suddenly changed, and now he was not merely the director of an orphanage before them. Instead, he was the only perfect sage in history, Yaoshi Kabuto. "I wonder what brings you two to my humble abode." His tone shifted from respect to a threatening tone laced with killing intent. He had long possessed the strength to engage in equal dialogue with the two. If anyone were to be misled by his current malnourished appearance and seated position, then regardless of who they were, they would pay the price for their arrogance. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the little girl who had left earlier returned, leading a man with her. Upon arriving in front of Tsunade and the others, he bowed deeply. "I apologize, my brother's emotions are quite unstable." The man's name is Ping Jingjin. He, like Kabuto, was a war orphan taken in by the director Yaoshi Yena. Ever since Kabuto and Yena became spies to protect them, he had been blaming Kabuto for leaving them behind. As he grew older, he slowly began to understand their burdens. Thus, when other children taken in reached the age to leave, he was the only one who chose to stay. Although he had long been informed of the director's death, there had been no word about his brother, Kabuto, since they both became spies. He boldly speculated that Kabuto had not died but was merely on a mission. Though the likelihood was slim, he still decided to remain in this place, believing that his brother would return. After the Fourth Shinobi World War, Kabuto returned to this place, although his appearance was completely different from before. However, the glasses he wore had not changed. He understood that they were given to him by the director. Without hesitation, he embraced this brother who had been away from home for over 20 years. Later, Kabuto shared his experiences from the past 20 years with him, including the truth that the director had actually died at his hands. However, what he did not expect was that Jin did not explode in anger at him but instead comforted him. Perhaps Ping Jingjin truly regretted not being able to prevent Kabuto's departure back then. If he could have stood up back then, could he have taken Kabuto's place as a spy? Would the director have had to die? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Ultimately, under Jin's mediation, the atmosphere among the few finally relaxed. Orochimaru proposed to have a proper talk with Kabuto, so the others proceeded into the house. "Hey! You are the fifth Hokage." The little girl was clearly surprised by Tsunade's identity, her joy transforming her walk into a lively skip. "Everyone, the Hokage has come to see us. Kabuto, have you ever thought about why you and those children became orphans?" Orochimaru's question was clearly a provocation, nearly causing Kabuto, who had just calmed down, to clench his fist again. "Actually, I am also a war orphan." This was Orochimaru's first time sharing his story with Kabuto. The Fourth Shinobi World War has been over for quite some time now. They say the ninja world is at peace, but where do orphans like Xiaoping come from? Kirigakure village bore little resemblance to the idyllic depictions the girls had seen in their textbooks. The moment they stepped inside, a grand fountain caught their eyes, and the girls immediately tugged Shino along, urging him to take their photographs. Meanwhile, the boys were drawn to a roadside stall selling toys. "Whoa, this box of Ninja Brawl looks like a limited edition." Ryutai's gaze locked onto an exquisitely packaged box the instant he saw it. Its gleaming golden surface bore 4 bold characters: Ninja Brawl 1. This was currently the most coveted collectible card game across the entire Shinobi world, featuring only those legendary ninja whose names echoed through every hidden village. "Should we go for it?" Inoji eyed the ultra-rare village-wide limited edition with palpable excitement. "If we pool our money, we might just afford it." After hearing Inojo's suggestion, Ryutai paused thoughtfully, then arrived at a pragmatic solution. Noting the vendor's smug expression and gauging the item's scarcity, he knew the price would inevitably rise. The only viable way to secure it was to share the cost among them all, otherwise whoever bought it outright would be left penniless for the rest of their academic tour. This port city has become a major hub of commerce. Behind them, Kagura's voice rang out as he dutifully fulfilled his role as guide. Goods from every nation converge here, and it is steadily transforming into a destination for travelers. Hearing Kagura's explanation, Boruto remained silent. He well understood what sacrifices the once backward land of water had made to achieve this. Yet the greatest cost had not been borne by water itself, but by the vanished minor nations erased from history's annals. "Wow, Kirigakure is truly amazing," Inojo declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Kagura's grip tightened on his tanto, and the pendant dangling from its hilt swayed more vigorously than before. "I'm glad you appreciate it. We take great pride in our village." Though his words overflowed with quiet pride in Kirigakure's accomplishments, his eyes betrayed a deep unspoken melancholy. At that moment, observant Ryutai noticed the pendant on Kagura's sword hilt. He stepped forward and pointed directly at the ornament. "Hey! Didn't expect you to be a fan of Kage Masaru too. Yes, I greatly admire his films." Kagura deliberately raised his blade slightly, causing the pendant, now catching the breeze, to sway even more dramatically. It was a crimson pair of sunglasses, yet its shape resembled a mask covering only the eyes. Just then Denki, who had remained utterly silent until now, suddenly stirred. He glided soundlessly behind Kagura, his black shadow veiling his eyes, and opened his wallet directly at Kagura's back. "This is a theatrical release exclusive, a rarity beyond compare. How much would you ask to part with it?" His voice and movement startled Kagura so thoroughly that his face paled instantly. Though Kagura firmly declined, insisting he would never sell it, Denki persisted, wondering if his offer had simply been too low. One after another he withdrew 10 Thessandria notes from his bag, eventually producing 20 such bills, turning the situation deeply awkward. Only when Iwabe forcibly pulled Denki away did the group's tense atmosphere ease, at least temporarily. After an hour of exploration, they boarded a specially arranged coach bound for the heartland of the Land of Water. Though this city held immense strategic importance, and was thus placed directly under Kirigakure's administration for its protection, it was not Kirigakure's ancestral seat. Their true destination lay ahead: Kirigakure village itself. Truly befitting the most advanced of the 5 great nations, the journey proved remarkably smooth. The passengers felt no jolts or bumps whatsoever. All admired the passing scenery, except one. As Kirigakure drew nearer, Boruto's gaze grew increasingly grave. In his memories, on the very second night after arriving in Kirigakure, Shirmasumi and his new 7 swordsmen of the mist launched a coup, stealing the 7 legendary blades, each imbued with eerie, unpredictable powers. In his previous life, Sarada and Sumire had also been drawn into the conflict, forced to battle the insurgents. But that was the past. Boruto himself had since become an entirely different being. He resolved to resolve this crisis with utmost speed, ensuring none of his classmates stumbled unwittingly into peril. Shirmasumi, I will make you realize your new 7 swordsman is nothing but a farce from beginning to end. As he thought this, Boruto's gaze flickered almost imperceptibly toward the bandage wrapped around his wrist. Beneath it lay his secret weapon, carefully concealed for this very moment. Let me see just how formidable these so-called 7 blades truly are. His eyes drifted once more to the youth seated at the front, his next opponent. Their second match in 10 years. They arrived at Kirigakure as dusk settled and the moon rose, yet strangely though bright, the moon remained shrouded and indistinct. Thick mist characteristic of Kirigakure enshrouded the luminous orb completely, so dense that scarcely a sliver of moonlight pierced its veil to reach the earth below. The coach delivered them straight to their reserved hotel, an official accommodation arranged by the Land of Water government. The intent was clear: to strengthen diplomatic ties with Konohagakure. After all, many among this delegation were cherished heirs of Konoha's highest echelons. A modest investment could yield substantial diplomatic dividends. Why hesitate? Once inside, the children, except Boruto, were again awestruck by their surroundings. It was a luxury ocean-themed hotel. Colossal whale carvings adorned the walls and crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, both proclaiming opulence without uttering a word. Upon learning they'd be staying here, the students rushed upstairs with their luggage, vying fiercely for the best rooms. Only Boruto remained alone by the elevator. He cared little which room he occupied, for he knew he would hardly ever return to it. As he waited, Shino and Kagura resumed their conversation nearby, trivial pleasantries such as, "Thank you for the fine sake you provided." Once inside the elevator alone, the small white serpent, his covert channel to Orochimaru, slithered up to his ear. "Boruto-kun, Kabuto has agreed to assist us." Boruto's eyes lit up instantly. "Orochimaru-sama, let us proceed to the next phase of the plan." In the largest hotel of Wuin village, Boruto stood in front of the giant floor-to-ceiling window, speaking to the small white snake resting by his ear. Heian rolled back and forth on the hotel bed. Seeing that the bed was indeed very comfortable, Heian occasionally displayed a look of enjoyment on his face. The moon hung in the pitch-black night sky unlike before, as a strong wind had blown away the thick fog that shrouded the night. Now, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Boruto could clearly see the moon. "Mr. Orochimaru, the plan we discussed can commence now." Since this is a single room, Boruto was not worried about anyone overhearing him, so he spoke at a normal volume without any disguise. "To unify the world, it is impossible for just the 2 of us to accomplish this. Forming a sufficiently powerful organization is inevitable." Boruto crossed his arms and gazed up at the moon in the sky, his eyes filled with indifference. "According to the previous plan, the pharmacist Do is willing to join us, making him the first member of our organization." After playing on the bed, Heian fell asleep, snoring softly. "So next, I hope you can continue to recruit like-minded companions." Boruto assigned a new task to Orochimaru to further strengthen the organization. "You really know how to command people, Boruto-kun." Orochimaru finally couldn't help but complain about Boruto's continuous demands, treating him like a servant. Since only the 2 of them knew about the plan, various tasks were primarily handled by Orochimaru. "Sorry, but now that Do has joined, you can take it easier." As for assigning Do to handle information gathering, it was not a sudden inspiration. Boruto had considered this long before deciding to invite Do. After all, Do had previously been a ninja responsible for espionage work, and in terms of data collection he was even more professional than Orochimaru. "Well then, let's end this call. By the way, after this task is complete, come to me." Orochimaru finally reminded Boruto, realizing that if Tsunade continued to follow him, it would inevitably lead to trouble one day. So he wanted to have a serious talk with Boruto about Tsunade. Alright Mr. Orochimaru, please remember our organization only needs true strong individuals who can help us unify the ninja world. Understood. Boruto's gaze remained fixed on the moon in the sky. He had already discussed the formation of the organization with Orochimaru before. At that moment Orochimaru asked him a question: what should the organization be named? After pondering for a while, Boruto replied with a single word: Moon. The organization's name would be Moon, a thought that arose after recalling a name Naruto had once mentioned, which Naruto had proposed himself. He had said that if he were to unify the ninja world he would name the organization Moon, symbolizing a source of light illuminating the world in darkness. This name's inspiration came from the long-extinct Akatsuki organization. In Boruto's memory, Naruto once told him that one of his greatest regrets in life was being too naive in his youth. He advised Boruto not to always think of wanting everything when making decisions. If one cannot make sacrifices, in the end they might end up with nothing. A powerful enemy would indeed force nations and ninjas to unite, but what if the enemy were so powerful that they could not be looked up to? In the face of such an enemy, an alliance agreement would be a joke. When those willing to enforce the agreement disappear, who would come to help when one's own safety is at stake? This was the conclusion drawn by Naruto and him while sitting on the Shadow Rock under the moonlight watching the completely destroyed Konoha village. Now Boruto fully understood that to combat future enemies he must be willing to let go of certain things. Unifying the ninja world is the only way to gain the power to confront enemies, so casualties are inevitable in this process, but he would not stop his steps. Standing under the floor-to-ceiling window, Boruto shifted his gaze from the moon and unwrapped the bandages on his left hand. There beneath the bandages he had etched a prominent character for sword with special ink on his wrist. This was a ninja tool storage technique used on scrolls where a sealing spell was drawn with special ink. If done correctly, one could store the necessary ninja tools within. This was also taught to him by his master Sasuke, who said that by doing so it would be easier to carry larger ninja tools during an escape. Not only was it convenient, but it could also catch opponents off guard during battles. Inside was exactly what Uzuki Yukino had promised Boruto, a gift after he completed his own Konoha-style development. This meant that by the time this semester was not even halfway through, Boruto had already mastered his own Konoha-style swordsmanship. Tomorrow night let the ninja swords of Wuin witness the swordsmanship from Konoha. Boruto gently stroked the character for the sword with his right hand. The young boy had made up his mind that starting tomorrow he would let the entire ninja world spread the name Konoha style among sword masters. And there was a genius disciple of the already deceased Konoha Hotan user, Kageyuki Kazekage. After a night passed the next day, Shino gathered them in the lobby of the hotel. As expected, Kagura also arrived, still needing to fulfill his role as a guide. His face bore the same gentle smile as yesterday, occasionally greeting other classmates. He was as polite and considerate as he had been the day before. However, as a fellow swordsman, Boruto could clearly sense that his aura was disturbed. The first time he saw him he gave the impression of a sword with repressed sharpness. Although it was impossible to judge his strength, it was clear that his sword heart was bright and his sword intent was honorable and unwavering. However, now he radiated sword intent that was still honorable but without that previous calmness and determination. It seemed that during the night Juzo had sought him out, informing him of his plans. As a result, under Juzo's influence he fell into confusion, beginning to hesitate about whether to join them in rebellion. This meant that Wuin Village's timeline had not changed. Tonight Juzo would lead his so-called new 7 ninja swordsmen to steal 7 ninja swords, creating chaos in an attempt to restore Wuin Village's blood mist policy. Today's study tour was entirely about visiting various museums and memorial halls, and when they returned to the hotel, Shino even assigned homework. After the study tour they were to write a reflection on this trip. If this action elicited wails from many classmates. This even included Rokudai. Despite being clever, he hated doing homework because he found it troublesome. After returning to his room, Boruto sneaked out of the hotel under the cover of night, but his actions were discovered by a classmate staying across from him. Thus a small tale followed behind Boruto. Tonight the moon is completely obscured by dark clouds and the fog, already thick, is even denser than usual. Boruto arrives at a venue he is visiting tonight under the cover of darkness, where as expected Shikamaru and Kagura will meet. This place is used for the younger generation of ninjas to practice their swordsmanship. Today Boruto and his friends visited here where a group of children around their age were practicing. The swordsmanship of the Hidden Mist Village is among the top in the 5 great villages, second only to the Hidden Cloud Village. Just as Boruto stepped through the entrance of the venue, his figure vanished. Where did he go? A classmate trailing behind him, lost in thought for a moment, questioned as they realized they had lost sight of him. Suddenly she felt a chill behind her and quickly sidestepped, rolling on the ground. When she got up, she was already holding a sharp shuriken. She had taken the opportunity to pull it from her bag while rolling on the ground. With her right hand holding the shuriken in front of her chest, she used her other hand to guard her face, keeping a close watch on the figure that had just attacked her. The person stood still, which puzzled her. Just as she was about to speak, the person spoke first. "How is it you, Sarada? Why did you follow me?" It turned out that the tailing figure behind Boruto was Sarada, who lived in the room opposite his. Upon hearing his voice, Sarada confirmed the identity of the person who had just attacked her. It was indeed Boruto, who had just disappeared before her eyes. "I noticed something was off with your behavior since yesterday," Sarada said as she stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "I saw you sneaking out and felt uneasy, so I followed you." Boruto, hearing her reply, helplessly rubbed his forehead. Originally Boruto had not intended to involve any other classmates, but he never expected Sarada to follow him. Moreover, she had accompanied him all the way here, and it was almost time for Kagura and Shikamaru to meet, leaving Boruto no time to send Sarada back. Left with no choice, he could only let her continue to follow him. "Next, I need to meet a few people. If you insist on coming along, I have 3 conditions." Boruto held up 3 fingers toward Sarada and said his requirement seriously. 1. You are not allowed to act without my command. 2. You cannot be more than 5 meters away from me. With each condition he stated, he lowered a finger until his right hand formed a tight fist. 3. If I tell you to run, you must run quickly no matter the situation. If you can't do that, I won't take you with me. You should understand that if I want, you won't be able to find me at all. Sarada understood that Boruto was referring to the method he had just used to disappear. Just as she was about to retort, she was interrupted. But, Sarada had no choice but to lower her hands, which she had clenched into fists in front of her chest, and reluctantly agreed to Boruto's conditions. All right. The two then entered the venue together. The first floor featured a massive pool filled with water. Although it was a pool, its true nature was that of a competition arena. Boruto and Sarada hid behind the railing of the second floor viewing platform. Time passed quickly, and about 10 minutes later 2 groups of people emerged from the entrances on either side of the arena. On one side stood the lone Kagura, while on the other was Shikamaru leading the 6 ninja blades. "As expected, you came." Shikamaru spoke first, having anticipated Kagura would arrive on time. He tossed a uniquely shaped weapon to Kagura, which was one of the 7 ninja blades, the twin blades Hiramakarei. Kagura caught it effortlessly, but instead of shouldering Hiramakarei immediately, he asked a question that lingered in his heart. "What exactly do you want to do?" "War." Shikamaru strapped a weapon longer than his own height across his back, its surface covered in spikes. "The ninja world today is too boring. As ninjas, aside from undertaking trivial tasks like catching cats and dogs, we are of little use. I aim to shatter this dull state of the ninja world. I want ninjas to stand at the pinnacle of this world once more." Shikamaru spread his arms wide to Kagura, adopting a pose as if to embrace him. "And you, Kagura, as the grandson of the 4th Hokage who established the Blood Mist policy, naturally should join us. Let us create a new Hidden Mist Village and a new ninja world." Since his birth, Kagura has always lived in the shadow of his grandfather, feeling like a sinner, believing he was incompatible with the world. Under Shikamaru's influence since childhood, he has continuously denied his own identity. He thought he should exist as cruel as the 4th Hokage. As he gradually trembled while holding the blade, he slowly began to shoulder Hiramakarei. Pooh! At that moment an untimely laugh came from the second floor viewing platform. "Boruto, what are you laughing at?" Sarada whispered urgently, trying to stop Boruto's laughter. "Who?" Just as Boruto's laughter echoed, a slender tall boy behind Shikamaru shot a shuriken toward the direction of the sound, which ultimately lodged into the railing. "Come out." The boy pulled out more shuriken from his bag to threaten Sarada and Boruto to reveal themselves. Not just him, several other boys and girls began to form seals. Under such a threat, Boruto and Sarada had no choice but to step out from behind the railing. Boruto stood on the railing looking down at the seven below while Sarada obediently stood behind the railing. I assume this is the son of the Hokage, Lord Boruto. I wonder if I have offended you in any way. Although he had heard this speech in his previous life, it still sounded convincing. Now with the memories of his past life hearing Shikamaru's declaration of independence again, Boruto could not help but chuckle. He could only say he had underestimated Shikamaru's foolishness. With their average strength being below that of a special jonin, they thought they could overturn the ninja world. I just think your ideas are too naive. How many of you have ever witnessed blood gushing from someone's neck? Just because you read in history books about ninjas killing many opponents during wars, you think you can do that too? As the saying goes, the truth is a sharp blade. These kids born in an era of peace and averaging under 16 years of age have no opportunity to encounter such things. Only Shikamaru may have killed before, but in Boruto's eyes he lacked the awareness of a ninja. A killer is always hunted. In the future, Boruto would see their so-called revolution as merely a bunch of kids with delusions of grandeur. Just after Boruto finished speaking, the boy who had thrown the shuriken was clearly enraged. Whoosh! A flurry of shuriken sliced through the air. Although Boruto dodged easily, he forgot that he wasn't the only one standing there. Swish! Sarada was caught off guard and a cut appeared on her arm. Boruto quickly checked on her condition, and after confirming she wasn't seriously injured, he took off his jacket. After folding it neatly, he asked Sarada to hold it for him. Then he jumped directly down from the second floor, landing heavily on the water's surface, splashing up a thick wall of water. I originally wanted to chat with you guys. Boruto's voice came from behind the water wall, laced with a chilling murderous intent. But it seems that's unnecessary now. One could say the boy who had thrown the shuriken was unlucky. Boruto had come alone to avoid involving his friends. Yet he had inadvertently harmed Boruto's friend. We shouldn't have engaged in this so-called new Shinobi 7. The man lying on the ground had his arms completely shattered and his ribs were caved in. Despite being in a state of struggling for breath, he still mustered the strength to utter these words. The man who had been insulted was not in a good state either. He slumped against the wall, blood continuously oozing from his mouth. His most serious injury was on his left arm, which had been severed directly at the shoulder by a sharp blade. If no one had provided him urgent treatment, he would have certainly died from excessive blood loss. As for his severed arm, it was still soaking in a nearby large water pool. Not only the two of them but several others had also sustained varying degrees of injuries. Recalling just moments ago they had wielded different ninja blades, exuding confidence and bravado. Now they had come to a complete understanding. Indeed, their so-called revolution was nothing but a joke. The six of them, armed with the finest ninja blades from the hidden mist village, found themselves unable to withstand even a single attack from a younger boy. They had been defeated by this boy to the point that they felt no anger. Despite the nearby blades, they had no thoughts of picking them up for revenge. Now a deathly silence lingered among them as they could only wait for their companions to find someone to rescue them. The one who had defeated them was now conversing with Kagura not far away on the surface of the water. After about 10 minutes had passed, the girl who had just left finally returned with a group to save them. Along with her were not only medical personnel but also a group of fully armed ninjas. Even the current Mizukage was present with a ninja blade hanging from his waist. Upon seeing the dire situation of those at the scene, he was convinced of what Sarada had just told him. If we don't hurry, those guys might die under Boruto's blade. His gaze shifted away from the sprawled figures on the ground and focused on the two boys on the surface of the water in the distance. Though he couldn't hear their conversation, judging by the smile on Boruto's face, it seemed they were enjoying their chat. He found it hard to imagine how Boruto, a child born in an era of peace, could still smile so joyfully after experiencing a battle that could be described as devastating. Most importantly, he realized the necessity of strengthening ties with the Leaf Village. In this generation, due to Naruto and Sasuke's presence, the entire ninja world could only maintain good relations with Konoha. Currently it seemed that if Boruto could grow up smoothly, the next generation would also have to choose to foster good relations with Konoha. If in Boruto's heart a good impression could be left now, he would surely gain more benefits in diplomatic relations later. Thus he wiped away the frown on his face, replaced by a radiant smile. Baruto-kun, he raised his voice to capture the other's attention, and as Baruto turned to look at him he gradually approached the two boys. Thank you for helping us eliminate the threat to the village. His tone was filled with admiration for Baruto, lavishing him with praise. After all, in his perception Baruto was merely a 12-year-old child. Children at this age were easily swayed. Ha ha ha, thank you Lord Mizuki, you overestimate me. Baruto was well aware of his thoughts, but at such a moment he couldn't afford to lose face. So he jogged to his front, successfully cutting down the distance he had to cover. It was just luck. Baruto appeared very humble in every word he spoke, making him feel that his little scheme had gone unnoticed, achieving the desired effect. Truly a tiger father begets no dog son. Chojiro continued to flatter Baruto, his face filled with admiration as he patted Baruto's shoulder. However, only he knew the true thoughts in his heart. Baruto also feigned a humble demeanor, as both were wily foxes. To outsiders it appeared as a scene of harmony between elders and juniors. From now on you have no more business here, go back and rest well. In the end Chojiro spoke in a caring tone, urging Baruto and Sarada to return to the hotel to rest. Kagura see them off. Under his arrangement Kagura prepared to leave with Baruto. Just as the three passed by the sprawled figures, Baruto suddenly stopped in his tracks. He spoke to the man who was truly receiving treatment. Don't forget my earlier advice. Although he had tried hard to use a friendly tone with them, it still made several of them tremble. Seeing their reaction, Baruto could only shrug his shoulders, looking helplessly at the others. After receiving a resigned smile from Chojiro, he finally left. The time had now reached the early hours of the morning and the moon had disappeared from the sky. Naturally, the thick clouds that had obscured it were gradually dispersing. Light belonging to the sun was already emerging from below the horizon, and the white mist that had enveloped the streets of the hidden mist village was also thinning. It seemed today was a good day. Baruto's study trip could continue. However, not only Baruto but also Sarada beside him had no mood to participate. Baruto was fatigued from staying up late, while Sarada had yet to recover from her previous shock. The group arrived at the lobby of the hotel, and at this time Baruto asked Kagura for a favor. He knew that Kagura would have to continue his guiding duties later, so he asked him to request a leave of absence from teacher Shino, as he needed to rest well during the day. By the way, please help her take a leave as well. Baruto pointed at Sarada, who was waiting for the elevator with him, still reminiscing about Baruto's earlier actions. Upon hearing her name mentioned, she finally reacted. No need, I'm not that tired. She proposed her own thoughts but was directly rejected by Baruto, who reassured Kagura to ignore her and do as he instructed. Thus Sarada returned to the door of her room in a daze. Just as she was pulling out her key and opening the door, she heard Baruto calling her. Oh hey, it's time to return my clothes. It turned out that Baruto had asked her to hold on to his jacket last night, and it was still draped over her shoulders. When she went to inform the Mizuki, she had worn it over her clothes for convenience. Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost forgot about it. I thought you were cold and wanted to wear it to avoid the chill. His words caused Sarada's cheeks to flush instantly, and she threw the jacket onto Baruto's head before swiftly running into her room and slamming the door. Outside, the jacket covering Baruto's head blocked one of his eyes, but he could still see from the other eye that he looked quite bewildered. Did I offend her in some way? Inside the room, Sarada leaned against the door, feeling quite embarrassed as she recalled her earlier behavior. It seems to smell like lavender. Is it the scent of the laundry detergent? Somehow she remembered the fragrance of the jacket she had been wearing. In the girl's memory, although the boy had been merciless, his words were quite handsome. Kid, you shouldn't have sustained such heavy injuries, but who told you to hurt my friend? As Sua Liana reminisced, her thoughts gradually returned to the moment when Baruto handed over his coat. Baruto, may I ask if we have any grievances? Shiching's way of speaking was very direct, and as he spoke he gestured for the others to prepare. Upon receiving his command, everyone except Kagura took up their weapons. Including himself, there were a total of 4 men and 2 women. He also took down the large knife Samahata strapped to his back and slowly uncovered the white cloth that covered it. No. After receiving Baruto's answer, he continued to ask, then please leave on your own. We do not wish to harm you. Although he said this, the movement of his hands did not stop for a moment. Do you think I am a fool? Boruto untied the bandage around his wrist and carelessly tossed it away. As it touched the water's surface, ripples spread out from its center. Due to the material, it did not sink but floated on the water's surface. You don't need me to explain why you chose to rebel during this time, right? Boruto grasped his wrist with his right hand, covering the character sword, and activated his chakra to break the seal on his wrist. The speed of unsealing was rapid. A sword hilt slowly emerged from his wrist, wrapped in spirals of leather for better grip. So I must stop you before you begin to act. Boruto gripped the hilt firmly and suddenly pulled out a ninja sword from a dark red scabbard sealed at his wrist. However, Boruto did not draw the sword directly, rather he held both the sword and scabbard in his left hand, letting his hand hang naturally by his side. From this angle it was clear that this sword was not suitable for Boruto's current use. The entire sword, including the hilt, measured 1.06 meters, while Boruto himself was only about 1.5 meters tall, making it as if he were wielding a scaled-down version of himself in battle. However, he appeared unperturbed by the size of the sword. Since you, Boruto, have already guessed, then we shall not hold back. Kagura did not understand the dialogue between the two and could only ask why they must fight. Boruto's answer was that their target from the very beginning was Boruto and his group. With their group's strength, it would be too difficult to instigate a rebellion directly, and they would soon be suppressed by the Mizukage. However, if he could find a way to exhaust the Mizukage's clones, then his plan could proceed more smoothly. Thus he prepared to set his sights on Boruto and his group, who had just arrived in the Hidden Mist village. If he could kill one of them, the Mizukage would fall into a diplomatic crisis. With the backing of those behind them stirring the pot, the Mizukage would be utterly trapped. The people behind you. Upon hearing this, Kagura finally understood the confidence Shurcheng had in launching a rebellion. A bastard noble from the Land of Water's daimyo family. Boruto spoke precisely about their reliance. Not only Kagura but everyone present was shocked, including Shurcheng himself. How do you know? Shicheng's voice was loud and panicked. He couldn't imagine how Boruto knew such hidden information. Was it from the Mizukage? You don't need to know, I just think you are too foolish. You keep saying you want to elevate ninjas to the pinnacle of the ninja world, yet you are merely a lackey. Boruto's voice grew louder with increasing sarcasm. You don't realize that a bastard with no inheritance rights could help you achieve the position of Mizukage. Oh, after all, you are just a frog at the bottom of a well, having never seen true power yet thinking your strength is invincible. Do you really think that just because you have that sword in your hand you can become the strongest in the ninja world? Shurcheng, being of the same clan as Kisame, greatly admired his uncle for wielding Samahata and becoming famous in the ninja world. Naturally, he would not tolerate anyone slandering Samahata. Fueled by anger, he charged at Boruto with Samahata in hand. Clang! The moment Shurcheng charged, Boruto drew the exquisitely shaped katana, executing a drawing slash. As chakra flowed, a blue light appeared along the blade. At the moment the charge was complete, Boruto fiercely slashed forward. Konoha style, wind break. This is a basic technique in the Konoha style which involves infusing a certain amount of wind chakra into the drawing slash. The blue blade of light aimed directly at Shurcheng, who was rushing towards Boruto. The crowd could clearly hear the sound of the air being torn apart, and the water surface it passed over was cut deeply. The water quickly retreated to the sides, unable to close back in. By the time Shurcheng reacted, it was already too late to dodge. He could only forcibly block it with Samahata, which led to the sharp metallic clash heard earlier. Shurcheng, struck by the blade's light, managed to ease the impact by retreating. If it weren't for Samahata's sufficient toughness, this move would have surely cleaved him in two. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead and his hands gripping Samahata trembled. In that moment he realized that the young man across from him was far from simple. However, he did not lose his fighting spirit, as he understood that such a powerful sword technique would come with great limitations. Can I finish what I was saying? Boruto casually rested the sword on his shoulder, appearing unfazed, but only he knew the true situation. The facts indicated that Shurcheng was correct. This level of swordsmanship indeed required significant release conditions. Firstly, there was a massive chakra requirement, and secondly, a long charging time. If Boruto had used his previous chakra amount for one more strike, he would have collapsed to the ground. However, due to the presence of the dark cloud, he was not lacking in chakra, so the earlier strike did not affect him at all. However, the second condition was unavoidable, so there would likely be no opportunity to use this technique again, as the opponent would not be foolish enough to give him time to charge. I do not look down on this sword. Saying this, Boruto lowered the sword from his shoulder and pointed it at Shurcheng and the others one by one. Rather, I look down on you guys, a group of oblivious delusional youths. Upon hearing Boruto's evaluation of them, Shurcheng could no longer restrain himself and was ready to strike. They all raised their swords before their chests, waiting for Shurcheng's command. Shurcheng also regained his composure and looked at Boruto. Finally unable to hold back. Boruto's tone remained unchanged, showing no sign of tension. With his empty left hand he formed hand seals using the shadow clone technique to summon 5 clones, each holding a kunai. Although he could have summoned more. I have heard that the Hidden Mist Village once had a group of 7 ninja swordsmen renowned in the ninja world for their silent killing technique. While Boruto's main body spoke, one of the clones quickly formed hand seals and executed a technique familiar to everyone in the Hidden Mist Village. Cho, Si, Wei, Misty Shadow Technique. Next, I invite everyone to critique my silent killing technique. In the thick fog, Boruto and his clones simultaneously employed another ninjutsu, a technique he had learned not long ago. Void Technique, Shadowless Walk. The essence of phase shift lies in altering the way light refracts around oneself. A month has passed since he acquired the insights from the Moonlight Gale, and on the 3rd day after signing the contract with the Dark Clouds, he achieved the previously unattainable stability in the phase shift chakra form. In the time that followed, he continuously sought more efficient ways to utilize it. It was during his research that Boruto discovered a ninja named Momochi Zabuza from history. With a basic technique of the mist shadow combined with his exceptional assassination skills, he devised a technique known as the silent killing technique, gaining fame in the ninja world. Thus an inspiration struck Boruto: if a mist shadow technique could achieve such feats, to what extent could he conceal his presence using phase shift? Thus Boruto's unique silent killing technique was born, employing phase shift along with his superb swordsmanship to create an assassination method that was nearly impossible to defend against. Be careful. Boruto's voice echoed from all directions as the mist surrounded several individuals who had no idea where Boruto's true form was located. This assassination technique was specially modified by Boruto to counter them. Indeed, Boruto's phase shift was formidable, but while maintaining invisibility he could hardly use any other jutsu. Thus there were only 2 methods to counter his phase shift: an exceptionally perceptive ninja or a wide-area indiscriminate jutsu attack. Facing these individuals, the only thing Boruto needed to watch out for was the powerful lightning-generating ninja blade, Raikiri. The surface of the water provided a unique battlefield. If he wished to avoid harming his comrades, it was unlikely that the girl wielding the blade would use it. So it would come down to a wide-area water release, but it had a fatal weakness: it was slow both in activation and movement speed. With Boruto's agility, evading it would be a simple matter. Don't die now, I have confidence in my swordsmanship. Surrounded by thick mist, the few individuals were completely unaware of Boruto's location. After all, none among them were adept at sensing, and this dense fog was a deliberate tactic used by Boruto. It masked the ripples created by Boruto's feet on the water's surface. Step, 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 the chaotic footsteps echoed around 6 pairs of feet moving irregularly. The person who had previously thrown shurikens noticed that the footsteps around him were increasing. They drew closer, yet when he looked towards the sounds he found no one. Only the persistent ripples beneath his feet hinted that something was approaching. He tried to call out, but no sound emerged. Despite nothing being in front of him, he couldn't make a noise. When he attempted to flee, he found not only was his mouth blocked, but something also restrained him in place, preventing him from even struggling. Just when he didn't know what to do, a very small voice reached his ear, seemingly appearing right beside him. "Shoo, don't move." The voice was Boruto's, his tone exceptionally cold. "You may not feel it, but there's a kunai pressed against your neck right now. Just 2 centimeters from your neck. Guess what will happen to your life if you move? From now on, no matter what happens, you better not move." In the thick white mist, a once-spirited young boy was undergoing torment he had never experienced since birth. Boruto commanded his shadow clone to raise his arms and attack his hands with precise strikes. Use wind release. Blow away the mist. Shurchengzhen shouted. He understood that if this continued the tension would eventually shatter their spirits, so they could not delay any longer. Upon receiving his command, the shorter girl holding the long knife immediately began forming hand seals. Wind release, wind sand. This was her most extensive wind release technique. While its power was not great, it could disperse the mist. Whoosh, a hurricane swept through the venue, successfully blowing away the fog. Once the white mist cleared, they could only see one of their comrades, the one wielding the decapitating sword. He was now standing in a peculiar posture, arms raised straight as if nailed to a cross. His eyes gazed at the ceiling, tears streaming down his face, occasionally emitting a sound of woo-woo-woo. Quick, save him. After Shurchengzhen gave this command, the others rushed towards their controlled companion. TCH. Boruto knew that if he didn't deal with that girl, continuing to use phase shift on the water surface would reveal him due to the ripples created by his feet, so he decided to stop tormenting the poor guy. He dispelled his invisibility and delivered a powerful kick to the guy's chest, sending him flying like a broken sack to the edge of the pool. Then he immediately shifted his focus to the girl who had released the wind release. The clone and his main body both exerted force simultaneously, driven by chakra resembling a flash of light as they dashed towards the group. Boruto's main body directly confronted the girl. To continue using his silent killing technique, he first needed to eliminate her. Boruto's blade was no ordinary weapon, and with the enhancement of his physical body by the dark cloud chakra, the power unleashed with a single strike was beyond what this girl could withstand. The sewing needle was renowned for its technique, requiring little strength from the user, especially not from a 15 or 16-year-old girl wielding it. In her eyes, Boruto's speed was so fast that it was nearly impossible to react. By the time she finally did react, she could only muster enough time to parry Boruto's attack with her blade. Boruto did not employ any flashy sword techniques, merely executing a straightforward downward slash. Clang, the clash of metal was deafening, followed by a tremendous sound. Boom, whoosh, the immense force impacted her arms, sweeping through her entire body, and finally her feet made contact with the water's surface. The water, due to the tremendous impact, surged into a towering splash, forming droplets that quickly descended. Once the splash settled, all that remained was the sight of the girl's knife-wielding hand limply falling, even the rare demon blade discarded beside her. She looked at Boruto in shock, a cold gleaming blade pressed against her neck. Waiting for Boruto to declare her demise, she closed her eyes in fear as she saw him begin to move. However, the anticipated death did not come. She only felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was rapidly flying away from the pool. Thud, this was the sound of her back hitting the wall. Don't go, Wang Lina, Boruto said softly. Just as the main body dealt with that girl, the other few guys apart from Shurchengzhen were also taken care of by the clones. One clone held Shurchengzhen back while two clones faced off against the large man wielding a blade, and the other two dealt with the lightning blade woman and the explosive blade man. The reason the lightning blade woman was taken down was similar to that of the needle woman. Due to being on the water's surface, her greatest advantage with the lightning blade could not be unleashed, forcing her to compete in swordsmanship against Boruto's clone. In the end, the clone utilized the fork on the lightning blade to simultaneously send both blades flying into the water, leaving her with no choice but to surrender. After all, her initial motivation for joining the new group of 7 ninja blades was merely to obtain that blade. Now that she was without her blade, she naturally had no reason to continue fighting. The man with the explosive blade, on the verge of launching an explosive attack on Boruto, was struck by a lightning release from a kunai that Boruto had used to make contact with the blade, paralyzing his body, followed by a Rasengan that hit him squarely. He was sent flying unconscious. As for the big guy, he was simply a simpleton being toyed with by the two clones until he eventually collapsed from exhaustion. Now Shurchengzhen was the only one left standing in this ragtag version of the 7 ninja blades. It is worth noting that from when Boruto mocked them to resolving the situation with them, less than 20 minutes had passed, during which he even chatted with them. Boom, Shurchengzhen finally shook off Boruto's clone, having spent considerable effort to eliminate one. Now he faced 4 clones and a main body whose strength he could not discern. Boruto maintained the same posture of carrying the large sword on his shoulder, watching him leisurely. Shurchengzhen's hand gripping the sword trembled much more than before. He was on the verge of losing his grip. He understood that the upcoming duel would definitively determine the victor, yet he also realized that relying solely on himself could pose no threat to Boruto. Thus he turned his gaze to the figure watching the spectacle from the second floor. Water release, water shark bullet technique. His hands came together forming a tiger mouth pointing toward Sarada, and then a shark made of water emerged beneath him. With an unparalleled speed it lunged toward Sarada on the second floor. Sarada. The speed was so swift that even Boruto couldn't react in time, naturally unable to stop it. Boom! After the water shark struck Sarada, she was slammed into the wall behind her, losing consciousness. At that moment the sound of air being broken came from behind Boruto, who had no time to react and could only hastily block. He was then pushed back several meters by the tremendous impact. Due to the lack of preparation for the block, his wrist sustained a certain degree of injury. This was the cleverest plan that Shurjungjun could devise with his not-so-bright mind, using his companion's injury to distract Boruto, and then he seized the chance to attack Boruto. However, he clearly forgot why Boruto had initiated the attack against them in the first place. When he looked back at Boruto, all he found waiting for him was a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. What he was about to face next was a demon that had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Boruto chose not to attack him with the clones but rather faced him alone with his main body. As for the clones, they were responsible for keeping an eye on the guys lying aside as well as checking on Sarada's condition. They approached in the same swift manner as before but much faster this time. Shurjungjun understood that if he engaged Boruto in close combat he would undoubtedly lose, so he drew upon his vast chakra to perform a jutsu. Water release, Great Water Collision Wave. The water surface beneath his feet suddenly boiled and a towering waterfall appeared in front of him, pressing forward towards Boruto in a forward-leaning posture. The waterfall pressing towards Boruto resembled a massive pocket, leaving him nowhere to escape. Puff! Watching Boruto disappear beneath the giant wave, Shurjungjun couldn't help but feel a surge of victorious joy. It seems I have won. Just as he was admiring his achievement, a figure sprang up from beneath the water surface at his feet. The first thing that appeared in his view was the tip of a blade piercing through the recently calm water surface like an arrow. Then Boruto's face filled with rage appeared before him, moving at an incredible speed, closing the distance between them. With all his might he narrowly dodged the blade aimed at his jaw. However, he still suffered a minor injury, a gash appearing on his chin. After successfully evading Boruto's murderous slash, Shurjungjun quickly retreated to a relatively safe position. Seeing that his strike had failed, Boruto did not dwell on it, immediately gathering his strength for the next attack. Shurjungjun was still astonished by how Boruto had escaped from the jutsu just moments ago. Before he could react, Boruto charged at him again. Damn it! The distance between them was such that Shurjungjun had no time to release a jutsu, forced to grit his teeth and engage Boruto in battle. Clang clang clang! Boruto swung his sword rapidly, leaving Shurjungjun with no choice but to defend, continuously unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. His sword was already exceptionally heavy, and after expending a large amount of chakra to perform the jutsu, his defenses became increasingly difficult to maintain. Gradually losing strength in a moment of carelessness, Boruto's downward slash completely tore through his defenses. He could only use his shoulder to support his shark muscle. But a sense of despair rose within him. He had not anticipated that the force behind Boruto's downward pressure was still increasing. The blade made intimate contact with his shoulder, and Boruto's subsequent actions instilled fear in all the conscious men and women present. Swish! Boruto chose not to spare him, and with the sound of the blade cutting into flesh, Shurjungjun cried out in pain. As if a hot knife had met butter, Shurjungjun's arm was severed cleanly at the root by Boruto. He pressed down on his wound in agony, trying to stop the bleeding as best as he could. His cries echoed throughout the venue, and all who witnessed this battle understood. This 12-year-old boy in his role as a ninja was nothing more than an emotionless killing machine. Before you die, I have one last thing to tell you. Boruto placed the blade against his neck and coldly uttered the next words. As a tool of murder known as a ninja, you should always be prepared for death before each action. Boruto's words rang like the death knell proclaiming his demise, and after speaking he raised the ninja blade to end Shurjungjun's life. At that moment a voice successfully stopped Boruto's descending ninja blade, saving his life. Wait! A familiar voice came from the second floor. In the dimly lit interrogation room, 3 individuals sat around a lone table with a one-armed youth just rescued from danger on one side and 2 men with fierce expressions on the other. The man in charge of questioning extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. The other man leaned over the desk recording the exchange between the two. The youth looked up at the dim overhead light. The yellow glow made him feel a bit dizzy. This hazy sensation successfully reminded him of what the devil had said to him. "You should be grateful that my friend is fine, otherwise it wouldn't just be a severed arm." The youth struggled to recall the tone of that guy's voice when he spoke last, so cold and merciless. As he uttered those words, he could clearly feel the vitality draining from his wound. He realized that at that moment his life was worth no more than the weeds on the roadside to that man who was utterly indifferent. The reason he was still alive was simply that it was unnecessary. There was no need to waste time on such a waste. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he immediately rushed to her side without sparing a glance back at him. In other words, the strength he has displayed so far is already close to that of a jonin. The interrogation room had only 3 walls, if the 4th was a large one-way mirror. On the other side of the glass was another dimly lit room. However, compared to the interrogation room, the environment in that room was much better, and the individuals present had increasingly prominent identities. Most notably, both generations of the Mizukage from the Mist Village were present observing the interrogation through the glass, including the future Mizukage Kagura. Thus the youth in the interrogation room might be the only person ever interrogated by 3 generations of Mizukage since the founding of the Mist Village. This could be considered an unprecedented achievement, and it remains to be seen if there will be successors in the future. If what Shurchingen said is true, then Naruto's son will surely become the next generation's leading figure. Speaking was a woman who appeared to be around 50, dressed in blue with red hair. The wrinkles on her face could not diminish her aura. She must have been a beautiful woman in her youth. Her name was Terumi May, the 5th Mizukage, hailed as the leader who rescued the Mist Village from the abyss. Although she overthrew Yagura's rule through a coup, this was the desire of the Mist citizens at the time, which led to no one opposing her recommendation of Chojiro for the position of 6th Mizukage. This was due to her high prestige in the village, second only to the 1st Mizukage in history. Consequently, even after retiring for many years, she still assisted Chojiro in handling village affairs. Although Shurchingen is an idiot, there is no denying that his talent is indeed the best under Kagura. Chojiro, wearing the Mizukage hat, stroked his chin, his expression not looking very pleasant. "Kagura, if you were to face him, do you have a chance of winning?" Chojiro knew that, judging by Shurchingen's words, even Kagura, who was slightly stronger than him, would never stand a chance against Boruto. Yet he still asked a question to which he already knew the answer, hoping for a different response from Kagura. In response to Lord Chojiro, no. Kagura's firm answer extinguished the flame of hope within him. This meant that not only would this generation of the Mist Village live in the shadow of Konoha, but it was likely the next generation would as well. Why does Konoha always produce such talents? Chojiro lamented helplessly, considering that for a country like the Land of Water, which had nothing but fish as its resources, the only way to grow stronger was to expand its territory. They had already done this after the 4th Great Ninja War. Taking advantage of the chaos, they gradually annexed 1 or 2 small countries around them. However, since Naruto took office, their steps to expand territory had to come to a halt. Unlike previous Hokage who prioritized the interests of the Land of Fire, Naruto cared deeply about the survival of small nations. Under his influence as the strongest in the ninja world, the Land of Water had to abandon its expansion and shift its focus to maritime trade. However, various issues have arisen in this country recently, although they can still be resolved for now. But what about in the future? What about during Kagura's generation? Chojiro, you know that complaints do not solve problems. Terumi May, not only the former Mizukage but also Kojiro's mentor in governance, reminded him. I understand. With his hands resting on the table, Chojiro let out a long sigh, then raised his head, his gaze locked onto Shurchingen's figure through the glass, resolute and profound. Lady Terumi May, let's initiate that plan. I'll go make arrangements. After receiving the confirmed signal, Terumi May turned and left the room without a moment's hesitation. After she left, Chojiro picked up the intercom placed on the table and conveyed the upcoming orders to the 3 in the interrogation room. Alright, the interrogation is over, take Shurchingen back. His command interrupted the man who was about to continue questioning. Under the puzzled gaze of the others, one man entered the interrogation room to escort Shurchingen away. "Kagura, come with me to the office." Without waiting for Kagura's response, Chojiro left the room first. Hence Kagura had no choice but to follow him, bewildered. In room 404 of the Ocean Grand Hotel, Boruto had just awakened from a dream. Ever since Orochimaru informed him of the sudden appearance of the Zero organization, he had been having strange dreams. In the dream, under the light of the rising sun on the edge of a cliff filled with flowers and grass, a black-haired girl was saying something to him. Although he could not hear clearly what she was saying, he couldn't even see her face. Yet he could still determine that she was a girl. This puzzled Boruto. Could he have fallen under a genjutsu? He shared his experience with Kurowa, who replied that it would require a Sharingan-level genjutsu. Otherwise, under the protection of his chakra, Boruto should not have been able to fall victim to any genjutsu. This answer left Boruto even more confused, as he hadn't interacted with any Sharingan users other than Sarada recently. Moreover, just yesterday she told him how she evaded Shurchingen's water shark. She had only awakened the most basic Sharingan and had no ability to cast genjutsu. Additionally, there was no reason for her to use genjutsu on him. After dismissing the nonsensical thoughts in his mind, Boruto finished washing up and prepared to head downstairs for something to eat. Upon arriving at the lobby via the elevator, Boruto heard a familiar shout. "No way, you don't really think that winning against me in a game of Genshin Impact means you have some real skills, do you?" He looked towards the voice and found a familiar figure with yellow hair. In the brightly lit hall, several young boys sat on two sofas with a table between them filled with many local specialty snacks. Among them, two boys held game consoles playing a competitive game. The boy with yellow hair, having lost the match, indignantly pointed at the uniquely styled boy across from him and began to berate him. Regardless of his behavior, the boy sitting opposite appeared completely unconcerned. No matter what the other boy said, his response remained the same. "If you feel gloomy, just play." Often after he said this, he would pick up a snack from the table and eat it, continuing to enjoy watching the other guy's impotent rage. At that moment, one of the bespectacled boys noticed Boruto watching them. "Boruto!" His voice drew everyone's attention to Boruto, who had just stepped out of the elevator, and he waved back at them. "Boruto, do you want to play?" The one who spoke was Lutai, the same one who had thoroughly shattered the mentality of Jingjin with his technique. After hearing Lutai's question, Boruto replied that he would come later, as he was heading to the dining hall to grab something to eat. Having slept all day, he was extremely hungry. It was already around 6 or 7 in the evening, and Boruto had not expected to sleep for such a long time. Upon waking, his stomach began to protest, urging him to quickly find something to fill it. With Boruto's response, the others no longer insisted he join them to play, and the previously paused argument resumed as Jingjin began to scold Lutai again. Noticing that everyone's attention had shifted away from him, Boruto lifted his feet and headed towards the dining hall. Due to the unique nature of this hotel, it often hosted guests from all over the ninja world, including various national dignitaries, so the variety of food prepared in the dining hall was truly remarkable. This was precisely what delighted Boruto. During his previous life on the run, he had eaten fish for an extended period, and he, like Sasuke, had no talent in cooking, often ending up with food that was neither fully cooked nor raw. These experiences had left him somewhat averse to fish dishes. Thankfully, this hotel offered not just local cuisine but also food from other regions for him to choose from. He ordered several familiar dishes from the Land of Fire and sat down at a table near the window facing a familiar figure. The girl across from him had surprisingly changed into a different outfit than before. In front of her was a bowl of ramen. To avoid steam fogging her glasses, she had specifically taken them off while eating. Boruto had noticed her as soon as he entered the dining hall, understanding that after such a tumultuous night she would likely have questions for him. Strangely, however, she focused solely on her meal, completely ignoring Boruto, leaving him to eat in silence. Boruto was not alone. Kuroyu had followed him down as well. In front of him was a serving of fried mackerel. Each bite he took was punctuated by him licking his paws. Perhaps it was because Hinata truly treated him like a cat that he now found fried fish utterly irresistible. Even when alone with Boruto, he would unconsciously meow a couple of times. The atmosphere between the two was quite awkward. Sarada completely ignored Boruto, and he did not know what to say. Only Kuroyu's occasional meows broke the silence. "I'm leaving first, you eat." To Boruto's surprise, Sarada simply picked up her bowl and prepared to leave without asking anything. Wait. Boruto instinctively called out but regretted it as soon as he spoke. Do you have something to say? Sarada's words left Boruto completely stumped. He didn't know what to say to her. Should he explain what he had done yesterday? Why had he become so strong? No way, that would be tantamount to seeking death, right? It's nothing, him leaving first. All that was left for Boruto were the sounds of Sarada's footsteps and her fading silhouette. However, he did not see the blush on her cheeks after she turned away. After she left, Boruto was at a loss for what to do, quickly finishing his meal before also leaving the dining hall. Back in the hall under the dazzling lights, Lutai and the others were still sitting on those two comfortable sofas playing games and snacking. Boruto approached them, finding a vacant spot, and sat down. Seeing his listless expression, Lutai and the others were puzzled about what had happened, so they tacitly remained silent. Yuxiao Nan is really disgusting. Jingjin suddenly laughed at the screen of the game console, his laughter quite lewd. His words successfully broke the silence among them, pulling everyone out of the low atmosphere Boruto had brought with him. Weren't you just cursing me for being shady? How come you're now playing the so-called shady gameplay? Lutai teased Jingjin, who was struggling to suppress his laughter. Just now you were playing, now it's my turn. Is it the same? Jingjin felt no shame for his double standards and instead thought it was completely justified. Everyone was amused by his antics, even Boruto, who had just been looking gloomy, couldn't help but laugh. Let me see what you guys are playing. Boruto's mood shifted, prompting him to ask Lutai to show him the game console. He wanted to know what the two had been arguing about. Just as he got hold of the game console, Jingzen's sudden remark caught him off guard and the others immediately halted their actions. What's wrong looking so lifeless? Did you break up? This nonsensical comment stunned Boruto and the others paused. Even Lutai, who was drinking water, ended up spitting it out. Once they recovered from their shock, they all turned their curious gazes toward Boruto. Among them, Yanbu approached Boruto, tightly grasping his arms, leaning closer to him, his eyes shining with excitement illuminating Boruto's face. Really? When did it happen? From his heavy breathing, Boruto sensed Yanbu's excitement. He had never seen Yanbu like this before. He never knew that Yanbu would be so interested in gossip. It's a lie. Boruto finally responded directly to Jingzen's speculation and forcefully broke free from Yanbu's grip. However, judging by their expressions, the others did not believe Boruto's denial. Thus he could only frantically explain that he did not have a girlfriend, so there was no question of breaking up. After receiving a clear explanation, the others gradually calmed down. After catching his breath, Boruto took a sip of water and asked Jingjin where he got the idea that he was in a relationship. The answer he received left Boruto quite perplexed. Can't you see that? Jingjin pulled out the lollipop he had been sucking on. Still by the tea table, a few individuals were snacking while listening to Jingjin's analysis. Actually, on the second day after the school started, I noticed something was off. Jingjin, rarely speaking while putting his game console aside, was fully focused on narrating his reasoning process. Later during each class, you would intentionally steal a glance at her. He became increasingly excited, feeling like a genius, as if he were the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. He also discovered that after the semester began, Boruto always spoke to Sarada cautiously, knowing that they had known each other long before school started. Since Jingjin met the two of them, whenever they met they would try to make each other uncomfortable. He had never seen Boruto like this. In his narration, everyone's trust in his speculation continually rose. Skeptical glances converged on Boruto again. Before yesterday, Jingjin had only been curious about how their relationship had become so good. He hadn't thought in that direction until last night, when he stayed up late playing games and discovered an astonishing secret. At 11 o'clock last night, lying on the sofa, Jingjin saw two unbelievable figures through the nearby floor-to-ceiling window. Boruto left the hotel first, and shortly after Sarada also exited. It seemed normal at that moment. Jingjin continued to battle through the night for a rare item in the game event. At that time he saw Boruto and Sarada return to the hotel together, with Sarada wearing Boruto's clothes. Jingjin couldn't believe his eyes and even forgot to pick up the dropped game items. Thus he believed the two were hiding their relationship from all their companions and secretly getting together. This speculation kept him excited all day. Just after seeing Sarada quickly take the elevator upstairs, Boruto appeared with a lifeless expression which made Jingjin wonder if Boruto had suffered a heartbreak. Upon hearing this, the others became noticeably more excited, with Yanbu displaying the most obvious reaction. He reverted to his previous self, gripping Boruto's arms tightly and breathing heavily. "What were you two doing out together last night? Could it be?" As he spoke, Yanbu's face grew increasingly red, with steam inexplicably rising from his head. "How did you manage that? Teach me." When it came to matters between men and women, Yanbu became very proactive. It wasn't just Boruto, everyone was curious about why he was acting this way. Boruto could only deny that they were just ordinary friends, again stating that he had nothing to teach him. "By the way, who else have you told this speculation to?" It seemed Boruto realized why Sarada had been avoiding him today, and after breaking free from Yanbu's grasp once more, he asked a crucial question. "I also told Cho this morning." Jingjin scratched his head, pondering for a moment, as he had been in a daze all day, and finally recalled it. This morning, after receiving news from teacher Shino that Boruto and Sarada had taken a leave together, Cho, as Sarada's best friend, was naturally very concerned about her situation. To alleviate Cho's worries, Jingjin shared with her what he had seen this morning and last night. Now, after Boruto's reminder, he recalled Cho's shocked expression, even dropping the chips she was holding. For the daughter of the leader of the Akimichi clan to waste food, one can imagine how shocked she was. Upon hearing this, Boruto confirmed his suspicion that Cho must have told Sarada about this matter, which led to the awkward situation just now. Now Boruto understood that he must express himself to Sarada, otherwise, given her personality, she would definitely overthink, or rather it was the tendency of the Uchiha clan. Regarding this, it was also what Master Sasuke had told him: the Uchiha clan easily falls into a mental cage. This flaw is also the source of the Uchiha's power. It was because Sarada had activated her Sharingan in front of him that he decided to help Boruto escape from Konoha, as he understood clearly the cost that came with the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus Boruto hurriedly informed the others that he had urgent matters to attend to and stood to leave. Arriving at the door of room 403 where Sarada was staying, Boruto knocked after preparing himself mentally. Just as he was about to apologize, he found that it was not Sarada who opened the door but Cho. So the three of them looked at each other, falling into an awkward situation. In the Mist Village, in the Mizukage's office, two figures, one large and one small, one standing and one sitting, were none other than Chojuro and Kagura. Chojuro flipped through the documents on the table, which had just been brought by a ninja following Terumi Mice order. As Kagura glanced at the departing figure, he caught a glimpse of a photo of Shizun attached to the first page. In fact, Kagura and Shizun had known each other for a long time. They were friends in the ninja academy. Although the Mist Village had escaped from the predicament of the Blood Mist, one custom still remained. That was the graduation ceremony. In the past, for a child in the Mist Village to graduate and become a ninja, they had to kill their opponent during the graduation. Even if the opponent was a friend, the infamous Zabuza had earned the title of demon by killing all his classmates in the same year. That title was a recognition of his strength, but also an insult to his character, which later became the reason he wanted to overthrow the fourth Mizukage. Although today the graduation ceremony has become more moderate, accidents can still occur. During the graduation ceremony, due to Kagura's misfire, he almost took Shizun's life. The guilt had long haunted Kagura, which is why he would listen to Shizun's words all these years. Now that she had become a prisoner, Kagura wondered if there would ever be a day when they would meet again. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that a verdict on her fate was about to be announced. Although Kagura understood that Shizun had been using him all these years, he still regarded her as a friend in his heart. Due to his grandfather's influence, everyone in the Mist Village looked at him with a gaze that seemed to be observing a bug. The only two words he read in their eyes were, disgust. At that time, Shizun's presence was like a light illuminating his heart. He knew very well that their friendship at that time was pure. However, things changed after Shizun's family gradually fell from grace. The Kirigakure clan had always dealt with sharks in the sea. Their way of survival was like that of sharks, relying solely on plundering the lives of other beings. Kagura, listen carefully. The village will be restarting the 7 ninja swordsmen, and you will be the captain of the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Chang Shilong's words struck like a stone thrown into a placid lake, stirring tumultuous ripples across Shenle's previously tranquil heart. The Rendao Kairanzong was the highest special unit of Wuyin village, a corps whose prestige even eclipsed Shueiying's direct umbu. Composed of 7 warriors whose strength ranked only beneath Shueiying himself, each bore a yaodao, it was said that when all 7 acted in concert they possessed the power to raise a small nation. They were, apart from Shueiying and the tailed beasts, the village's 3rd great weapon. Since the Third Ninja World War, after a nameless Konoha shinobi reduced them to 3, most of the blades save Jiaoji and Pingdai vanished from Wuyin village. As for the Zhansho Dadeo, it was only recovered later after the 4th Shueiying eliminated the traitor Bipa Shirzong. Thus the Rendao Kairanzong became a hollow title. Later, no longer willing to serve, Nozomu took the Zhansho Dadeo and defected, while Kaki Shirgai departed Wuyin with Jiaoji. In the end, only a single member of the Rendao Kairanzong remained in Wuyin village, the wielder of the previous generation's Pingdi, who is now the Shueiying. After the 4th Great War, Wuyin village paid a high price to reclaim the 7 Yaodao, but thereafter the village ceased to rely upon the Rendao Kairanzong's might. All but Pingdai were placed in a concealed armory, their significance relegated to a single revered blade. In short, although Shinla was recognized as a member of the Rendao Kairanzong by Wuyin village, in truth the title had become little more than a name. It no longer served as the indispensable special unit of Wuyin village. Now that Chang Shirlang intended to reactivate the unit's roster, he was unmistakably signaling to Shinla that the village sought renewed strength. These fellows, though far weaker than you in raw power, are the finest among the new generation. Chang Shirlang spread 6 dossiers across the desk, in turn presenting them before Shinla. Each face on the pages was one Shinla knew well. They were the very ones Boren had dispatched with ease before, including Shurchungjin, now left with only 1 arm. From today onward they would serve under you, and your duties as Shueiying's escort would thus conclude. That was why Chang Shirlang had ended Shurchengshin's interrogation earlier. Though they were of little use in the present, one could not rule out their utility in the future. Boren's prowess had sent a clear message to Wuyin village. The next assembly of the 5 Kage would almost certainly remain led by Konoha. One must understand that the 5 Kage summit is far more than a simple meeting. It is a council of the supreme military commanders of the 5 most powerful nations. Every resolution they reach at that table shapes the geopolitical landscape of the shinobi world for the coming year. Wuyin village has held initiative in those talks, largely thanks to its near monopoly on maritime trade, but such dominance is not guaranteed forever. Coastlines are not exclusive to the water country. Apart from the sand-encircled wind country, several nations possess substantial shores. Among them, the lightning country is ringed by sea as well, and its overseas commerce is rapidly developing. Soon it may rival the water country. When that time comes, what advantage will the water country still possess? How can it maintain initiative at future 5 Kage summits? There is only one answer: power. Both Konoha and the Lightning Village secured their positions through strength. Likewise, the Rock Village holds no discernible edge. Even in terms of military might, it stands roughly equal to Wuyin, which is why Haito habitually found himself on the defensive during talks. That was true so long as Old Master Daimyu still lived. If he were to pass, how would Haito safeguard the interests of 2 country at the 5 Kage summit? Chang Shirlang understood he must carve a path for future Shueiying, so after Zhao Mei Ming posed that question, he had her take her leave to make preparations. In the days ahead you will train with them in secret, and upon completing your guiding assignment, Chang Shirlang of course would not rely on a single precaution. Cultivating good relations with Konoha's next generation was paramount. Just as today Konoha and the Sand Village have allied, a bond that expands their influence at the council. I will not ask what you and Boren discussed, simply strive to foster a good relationship with him going forward. His tone left no room for refusal. He told Shinla 2 final matters, each more confidential than the last. No sooner had he finished outlining the plan than a clear knock sounded at the office door. Both turned toward it, and Chang Shirlang motioned for Shinla to answer. Obeying the gesture, Shinla opened the door to faces he recognized at once. Zhao Mei Ming stood there, dossier in hand. At the sight of her, Shinla bowed deeply. Ah, Zhao Mei Ming. Zhao Mei Ming entered directly with no inclination for small talk. If the others followed her into the office, she strode to Chang Shirlang and handed over the papers with a nod. Shinla remained at the side of the table while the several who had accompanied her stood politely in a line. Each held himself erect, hands clasped behind his back, including Shurchungjin, who had but 1 arm. On their backs they bore Yao Dao, the very blades Boren had felled previously. From today you are the new Rendao Kairanshong with Shenle as your leader. Chang Shilang made no preface, he announced their roles and duties plainly. Henceforth you will train under Zhao Mei Ming until each of you attains the rank and prowess of elite Jonin. Before that time you must assume new names and conceal your identities. The Rendao Kairanshong designation will not be entered into any register. After the Fourth Great War the shinobi world had at least outwardly settled into a tenuous peace. If other villages learned of Wuyin village's intention to reactivate the Rendao Kairanshong, it would be difficult to allay suspicions that Wuyin harbored warlike ambitions. They could protest innocence, but others do not heed words, they judge by deeds. In international affairs hollow explanations carry no weight. After issuing his orders Chang Shilang dismissed most of them, though he retained Shurchengzhen. The others were merely impressionable swaggering youths easily swayed, but Shurchengzhen represented a genuine unstable element. A mere title of Rendao Kairanshong would not bind him, nor would Shenle's temperament make total control easy. A safeguard to ensure his obedience was therefore necessary. Chang Shilang approached him, placed a hand upon his brow, closed his own eyes and formed one intricate seal after another with his free hand. When he withdrew his palm, Shenle saw a strange sigil etched upon Shurchengzhen's forehead. Tonight Wuyin village lay under a sparse moon and few stars, the usual mist that shrouded the hamlet having thinned considerably. Beneath the water shadow tower Shenle and Shurchengzhen stepped out together through the gate. On closer inspection Shurchengzhen had a scarf wrapped about his head. After leaving the office they had walked side by side to this spot, keeping an uncanny silence between them the whole way. They had known one another for more than a decade, yet the longer their acquaintance lasted the fewer words they exchanged. Having left the building they were moments from turning off in opposite directions. At the very instant he was about to turn away Shenle finally called after him. "Zhen, I am sorry." The sudden apology slowed Shurchengzhen's stride, but he offered no reply. In the next breath he raised his foot to leave once more. Slowly his silhouette dissolved into the night. There was of course a reason for Shenle's apology. The scene rewinds to when they were still inside the Water Shadow's office. After Chang Shilang had traced a complex talisman across Shurchengzhen's brow, he returned to his chair and began to explain to the two of them what it was. Though his tone remained affable, it sounded ice-cold in the ears of the two youths, like a demon's whisper surfacing in their minds and pricking at the heart. What is upon your head is a sealing art inspired by the caged bird practice of the Mairishian clan. Ever since traitorous shinobi began to appear, the leadership during the Fourth Water Shadows era had searched for ways to prevent such occurrences. After many failed attempts they drew inspiration from the Rishian clan's protective Byakugan practice. Years of research produced this sealing art. Its effect is almost identical to the caged bird method, yet it does not impose limits upon the subject's abilities. Those marked by the art must obey the caster's orders. Your refusal brings a splitting headache at best, and at worst the technique will crush the brain. They deliberately reinforce that latter effect to eliminate any possibility of the dead leaking the village's secrets. Thus at Chang Shilang's mere thought Shurchengzhen's life could be utterly extinguished. Notably, Shurchengzhen was the first Wuyin village shinobi to be branded with this sealing art since the Fourth Great War. Since graduating the academy, Shenle had been groomed as the next Water Shadow, and so he naturally understood why Chang Shilang as the Water Shadow had acted as he did. Shenle knew it was because he lacked the strength to restrain Shurchengzhen himself, and that an extra safeguard was necessary against such an unstable element. Afterward Chang Shilang bade Shurchengzhen wait outside and spoke privately to Shenle. "You should understand why I must do this, do you not?" Shenle, uncertain how to answer, could only nod. "If you want to help him, then strive to become stronger. When you assume the Water Shadow's post, you will be granted the method to lift the seal." Chang Shilang's words kindled a small flame within Shenle. His previously deadened eyes brightened. At the elder's command Shenle left the office. There truly was a method to lift the seal. Chang Shilang had not lied. The sealing art and its countermethod, as the elders gradually passed away, became a technique handed only to the Water Shadow. To preserve the Water Shadow's absolute authority over hazardous individuals, it is transmitted only from predecessor to successor. Now in Wuyin village only a man and a woman in the office know this art. As Shenle reached the office doorway, he saw Shurchengzhen produce a headscarf from somewhere and cover his brow with it. As for why he did not wear a forehead protector, he remained a prisoner and his protector had been confiscated. At the same time, in room 403 of Wuyin village's largest inn, Boren and Zwolyangna sat facing one another at the tea table with Dai between them. An odd oppressive silence settled in. Neither of the two opposite one another dared to speak. To ease the awkwardness, Boren kept drinking water, repeatedly lifting and setting down the cup though it had long been empty. Zwolyangna for her part fussed with the hem of her clothes. The only one behaving naturally was Deity, who munched on cucumber-flavored chips, popping one into her mouth from time to time. She watched their strange behavior with puzzled eyes and after finishing the packet could no longer hold back. "What are you two even doing? Is it so hard to just say what you mean?" Her question was firm, as if stating an incontestable fact. "It's just awkward." At last Boren spoke, hesitant as though making a difficult decision. "What's so awkward? We've known each other for ages, we're not strangers." She said it with hands on her hips, blunt and decisive, entirely unaware of Boren's unspoken plea. The youths at either end of the table felt a cold bead of sweat at their temples and in perfect sync grumbled inwardly, "The awkward part is, why are you still sitting here?" Boren shot a furtive glance at Zwolyangna. The girl opposite caught it and understood he wanted her to find a way to send her best friend away. Unexpectedly Zwolyangna returned a troubled expression, her brows and eyes knitting together. She plainly did not want to play the villain. Seeing this, Boren was overcome by a deep sense of helplessness. He recalled that in the past, whenever faced with such matters, others had always answered, "I can't," and in the end he alone bore the burden. He remembered the worst time when Master Zwashu broke free from the divine tree's restraint and opened his eyes to see the two of them holding hands. What followed for Boren was a hellish exercise. Called a live drill, it was in truth a one-sided beating, even though by then his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. All manner of ninjutsu and shuriken assailed him like a sudden storm, tossed as if they were free. Those strange arts both before and after the exile. Boren had never seen his master use such techniques. When the memory ended he sighed deeply, knowing he would have to be the villain this time. He rose swiftly, strides firm, and came to Dai's side with a sullen expression. Dai started at his movement. Since the term began and Boren fought Yanbu, his sparring with anyone at school rarely lasted more than 3 moves. Word had spread that he was the strongest in the school. Though Dai was not weak, she could not have withstood Boren had he truly struck her. As he approached, Boren even kicked aside the trash can that lay between them. Under the lamplight Dai could not make out Boren's features, yet she sensed the inexorable force radiating from him. As her heart hammered to its peak, Boren finally moved. "Sister Deity, I'm begging you, please step outside first." The Boren who had cut a swath through foes the night before now bowed at the waist. Room 403 exudes a sense of comfort. Its modern minimalist style features clean lines and pure colors with ample white space that offers a transparent and expansive visual enjoyment. In this cozy room the atmosphere among the 3 children has fallen into an inexplicable coldness. Clearly Boruto's actions have utterly bewildered the other 2. Butterfly is evidently shocked by Boruto's sudden bow. Meanwhile Sarada recalls Boruto's decisive demeanor from last night, struggling to reconcile the fierce Boruto with the guy before her. After understanding Boruto's request, Butterfly remained in deep shock. Thus she left room 403 in a dazed state, maintaining her bewilderment even on the way back. "Alright, it's settled." After seeing Butterfly out the door, Boruto cheerfully announced. Sarada could clearly sense that he was not putting on a brave face. It was as if what he just did was entirely insignificant. In less than a moment the two resumed their previous positions at opposite ends of the coffee table. However, the atmosphere between them was not as cold this time, though it still felt awkward. Next, Boruto needed to accomplish the purpose of coming to find Sarada. He picked up a cup from the table, intending to take a sip for courage, only to forget that it had been empty for a while. He could only awkwardly hold the cup, pretending to fiddle with it. "So what exactly do you want?" Unexpectedly it was Sarada who spoke first, inquiring about Boruto's intentions. However, it was evident that her tone this time was much more pleasant than during their earlier meal. Boruto realized that he could no longer delay, so after placing the cup back on the table he expressed his intentions. "Regarding that rumor, it was a speculation from Jinjung, and I sincerely apologize for any distress it has caused you." Boruto wasted no time beating around the bush, explaining the reasons behind the rumor and why Jinjung held such a belief. As he spoke he discreetly observed Sarada's expression, hoping to catch any sign of unusual reaction, but the reality exceeded Boruto's expectations. Throughout his explanation Sarada maintained a calm demeanor as if the matter had nothing to do with her. While listening to Boruto she poured herself a glass of water and also refilled Boruto's cup. Once Boruto finished explaining, the cup she had just filled was empty again. "Are you done?" In stark contrast to Boruto, Sarada still had half a cup in her hand. After taking a sip she posed a question to Boruto. "What else is there?" Her eyes were clear, a deep shade of black, but the expression within them was far from gentle. Feeling the pressing gaze from Sarada, Boruto understood that her demand for explanation was not limited to the mere misunderstanding of their relationship. "You know what I want to know." The sense of coercion in her words intensified, pushing Boruto into a corner. To Sarada the classmates' misunderstandings of their relationship were of no importance. Because long before this incident several of her close friends had already asked her whether she and Boruto were dating, especially since their interactions had changed completely since the beginning of this semester. One girl even expressed enviously, "It's really enviable that you and Boruto are together, after all he's the son of the Hokage." Indeed, in their memories Boruto had always left the impression of a childish kid. Due to his background Boruto had not faced any significant setbacks during his childhood. Coupled with his genius status, it was nearly impossible for him to experience failures aside from playing games with a few friends. Thus Boruto always acted like a childish brat. Although the other boys in class were similar, Boruto's childishness was particularly pronounced among them. However, since the beginning of this semester Boruto had completely changed, genuinely showcasing the demeanor expected of a genius. From their observations the current Boruto was calm in handling matters, powerful in strength, gentle towards others and brimming with confidence. Coupled with his decent looks and advantageous background he had become the object of admiration for the vast majority of girls in the school. They even speculated that Boruto's drastic change might have been influenced by his relationship with Sarada, envying Sarada for having such a boyfriend. However, Sarada clearly informed them that she was not dating Boruto and they were just ordinary friends. At that moment a girl suggested, "Since that's the case I suppose it wouldn't be an issue for Sarada if I decided to pursue Boruto." Unexpectedly Sarada strongly opposed this, her reaction more intense than at any previous moment. In the end Sarada herself could not explain why she reacted so strongly, leading all her friends to conclude that she and Boruto were definitely together. This was also the reason why Butterfly chose not to leave earlier. In her imagination the two were already together, so what secrets could they possibly have to hide from her? In fact, Boruto had already realized the reason for Sarada's evasion. In the past, whenever he kept secrets from her, Sarada would sulk, often not speaking to him for a long time. However, back then they were in a romantic relationship, now they were merely friends, at most childhood sweethearts. He felt no obligation to explain the reasons for his significant changes. Moreover, how could he even explain the truth of coming from the future? This had to be kept as confidential as possible, for now besides him only two other beings knew. Thus they again fell into a prolonged silence as time passed. Finally Sarada spoke a sentence that broke the silence between them. "If you don't want to talk then you can just go back." Sarada's words seemed normal, but they sounded unbearably harsh to Boruto. From his understanding of Sarada, every time she said this their Cold War would enter its second phase, and at that point simple coaxing wouldn't suffice. In their past life they had been a couple, but it gradually eased until they returned to their original mode of interaction. But what about now? What was the nature of their relationship now? As Sarada stood up preparing to open the door and see him off, Boruto finally concluded his internal struggle. Sarada paused in her steps because someone had grasped her wrist. Under the soft glow of the lights Boruto sat cross-legged on the ground while Sarada turned her back to him, making a gesture as if she wanted to open the door. A hand stopped her action. Boruto grasped her wrist and they remained in that position for a moment. After a few minutes Boruto finally spoke. With his head lowered and hair obscuring his eyes, Boruto's demeanor conveyed the same heavy mood he was feeling. "I'm sorry." These three words were a method Boruto had concluded during his years of being in a relationship with Sarada, a way to calm her down in the shortest time possible. No matter how intense their arguments were, as long as he uttered these three words Sarada would calm down. Just as he expected, Sarada did indeed calm down, turning to him again, though still with her back to him. "Why are you apologizing?" "I shouldn't have kept it from you. I will give you a reasonable explanation." Boruto knew that he had to provide a reasonable explanation for his current situation in order to mend his relationship with Sarada. Let go. Sarada's voice was faint and Boruto with his head still down could barely hear what she said. What? I said let go. This time Sarada's voice was loud, startling Boruto, who quickly released his grip on her hand. Returning to her seat, Sarada held the spot where Boruto had just grabbed her, her face flushed with shyness. Sitting across from her, Boruto looked up at the moon outside the window, picking at his nose in an attempt to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. After several seconds, Sarada resumed her previous seating position, preparing to continue their conversation, though the blush on her face betrayed her inner turmoil. Alright, go ahead and speak. Boruto turned to look at Sarada, noticing the lingering blush on her face, which made him feel embarrassed as well. Speak about what? His actions irritated Sarada, who pointed at his nose and scolded him, Are you an idiot? Did you not just say you would give me an explanation? Finally, with Sarada's reminder, he reacted, formally beginning to explain the reason for his newfound strength, albeit with a slight modification. In his account, he attributed his drastic change to having had a dream. In the dream there was a mystical creature, a gigantic toad, which informed him that an unprecedented crisis would soon befall the ninja world. An alien named Otsutsuki would come to Earth with the purpose of reclaiming the chakra scattered throughout the ninja world during ancient times as for their objective. They firmly believed that by absorbing enough chakra they could become the legendary deities. It is said that the legendary sage of the Six Paths was a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, who along with his brother saved the inhabitants of the ninja world from dire straits. The method of salvation was to seal their mother, who belonged to the Otsutsuki clan, within a massive sealing stone which is now the moon. They indeed saved the ninja world, but they were unaware of the even greater shadow looming over it. They discovered a secret: the reason their mother sacrificed her people to the god tree was to create an army of her own to resist certain unknown enemies. However, it was too late to realize this. By that time both of them had exhausted their strength, and in the later years of their lives they searched the entire world but found no trace of those formidable foes. Thus they could only relay this news to their most trusted friend, a toad named Gamamaru, before they passed away. That toad was a spiritual beast capable of foreseeing the future through dreams. At this point Boruto suddenly brought up their respective fathers. Have you heard from your dad about the stories he shares with mine? Sarada was clearly caught off guard by Boruto's question, recalling that she had recently accompanied Naruto to meet Sasuke. She had just met her father, who had been on missions for a long time. Naturally she couldn't know the stories between them. The only thing she knew was that Sakura had once told her they were classmates. As for more details she was unaware. After hearing her response, Boruto continued to recount the stories he knew. In his stories, Naruto and Sasuke were the reincarnations of the two sons of the Sage of the Six Paths. Due to the influence of their chakra, no matter what their reincarnated selves experienced, they would ultimately meet again until one of them killed the other, leading to both their deaths. The two chakras would continue to reincarnate, entangling with each other, perpetuating this curse. Because of their unique chakras, those who were born from them often became top-tier powerhouses in the ninja world. However, this curse was ultimately terminated by Naruto and Sasuke. Their chakras dissipated into the world, thus eliminating the greatest threat to the ninja world. Upon hearing such a fantastical story, Sarada was clearly bewildered. She had indeed read about the Sage of the Six Paths in her textbooks. However, she had never heard of the toad or reincarnation mentioned afterward, let alone that her father was a participant in this legend. In stark contrast to her state, Boruto was completely devoid of any gloomy demeanor. He waited for Sarada to digest this information, continuing to narrate the next part of the story only after her expression gradually improved. In the past, Gamamaru had successfully foreseen their duel, but he did not clearly see who the victor would be. In the following days his life returned to tranquility. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War he had not had any prophetic dreams. Until not long ago he dreamt of an unprecedented crisis spreading, and in the dream he once again saw a blue-eyed boy. With golden hair like Naruto's, and the peculiar whiskers on his face indicated that the boy shared many similarities with Naruto. In the end he learned the boy's identity and used a special sage art to contact Boruto. He informed him about the crisis in the ninja world, asserting that he would be the one to face it directly, standing at the vortex of the times. This was the reason. Boruto explained to Sarada the extent of his changes. After hearing this, Sarada clearly still had doubts and promptly questioned Boruto. Why should I believe this fantastical story of yours? How can I be sure you're not lying to me? Boruto's response was to tell her that she could ask Sakura to see if there really was such a sage toad. Seeing Boruto's confident demeanor, Sarada's initial doubts gradually diminished, but she still did not fully believe him. Boruto was completely unafraid of his fabricated reasoning being exposed, as most of what he said was indeed true, simply revealing the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage ahead of time. In the distant future, the Great Toad Sage indeed made a prophecy regarding Boruto protecting the ninja world. As for why Boruto dared to directly attribute the idea to the Great Toad Sage, it was naturally because the old sage's forgetfulness had become increasingly severe. He might not even remember if he had made this prophecy. Thinking of this, Boruto silently apologized in his heart. A ship filled with passengers sailed across the vast ocean, appearing inconspicuous against the expansive sea. As it navigated the waters, the only companions it had were the white clouds above and the swimming fish below. A boy and girl stood side by side on the deck, admiring the scenery even though they had already gazed upon it for several days. Yet for some reason, despite being on the same ship, following the same course and witnessing the same sights, their moods were significantly better than when they first set out. The distance between the two had also shrunk considerably. This behavior led their classmates to believe that the rumors of their relationship were indeed true. After all, since the day they learned of the rumor, neither of them had come forward to dispel it. Moreover, their relationship had grown even closer during the following days of their study trip. This made their friends, who often acted together with them, feel quite uneasy. Just like now, with the two standing shoulder to shoulder gazing at the scenery, Heiyun lay in Liana's embrace, bursts of laughter occasionally escaping. Suck, Jingzhen sipped from a box of apple juice, lightly nudging Lu Tai beside him with his shoulder. Look, those two are getting cozy again. Lu Tai sighed at Jingzhen's comment, while Dai Dai stood on the other side, still munching on her ever-present potato chips, which were a special edition from Wuin Village. By the way, what did your good friend say to you? After finishing his juice with a strong suck, Jingzhen crumpled the box and with a basketball-like motion tossed it into a distant trash can. After the box landed perfectly in the bin, he performed an elbow-down gesture. Just like Boruto's answer, nothing. It turned out that the day after the incident they noticed the two behaving differently. So later they separately asked both of them if they were really together. The answers they received were astonishingly similar, both stating that they were not in a relationship. However, despite their words, some of their actions and behaviors seemed no different from those of young couples in the eyes of their friends. In the days that followed, their friends began to feel that the two simply didn't want to tell them the truth. Thus, in their minds, they had already become a couple. Sigh, I wonder what they are so embarrassed about. Watching the two enjoying the scenery together, Jingzhen could only express his dissatisfaction. Listening to Liana recounting her amusing stories, Boruto's thoughts gradually drifted back to the night they had their candid conversation. Liana was clearly shocked by what Boruto had said. Her restless demeanor and her inability to calm her racing heart spoke volumes about her current feelings. Boruto could truly empathize with her feelings. Anyone would struggle to accept such an overwhelming amount of information. Even when he first learned that he had returned to the past, it took him a while to adapt. He understood that Liana would have to absorb this information herself. He couldn't assist her. After another half hour, Liana gradually accepted Boruto's explanations. It had already been 2.5 hours since Boruto came to find her in room 403, and it was now past 10 in the evening. After letting out a long sigh, Liana had initially accepted the information Boruto had given her, but she then posed another question. This was a question she had wanted to ask for a long time but had never found the right moment. Now, taking advantage of their time alone together, she finally could. And one more thing, why have you suddenly been so nice to me? Is your kindness related to whether or not you can save the ninja world? She pulled out a box of medication for stomach issues from her backpack and placed it in front of Boruto. The question she asked along with the medication on the table left Boruto momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Recalling Boruto's actions towards her this semester, Liana felt her cheeks flush. It was not just the change in their interactions. The acts of trading lunch boxes for bread were not something he did just once or twice. Whenever they went shopping, Boruto would always try to help her if he encountered something. This led to Jingzhen no longer allowing Boruto to bring him lunch. In Liana's observations she noticed that Boruto seemed to know about her stomach issues as she often found stomachache relief medication in her drawer. He would always find a moment to secretly place it in her drawer. Although he was very careful, Liana still discovered it. Looking into Liana's eyes, which revealed a longing to understand the reason, Boruto once again recalled memories from his past life. During one meal they shared, Liana suddenly felt unwell and took out a box of stomach medication from her bag. After she took the medicine, Boruto in a concerned tone asked about her condition, and her reply was that it was an old issue. In her explanation she mentioned that when she was younger her mother was too busy to prepare her lunchbox, so she had to buy bread from the corner store every day to fill her stomach. Over time this led to her developing this problem. From then on Boruto remembered her stomach wasn't well, so he would always carry a box of medicine whenever they were together. It wasn't until Liana learned the Baika technique from Sakura to become stronger that she finally no longer needed this stomach medication. Time passed until Boruto and Lu Tai encountered Liana at the corner store for the first time this semester, and seeing the bread in her hand reminded him of this matter. Thus the incident of trading lunch for the bread in her hand occurred. Now Boruto understood he had to provide an explanation for his actions. After a complex mental preparation, Boruto ultimately explained his behavior with a single sentence. After he said this he added another remark. "I don't need your answer, after all I can't waste time on this matter now." Boruto's words, though harsh, carried an unmistakable sense of reluctance and love, hinting at the determination behind his statement. Afterward he left room 403 and returned to his own room, leaving Liana alone at the tea table. At that moment Liana was still reeling from the shock of Boruto's words, completely unaware that he had already left. After about 10 minutes she finally came to her senses. At night Boruto's words lingered in her mind. "It's simple, if you like someone of course you need to understand her." The young girl's heart fluttered, making it hard for her to sleep. She thought about Boruto's words before leaving, ultimately making up her mind. As they watched the passenger ship gradually drift away, the group of people standing at the port finally took action. To once again show their regard for Boruto and his companions, the farewell party was led by Lord Mizukage. However, this time the group was clearly much longer than when Boruto had arrived. It included not only Mizukage and Kagura but also dozens of unfamiliar faces. Even Boruto, who had returned from the future, did not recognize them, but one could tell from their adornments that each of them was not ordinary. The forehead protectors and vests they wore symbolized their identities, all of them elite ninjas from the Mist Village. Mizukage adjusted the brim of his hat and turned to leave quickly. The ninjas present all understood that their purpose for being here was not merely to send a group of children home, but rather that Lord Mizukage had a secret mission to assign to them. However, they had only received orders to gather at the port today. As for where they would go next and what mission they would undertake, they were left in the dark. Nevertheless, from the formation of the group they could tell that the importance and difficulty of this mission were both high. The participants were all elite ninjas from the Mist Village. Even among the Jonin they were formidable. With such a lineup forming a combat unit, they were more than capable of executing tasks aimed at eliminating small countries, especially since Lord Mizukage was personally leading the team. After confirming that the ship Boruto and his group had boarded had completely vanished beneath the horizon, Chojiro immediately led the others onto a notably different vessel. This ship was an official vessel of the Land of Water entrusted directly to the Mist Village for their use, and it was one of the reasons why the Mist Village could ensure the safety of its maritime trade routes. It was a warship equipped with a heavy cannon with a caliber of 120 mm. Any ordinary pirate encountering it could only think of escaping, as a single shot could sink their pirate ship. Kagura's state today was quite unusual, as the upcoming mission was directly related to him. Although Chojiro had informed him earlier he had prepared well, yet he felt nervous at this moment. Chojiro, walking in front of him, clearly noticed this and offered him comfort. "Don't worry, if the fourth Mizukage can do it then you can too." After saying this he patted him on the shoulder. Kagura understood his intention. It was undoubtedly more likely to succeed if someone with his bloodline heritage took on this task. Moreover, having him, the heir to the Mizukage, undertake this mission would ensure his authority once he became Mizukage. "After this task you will begin your training." According to plan, once this task was completed he would use the pretext of executing a secret mission to remove himself from the public eye. He would conceal his identity along with several others and delve into the training related to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kagura recalled what Boruto had said to him that night and understood that achieving true peace in the ninja world could not be accomplished solely through meetings among the upper echelons of several major nations. One sentence he uttered struck Kagura deeply and resonated with him. It is impossible for people to be completely honest with one another, let alone between nations. In the more than 10 years of Kagura's life he had clearly experienced the meaning of this statement. Due to his sensitive background, everyone around him had kept their distance before he met Shizuma. Eventually even Shizuma left him, and it was only after he obtained the identity of the Mizukage heir that the disdainful gazes from the villagers began to fade. However, he also understood that their prejudice against him had not vanished, rather due to his current status they could only bury such feelings deep within. Yet he did not truly care, as deep down he felt that his family owed the Mist Village a debt, and so he could only endure until that point. Until Boruto said to him, "The one at fault is the fourth Mizukage, not you, right?" His words struck like a hammer, breaking open the small dark room he had used to conceal his true self. In truth, he had long understood why those ignorant villagers vented their hatred towards the fourth Mizukage onto his family. The reason was simply fear, according to what his father had told him when his grandfather was still alive. Even though he had indeed made the Mist Village into a bloody mist, not a single villager dared to speak against it, all expressing their support. Now he understood the reason those villagers had indeed gained benefits from that policy. In the past, Mist Village ninjas had the duty to protect civilians, but the ninjas from prominent clans looked down on the villagers, often speaking to them from a position of superiority. At that time, even if the ones at fault were those ninjas, the final punishment would fall upon the victims, and the powerless civilians had to silently endure such unfair treatment. It was not until Yagura took office that, being different from previous Mizukage, he came from a civilian background. Therefore he aimed to change the relationship between the noble-born ninjas and the commoners. However, for some unknown reason, after taking office he underwent a drastic change in temperament, launching a policy known as the Bloody Mist, and began a rampant crackdown on the bloodline limits within the Land of Water, offering substantial rewards for informants. Those civilians saw an opportunity to vent their pent-up hatred. Not only could they drag those previously high and mighty lords of the ninja into prison one by one, but they could also receive rewards for their reports, leading to a steady stream of people heading to the Umbu headquarters. Of course, with ignorant civilians there would naturally be those who thought this matter was wrong. The most notable among them were Terumi Mei and Zabuza Momochi. Later, when the fourth Mizukage unexpectedly died, the civilians did not know how he had died, but as his grandson Kagura naturally knew. He was assassinated by a ninja under his command, yet a question lingered in the minds of the Koki family. How did an obscure individual manage to approach Yagura amidst layers of protection, and how could he silently kill a perfect Jinchuriki? But no matter how many doubts there were, the Koki family, having lost all power, had no chance to uncover the truth. Yagura's funeral concluded quickly, and the newly appointed Terumi Mei swiftly overturned the previous policies. Thus those civilians who had previously aided and abetted quickly changed their tone, as if they too were victims forced by Yagura to report those ninjas. They began to denounce Yagura's atrocities and shifted their hatred onto the Koki family. Various sharp and sarcastic remarks emerged around their house, and gradually differential treatment appeared, as if they too were victims of the policy. Interestingly, no matter how they treated the Koki family, Yagura's tombstone remained pristine. What can one say? One can only conclude that Lord Yagura's authority persists even in death. As Kagura was clearly reminiscing, the warship beneath his feet had already sailed away from the harbor, heading towards the forbidden lands of the Land of Water, where a massive lake lay shrouded in mist on an island. And within that lake there was a giant turtle. Finally back home. Standing at the entrance of Konohagakure, Jingjin raised his clenched fists and shouted at the azure sky. The others were unsure how to comment on his behavior. After all, in Boruto's eyes this kid seemed a bit dim-witted, always making absurd choices that elicited both laughter and exasperation. For instance, on the returning boat he somehow procured a whole box of milk and drank it non-stop, even though he was lactose intolerant. With the boat rocking on the waves, it was no surprise that he soon had to rush to the bathroom. From morning till night the limited public restrooms were blocked by him right out at sea. As for why it was a public toilet, the reason was that the toilet in his room was also clogged. After receiving the order to disperse, he vanished in a flash. He must have gone home, but his actions had caused trouble for Lu Tai, as the local specialties they bought together were packed in the bag he had taken. This meant that Lu Tai would have to make another trip to his house to retrieve their goods before heading home. Everyone was puzzled by Jing Zhen's eccentricity. Aunt Jing Yi and Uncle Zai were both very composed individuals, so how could they have such a son as Jing Zhen? Alright, I'm heading back. See you all on Monday. Once Jing Zhen's figure disappeared below the street, Boruto finally shifted his gaze away from him. Hearing Boruto's voice, the others quickly responded, indicating they would see each other next week. Watching Boruto's departing figure, Sarada found it hard to take her eyes off him. At that moment, Cho came to her side and deliberately blew a breath of air into her ear. Feeling the discomfort in her ear, Sarada shifted her attention away from Boruto's departing direction. Cho, what are you doing? Sarada rubbed her ear, expressing dissatisfaction with her actions, looking at her with a small resentful expression. Cho did not respond directly. Instead, she scrutinized the girl before her with a half smile. Her aggressive gaze made Sarada feel uncomfortable all over. In the end, Sarada could only cross her arms to shield her unremarkable chest, retaliating with a similarly aggressive glare. However, judging by their state, Sarada's counterattack was ineffective, as Cho's smile only widened, revealing an unmistakable delight. With no other choice, Sarada hurriedly grabbed her belongings and dashed towards the village, resembling a frightened little cat. Seeing her like this, Cho could no longer hold back her laughter and burst out. Ha ha ha, Lu Tai, did you see her like this? She wiped away tears of laughter from her eyes and nudged Lu Tai, who was nearby. Clearly she had forgotten Lu Tai's current predicament. Loaded with bags, Lu Tai fell straight to the ground after her gentle nudge. Upon learning that the school would take them to the Hidden Mist village, his parents were particularly excited. They urged him to bring back some local specialties, each wanting something more peculiar than the last. Due to her desert origins, his mother Tsunade requested more gifts from the seaside after learning her son was going to the beach. From small seashells to large fish specimens, he spent quite a bit on various odd items. As for Shikamaru, he asked him to bring back a set of shogi made from local specialty yellow pear wood, claiming it was priceless. Since he simply couldn't carry everything, he entrusted Jing Zhen with the souvenirs he bought for himself. Lying on the ground and watching the clouds drift by, Lu Tai suddenly had a thought that could be deemed disrespectful. Why not tell my dad to not involve me with this pig deer butterfly nonsense? Thinking about how his ninja career would be tied to these two little geniuses, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Lu Tai, are you alright? In the center of Konohagakure to the north there was a villa. As for why this small building was referred to as a villa in a place mostly filled with independent little houses, the reason was that it had its own yard and not just one. Besides the enclosed backyard, there was also a front lawn that was larger than the house itself. Apart from the prominent lawn, there was one more point. Within at least 5 meters around it there were no other buildings. This was something rarely seen in the valuable center of Konohagakure. Excluding those larger family compounds, this was the only personal residence of its kind. The owner of the house was none other than the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. Originally the house on this land belonged to the late 4th Hokage and his wife, but during the Pain invasion the original house disappeared in the Shinra Tensei. After reconstruction, Naruto naturally had the right to reclaim it, so after he started a family he moved here. Given the uniqueness of this land, no fool would dare build a house around it. Having just concluded his school trip, Boruto was now lying on the long-absent small bed, recalling the events of his return, which were much like any other. Upon hearing his arrival, Himawari immediately rushed out from the living room. She hugged her brother, whom she hadn't seen for half a month, perhaps feeling that it had been too long. When she looked up, Boruto saw shimmering tears welling in her eyes, her nose twitching. She looked at him with a pitiful expression, speaking as if she were on the verge of crying. Brother. Boruto quickly sensed that Himawari was about to cry, wanting to avoid having to comfort her. He thought of a clever trick and quickly picked up the black cloud that was resting on his head, tossing it in front of Himawari. As expected, upon seeing the black little cat, her emotions stabilized instantly. Then, after taking out a small gift he had prepared for her, Himawari's mood improved. Boruto then claimed he was too tired and planned to retreat to his room. As he ascended the stairs, Boruto only saw Himawari slowly approaching the black cloud with a clearly unsuitable little dress in her hands. It wanted to struggle, but to no avail. Finally Boruto heard its voice. Little brat, quickly save this old man. It hadn't expected Boruto to be so heartless, not even glancing at it before vanishing up the stairs. Sorry my good brother, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Lying on the bed, Boruto clenched his left fist against his chest, expressing deep admiration for the spirit of sacrifice that the black cloud showed for him. At the same time, in a residential building to the north of the village, Sakura, who had just finished work, returned home. Seeing her daughter cooking in the kitchen, she felt the day's fatigue lessen considerably. At the dining table while eating, Sarada suddenly said something that made Sakura hesitate. "Mom, can you teach me the 100-heel technique?" Recently, Konoha village has been bustling with activity, frequently visited by a variety of individuals whose attire suggests they are not local residents. They all wear various ninja headbands, indicating that they are likely here to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Today marks the second day since returning to the village as per the previous agreement with Orochimaru. Boruto's first task upon his return is to seek him out, though it is impossible to visit his former hideout. Since forming an alliance with Boruto, Orochimaru relocated his former hideout to a new location closer to the village for the purpose of facilitating quick communication and handling emergencies. How close is it, you ask? To put it simply, considering Boruto's pace, it takes about 2 hours to reach from the village based on his speed before signing the contract with Kurwa. It's roughly the distance from the village gate to Short Book Street, and that hideout is situated in a cave less than 10 kilometers from Short Book Street. On the day the location was chosen, Boruto accompanied Orochimaru, and upon seeing the cave he had selected, he couldn't help but express his frustration. Boruto exclaimed, "Why is it always in a cave?" However, his initial dissatisfaction dissipated entirely after hearing Orochimaru's response. "What else would you prefer for a hideout? To put it bluntly, the organization we've created is essentially a terror group. Master Boruto, do you want an office building in the village to commute to and from work?" Although neither of them were ordinary ninjas when they decided to establish Moon, the organization was still too small to require a large space for a hideout. Besides, it is merely a meeting place. If it weren't for the need to store Orochimaru's research equipment, there would be no need for such a large area. Any restaurant could suffice, as Boruto envisioned that everyone in the organization should retain their original identities. Under normal circumstances, everyone should do what they need to do without having to stay here every day. After all, everyone in the organization must be experts or possess sufficient potential to become top-tier experts. If such a group were to disappear simultaneously, the higher-ups of each village would certainly take notice, hence a facade of identities is necessary. This is the fundamental difference between Moon and Akatsuki. One is a well-known mercenary organization in the ninja world before exposure, while the other is a secret society of like-minded individuals. According to Boruto's vision, the organization needs comrades who share the same dream, so he does not require them to abandon their villages. Moreover, achieving peaceful unification of the ninja world is far simpler with a group of high-ranking individuals than with a bunch of rogue ninjas on the run. This is also why he has the idea of recruiting Kagura, as she is undoubtedly the next Mizukage, provided she does not perish before taking office. To prevent such a scenario, Boruto must eliminate the various bandits and pirates scattered across the ninja world after his battle with Kinshiki. It is indeed somewhat amusing, albeit grim. A prodigious youth who is expected to achieve great things could die at the hands of a nameless little pirate. Of course, ridding the world of pirates and bandits is not only to ensure that Kagura survives to become Mizukage, but also to quickly accumulate the organization's prestige among the common people. As long as their reputation is sufficiently high when they officially act to unify the ninja world, the obstacles they face will be significantly reduced. As for where he learned this, it brings us back to Sasuke. When he shared the story of Naruto with Boruto, he mentioned a phrase that his brother told Naruto. It's not that one becomes Hokage to gain everyone's recognition, but rather that one must gain everyone's recognition to become Hokage. Over time, Boruto gradually understood the depth of this statement. For a ruler, what matters most has never been power but the hearts of the people. However, in the ninja world, due to ninjas wielding extraordinary powers, the will of ordinary citizens is often deemed insignificant, and in such an environment the so-called public opinion is represented by a few ninjas. Yet through his confrontations with the Shell organization, Boruto realized that with the advancement of technology, the gap between ordinary ninjas and civilians will continue to narrow, except for a few special existences. Thus, the public opinion represented by ordinary people will become increasingly important, necessitating the need for sufficient support from the common populace beforehand. When the organization is ready to overthrow the old order, those citizens supporting them will also become an undeniable force. This is also the reason Boruto wishes for Orochimaru and Kabuto to join the organization. With the assistance of two of the leading biologists in the ninja world, he can hasten the arrival of that day. Moreover, in his plan, Amato from the Shell organization is also a target for recruitment. Although Amato has his own objectives, achieving that goal requires ensuring that the ninja world is not destroyed by the Otsutsuki. Therefore, to a certain extent, he can collaborate with Boruto. In the coming era, the value of technological personnel will continue to rise, so Boruto's organization must strive to gain support from more talented individuals in technology. Back to the present, Boruto walks through the deep damp cave with water continuously dripping from the ceiling. He feels the sensation of the thick moist sludge underfoot. Although he could use chakra to isolate it, he can still sense it. Eventually, as he arrives at the hidden door, a drop of water falls from the ceiling, precisely landing on Boruto's head. Unable to endure it any longer, he makes a decision as he pushes open the door. I must find a way to acquire the building for the research center. His determination is unprecedented. Due to this decision, in the near future, Boruto will put Kinshiki in a dire situation, but that is a story for another time. The hidden door was specially designed by Orochimaru, and not only is it very discreet, but it also features a fingerprint switch. One must first locate the concealed switch in a specific manner and then use a fingerprint to open it, which must also be one registered in its database. Every time Boruto thinks about how Orochimaru could create such an intelligent door on his own, he can't help but exclaim, "Truly, Mr. Orochimaru is impressive." Stepping onto the concrete floor, Boruto follows the long corridor to a room furnished with a long table. Upon entering, he sees a familiar figure and an unfamiliar face engaged in conversation. "So, Mr. Orochimaru, what do you need me for?" 2 weeks passed quickly, and tomorrow marked the time for the Chunin exam. To prepare for the Chunin exam, Lukai specifically arranged to meet him, even though he knew that with Boruto's current strength, passing the test was almost guaranteed. However, just to be safe, he still gathered information regarding the opponents Boruto might encounter during the exam. That morning, Lukai even called him, mentioning that there were a few opponents to be wary of and he hoped they could discuss it face to face. So at noon, after finishing lunch, Boruto headed out directly to a training ground. This was a special training ground surrounded by dense foliage. Due to the pristine nature of the forest, very few people came here. Essentially only ninjas came here, and most importantly, this was the exclusive training ground of the Nara clan. Tall trees blocked most of the sunlight, allowing only a small fraction to filter through the layers of leaves and create patches of light on the ground. The ground felt very soft underfoot, not just because of the lush grass but also due to the sensation of various leaves being crushed. Boruto arrived at the training ground right on time, which was around 1 o'clock, the time they had agreed upon. Yo! Under a large tree not far from his line of sight, a boy leaned against it, holding a thick stack of documents and flipping through them continuously. Without a doubt, the boy was Lukai, who had been there for a little while. After hearing Boruto's greeting, he looked up at him. "Finally here." Boruto found it strange when he heard his tone, glanced at his watch to confirm he had arrived on time, and then replied, "Don't look at me like that, I didn't arrive late." Lukai paid no mind to Boruto's banter, as he had two main purposes for meeting him. One was the documents in his hands and the other was the game Boruto had asked him to try a few days ago. However, for now he wasn't in a hurry, so he stood aside waiting for Boruto to review the documents. After receiving the documents, Boruto sat down leaning against the tree. He was quite curious about what kind of opponents Lukai needed to specifically remind him of. He flipped through the documents quickly, and within a few minutes he had basically read through all the information. But if he were to rely solely on the descriptions in the documents, Boruto felt that there was nothing particularly noteworthy about the opponents. At a loss, he then asked Lukai which specific individuals stood out while handing the documents back to him. Lukai's reply included 2 people along with their respective documents. One was a significant aid on Boruto's path to becoming stronger, hailing from the land of snow known as Wolf Fong Ice Waterfall. The other was the only one who could threaten Boruto in this Chunin exam, a girl from the land of lightning named Kekkei. The former wielded ice techniques while the latter was a formidable opponent. Upon reviewing their profiles, Boruto instantly felt invigorated. Since Kuroyuki could provide him with enough chakra, Boruto was already capable of activating his Byakugan. However, he could currently only utilize the basic abilities of the Byakugan, which included observing the chakra's form. The reason he was able to master the body flicker technique so quickly was due to this. After acquiring the Byakugan, he had been seeking a way to find someone with a bloodline limit, hoping to replicate how they formed their chakra techniques. Then he wanted to imitate their techniques so that he could use the same ones himself. However, considering his own chakra attributes, he couldn't replicate the bloodline limits found in Konoha. For some unknown reason, Boruto didn't inherit all the basic chakra attributes like his father did, he only inherited wind, lightning and water. So even if he could replicate others' bloodline limits, Boruto could only master a few specific ones. For this reason, during his study trip in the Mist Village, he had secretly used the Byakugan more than once. He was also hoping to find some loopholes in the policy of the Mist Village, but the facts proved that the policy was executed very perfectly. In the span of over 10 days, Boruto only encountered one bloodline limit user, the previous Mizukage of the Mist Village, Terumi Mei, who simultaneously possessed two bloodlines. Although both techniques were impressive, namely lava release and boil release, it was evident that Boruto was unable to master them. He never expected that in this Chunin exam, which he initially did not care much about, there would be unexpected surprises awaiting him. It seems this Chunin exam won't be too boring. The person using Blue Demon Fire, huh? Boruto took a closer look at Kisei's information, where it was noted that she was a unique fire technique user from the land of lightning, rumored to have a strange blue-black fire that burned much hotter than ordinary flames. Once Boruto finished understanding the profiles of both individuals, Lukai was ready to address his second objective. By the way, regarding the new game you asked me to check out, I have new findings. As Lukai spoke, Boruto carefully folded the 2 sheets of paper into small pieces and placed them into the bag he carried. Once he heard what Lukai had to say, Boruto immediately reacted and looked up at him. What do you mean? Just as you suspected, the game has a very high degree of realism in its representation of reality. In fact, while playing I could feel the abnormal fluctuations in my own chakra. Boruto was certainly not bored enough to recommend an ordinary game to Lukai, rather he needed Lukai to help him verify something. This game had emerged last Sunday, claiming to be the most realistic VR game in the ninja world, promising players the most authentic gaming experience. Released for just a week, it had taken the entire ninja world by storm, undoubtedly a remarkable game. However, Orochimaru discovered a problem. Its distributor was an obscure small company, and the company's address was not far from the base of the mysterious Zero organization they had previously investigated. Thus they suspected that the game might be related to the Zero organization, and they contemplated who could play the game to see if they could uncover any clues. Coincidentally, Lukai had purchased the game but hadn't played it yet. Additionally, the Nara clan was already quite proficient in perceiving their own chakra, so Boruto asked Lukai to pay particular attention while playing. Unexpectedly, there was indeed a problem. From now on you shouldn't play this game. After receiving Boruto's orders, Lukai showed no sign of objection and immediately agreed. In order to further investigate the discrepancies behind this game, Boruto followed Lukai back to his home and took the game and its equipment in the name of borrowing. Next, he needed to find an opportunity to hand the game console over to Orochimaru. Originally, Boruto was worried that the time would drag on until next weekend, but unexpectedly he ran into Orochimaru on his way home. He brought Siyu to the village to buy things, and just as they left the mall they happened to bump into Boruto. Boruto then handed over the game console to him and casually shared Lukai's discovery. In the end, Boruto decided to change the direction of his subsequent actions, postponing the matter of finding new companions as well as the investigation into the Shell organization. The primary goal now is to clarify what the new organization intends. After all, if their process of achieving their goals is related to this game, it would be too late to delay further if the game had already appeared in various places in the ninja world in less than a week. After completing the handover, Boruto parted ways with them, preparing to return home to carefully review the examination materials for the upcoming exam and investigate this person named Chisai. Orochimaru, after moving the items to Siyu's house, left with the game helmet as he and Do needed to work overtime in the coming days. For Boruto's exploitative behavior, both he and Do had protested to him more than once. However, each time Boruto would comfort them with promises. I appreciate your hard work for now. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Besides, it's not that our organization lacks manpower. Things will get better in the future. Once or twice they would complain about Boruto, but now they had grown numb to it. Recently, Do even vented to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, why did you agree to your invitation? I feel like I am almost retired by just being the principal. I never expected the workload to be so heavy after coming here. Can I withdraw? Orochimaru was not surprised by his complaints, as Do had indeed had a comfortable life before. The most exhausting part of his day was sitting in that fake wheelchair teaching the orphans at the orphanage. He never expected to return to the workforce after retirement. Moreover, the workload was greater than the days he spent hiding in the ninja world alone. Nowadays all he wanted was for time to pass quickly until quitting time. Who would have thought that the most perfect sage would be exhausted by work? He wasn't even this tired when he fought against Sasuke and Itachi alone. One could only say that even sages would grow old, right? However, Orochimaru was completely unconcerned about Do's complaints, as he knew that before Do joined, all this work was done by him alone. He was essentially a slave. All the weapon development, cultivation of Hashirama's cells, and investigations into various pieces of information were all assigned to him by Boruto. As for why Boruto didn't choose to share the burden, his reason was that he was still young and had to go to school and simply did not have the time to do these things. Naturally, Orochimaru did not believe this dismissive answer. Not to mention, with the nearly unlimited chakra provided by the Dark Cloud, as long as Boruto was willing, he could use shadow clones to explore every corner of the ninja world. If used for information gathering, he would not be this exhausted. Now that Boruto was about to graduate, it would be interesting to see how he would argue his case then. Therefore, Orochimaru was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the ninja exam, as they were finally about to see the light of day. As for why Tsunade hadn't helped them, it was naturally because she had not yet joined their organization. The reason was not due to Boruto, but rather because Tsunade hesitated after learning the reason for the organization's formation. She told Orochimaru that she needed to think it over. Thus the slaves in the organization remained Orochimaru and Do. Upon returning to the base, Orochimaru immediately went to the computer, connecting the helmet to the main unit with no time to speak to the two in the room. While Orochimaru was working seriously, someone approached him from behind. After watching for a while and realizing he couldn't understand it, he only asked Orochimaru what it was. The thing Boruto gave me has now been confirmed to be related to that Zero organization. Orochimaru didn't need to turn around to know the identity of the person behind him. Although Tsunade had not officially joined the organization, Boruto indicated that there was no need to deliberately hide information from her. After all, he understood that as long as it was beneficial to Konoha, Tsunade would not obstruct them, and he trusted her character, believing she would not leak the organization's secrets. In Boruto's mind, since they were ready to bring Tsunade into the organization, they should not be wary of her at every turn. Thus Tsunade often appeared at the base, watching them perform various tasks and experiments. Although she only observed without participating, appearing completely as a spectator, none of them had any intention of driving her away. Now, based on Boruto's memory and Do's theory, since Tsunade already knows most of the secrets, she naturally understands Boruto's origins and the strange cat that appeared beside him. Thus Orochimaru found no need to hide information. If there really is a butterfly effect, then the Zero organization, which did not exist in Boruto's past life, is the greatest threat. After all, with Orochimaru and Do working together, they could cover the entire information network of the ninja world. Although they could not ascertain the identity of the leader of this Zero organization, they still obtained a reliable rumor. That is to say, this mysterious leader claims to be the will of Nagato. Regarding the hope of achieving relative peace in the ninja world through absolute force, Boruto both agrees and completely opposes it. Therefore, there is no doubt that this organization will become an obstacle to the moon unifying the ninja world. Moreover, since the opponent claims to have inherited Nagato's will, they must have some confidence in their strength. Thus, in their speculation, the opponent should become a formidable enemy. Therefore, before facing the Shell organization, this unexpected existence must be eliminated. This is why Boruto asked the two of them to shift their focus to researching this helmet. They must first eliminate this unknown threat. After Orochimaru clarified this matter, Tsunade recalled something her disciple had told her before. Now she had intentions of joining the organization that Vortex Boruto had established, as from their actions so far there was no doubt that this child who claimed to have returned from the future was indeed the inheritor of the Will of Fire. His ultimate goal remains to protect the people around him, though the scope of those around him is somewhat large. However, before that she needed to make a phone call. Not long after the phone at the Uchiha residence rang. "Hello, is this Sakura?" Dong, 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 fireworks exploded in the sky, the sound traveling far through the air. Today Konoha was particularly lively, but the only drawback was that due to the fireworks launched during the day, only the sounds could be heard and the fireworks themselves were not visible. The flowing figures of people clogged the streets, creating a scene of jostling crowds. Yet despite being packed together, everyone, whether in the throng or at the roadside stalls, wore genuine smiles. This day marked an annual celebration as the joint Chunin exams were to be held in Konoha following tradition. Before the Fourth Great Ninja War there had not been many instances of such joint Chunin exams and the scope was not as extensive. However, after the Fourth Great Ninja War, this special exam, which had previously occurred only occasionally, became an annual event and its scope was expanded to encompass the entire ninja world. As for the reason, it was clear that what it represented now was not merely a simple Chunin exam but rather a diplomatic endeavor. Since the end of the Fourth Great War, tensions among the major nations had gradually diminished until all apparent conflicts had vanished. With the disappearance of friction among the great nations, even the small countries caught in between began to enjoy a more stable existence. Though overt conflicts had disappeared, various subtle tensions still persisted, prompting the great lords of the major nations to seek solutions. This led to the establishment of the annual Five Kage Summit, where major issues were resolved yet some minor matters remained challenging to address. Thus what was originally an exam for Chunin promotion became a venue for resolving lesser issues. Through the results of competitions among the new generation from various countries, the military strengths of each nation were highlighted, ultimately aiming to dissolve minor frictions. Initially only ninjas from the 5 great villages participated in the joint Chunin exams, but as the domestic situations in various small countries stabilized, they gradually sought ways to join the small group of the 5 great nations for protection. However, the discussions exclusive to the 5 Kage naturally did not permit the inclusion of small fry, leading many to choose the joint Chunin exams instead, using this opportunity to strengthen ties with the 5 great nations. The reason for seeking protection stems from the story that the weak have no rights. In this seemingly peaceful ninja world, for a country to survive it must either possess formidable strength or have a powerful backing. If neither is present, the fate awaiting them is to vanish from the maps and become mere entries in history books. At 10 in the morning, over 10,000 people gathered in Konoha at the venue constructed for the joint Chunin exams, comprising individuals from various nations and backgrounds, not just ninjas. Boruto held the knife he had previously used to cut someone, resting it on his shoulder in the same manner as before. Beneath the now pleasantly warm sunlight, he stood with a group of participants at the base of the venue, looking up at the 5 individuals seated in the pavilion at the highest point, each wearing conspicuous hats. The exam venue was a uniquely designed structure resembling a large barrel topped with a long pavilion to provide shade for the audience, with one pavilion in particular standing out. This pavilion was noticeably taller than the others, consisting of 2 levels. The lower level was a particularly large room with a massive screen on the interior wall to display information about the competing parties. The second level was a somewhat smaller pavilion specifically designated for the 5 Kage to observe. After the fireworks concluded, the host began introducing the identities of the 5 Kage, and with each introduction thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Today marked the first day of the exam, with the initial challenge set in the training ground No. 44, known as the Forest of Death in Konoha. It was said that due to the forest's pristine nature and its astonishing chakra levels, many rare and exotic beasts thrived within. Each of these creatures was not only vicious but also incredibly powerful. If, for instance, one might encounter giant bears towering over 6 or 7 meters and crocodiles stretching 12 or 13 meters in length. Thus that area was an absolute forbidden zone for Konoha, and it was unexpected that this first assessment would take place there. As Boruto listened to the host's lengthy and tedious introduction, he yawned in boredom, contemplating observing the competitors around him who would vie for first place against him. Soon Boruto identified one of his targets for the exam, a guy wearing a fluffy hat. On this scorching day, despite the heat, he emanated a chilling aura. He was the Ice Fang from the land of snow, a wielder of ice release. If all went well, Boruto could learn ice release from him. Not far from him, separated by just 2 people, stood a girl dressed quite coolly. She had several lines of paint on her face resembling whiskers, totaling 6 like Boruto's father, though they were painted on in blue. Her gaze was sharp, radiating confidence enhanced by her already remarkable appearance and distinctive light purple hair. The impression she gave off was that of a wild beauty, though she couldn't yet be called a beauty considering she was merely 2 years older than Boruto and should be referred to as a young girl. Kekkei, a genius girl from the Hidden Thunder village capable of using an extremely high-temperature blue flame. While Boruto was secretly observing her, the girl sensed a strange gaze directed at her. Upon turning her head, she spotted Boruto, who was truly appraising her. Realizing her behavior had been noticed, Boruto remained unflustered, instead raising his right hand with a smile to greet her. In response to Boruto's greeting, the girl nodded. Then both turned their heads back to the screen hanging above the stage, which was displaying information about the participants in this exam. Although the confidence radiating from both of them remained unwavering, their states were entirely different at this moment. Boruto still wore a bored expression, while for some reason the girl's face flushed. In the spectator area, a girl observed their interaction and silently noted down Boruto's behavior. At this moment, Boruto was unaware that one day in the future he would receive a fierce beating from her for this very reason. The introduction ends here, and now please proceed to the venue for the first exam. As the host declared the start, the audience in the stands witnessed 2 figures vanishing directly from the arena. Their figures soon appeared on the massive screen which was broadcasting the scene outside the entrance of the venue. As they hurried toward Training Ground No. 44, the scenery blurred past Borun's eyes. It must be said, truly a genius, as Lu Tai warned, Kekkei could somehow keep pace with Xuanhua Boran. Whether in his former life or now, Boran's aptitude for instantaneous movement had always been extraordinary, and his spatial perception was unusually acute. He had not expected that upon returning to the present there would be a peer capable of matching him in this regard. Still, as they ran side by side, Boran noticed something odd about the girl's way of running. Although she was a girl and thus lighter by nature, so her landings produced less impact than Boran's. That alone did not explain what he saw. Each time she landed, the dust she raised was conspicuously little, far less even than Zuliangna, another girl. Boran had seen this phenomenon only once before, and that being from someone who was not entirely human. Among those Boran knew, only the shape-shifting creature that took the form of a cat could achieve such a degree of silence. Even Yidu Shankue, who grew up around cats, could not. For Shankue to accomplish that, she would have to employ her clan's secret cat summoning technique and move on all fours. But the girl beside him clearly did not use any cat summoning art, nor did she ever go to all fours. She simply moved in a perfectly normal way and produced that uncanny silence. All these observations deepened Boran's curiosity about her. Intriguing, he found himself thinking, this Chunin exam promised to be far more than merely interesting. The two of them ran almost at the same pace toward the entrance of Training Ground No. 44. They arrived at the entrance roughly 5 minutes after leaving the exam venue, and then had to wait for the remaining arrivals. By the rules, the examinee who first reached this spot would receive an extra 10 points in the subsequent assessment. The teacher in charge of the gathering had not expected 2 people to arrive simultaneously, so he used the portable ear set in his ear to consult the chief examiner. Give both of them the 10 points. About a minute after the report, a gentle male voice answered with the final decision. The speaker sat beneath the 5 Kage's private viewing seats in the room with screens mounted on the outer wall. His clothing was black like his hair, and a large scroll hung at his lower back. His identity was apparent at a glance. Shanzhong Zwejing, now captain of the Hokage's covert forces and leader of Konoha's entire Anbu. As for why Boran and the girl had fought for those 10 points, the answer lay in tomorrow's written exam. The second stage was a written test, as securing today's extra 10 points would confer a huge advantage in passing or achieving a higher score. After the teacher relayed the decision, Boran's face betrayed little emotion, but Kekkei reacted very differently. Before hearing the news, she kept inhaling sharply, smoothing the breath with her hands and silently praying that she would get those 10 points. From this, Boran gradually realized that the girl was likely weak in academic performance. Coupled with some of her involuntary gestures, he began to form an impression of her character. I didn't expect someone dressed so boldly to have such a different temperament. The great sword slung over Boran's shoulder remained conspicuous as he slowly approached her in that posture. Hello. Thud. At the very moment Boran greeted her, the girl, who had been with her head down, was startled and fell to the ground. The two of them stared at one another in shock. Boran was clearly taken aback by her reaction. He had been frightened into stumbling. Unsurprisingly, his impression of her deepened once more. After a brief daze the girl hurriedly rose, brushed dust from her clothes, then ran up to Boren and grasped his hand. Hello, my name is Kekkei, I'm so pleased to meet you. She clearly wanted to say his name but realized she did not know it. My name is Schwanwa Boren, pleased to meet you. Her stammering only served to deepen Boren's impression of her. Hello Boren-kun. Hearing her use that form of address, Boren wondered whether she was shy at all. She actually called a stranger by name so directly. After only a few words, Boren suspected his initial judgment of her character might be wrong. As Boren hesitated over how best to strike up a proper conversation, the situation shifted. Her temperament was nothing like he had assumed, so his planned approach would need to change. Excuse me, what is the name of that sword you're carrying? Boren had not expected her to be the one to broach the subject first, and she seemed genuinely intrigued by his blade. Yet when Boren had checked her file earlier, he had found that she was not a sword-using shinobi, so why did she stare at his treasured blade with such sparkling eyes? Although the matter piqued Boren's interest, his priority was to bridge the distance between them. Only then could he glean the information he sought from her. This sword was given to me by my swordsmanship teacher because I met her requirements. To learn more about her, Boren handed the sword to her to examine. When she took the blade, the astonishment on her face showed she had not expected Boren to be so generous as to place his sword in a stranger's hands. Carefully she drew the sword and studied it with delicate attention. Boren explained the blade's origin. My swordmaster told me its name was Tongzaketsu Ong-ong, a fabled blade renowned in the ninja world even before the Warring States era. As she admired the sword in her hands, Boren continued, although she wasn't entirely certain if the tale was true. She is right, the blade is indeed the famed Tongzaketsu Angang, the legendary demon-slaying edge. Her impulsive reply only stoked Boren's interest further. Emboldened, Boren pressed on. Upon hearing her answer, his curiosity about the girl piqued. Because I have seen it. I have seen it. The girl's response completely caught Boruto off guard. According to the information he had read, she was only 2 years older than him, so how could she have seen this artifact from before the Warring States period? During their brief interaction, Boruto came to understand the general nature of the girl. Regardless of her looks or sweetness, she definitely had a hint of naivety. Where did you see it? Boruto thought that given her intellect she would definitely not hide where she had seen it, so he decided to cut through the chase and asked directly. As he had expected, Chisai answered without hesitation, but no matter how Boruto inquired further, she refused to divulge any additional information. Just as the atmosphere between the two became tense, the other candidates finally started to arrive one after another, and the first exam was about to begin. Thus Boruto had no chance to pursue the matter further and could only find a way to probe her during the upcoming exam. The entrance to the No. 44 training ground was an iron gate covered in mottled rust. This gate, merely 4 meters high, surprisingly managed to keep those extraordinary beasts locked inside. The two sides of the gate resembled two different worlds. One side basked in sunlight while the other was overgrown with weeds. If one were to observe closely, they would find many special talismans affixed to the two pillars of the gate, all inscribed with the character "Forbidden." It must be due to these talismans that a mere iron gate could confine those wild beasts within. With a command from the referee ninja, all the candidates swiftly passed through the now open gate, gradually disappearing into the deep forest. Their goal was to reach the central tower as quickly as possible, with the final rankings determined by the order of entry. The higher the ranking, the better the outcome. Considering that ninjas in this era not only needed to master formidable combat skills but also required the wisdom to adapt to changing circumstances, the ranking system for the exam was revised. The rankings would no longer rely solely on the results of the final showdown but would also incorporate the rankings from the previous 2 exams. The final ranking would be determined by a comprehensive calculation of the 3 exams. To allow enough spectators to witness the candidates' performances, all but the second theoretical exam would be broadcast live. Thus, even after the candidates left the venue for the training ground, the audience in the hall showed no signs of diminishing, all watching the process of their traversal through the training ground on the large screen in the center. Whenever a candidate executed a jaw-dropping maneuver, the audience would erupt with cheers and applause that sounded like a tidal wave. It should be noted that the ticket sales for the Chunin exam brought in considerable revenue, a sum not to be underestimated even for the 5 great villages. While Sarada was watching intently, a busty lady sitting next to her woke her up. It's time to go, Sarada. The woman had a small diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, golden hair and a green coat with a large character for Gamble written on it. It was none other than the fifth Hokage Tsunade, known as one of the legendary three of Konoha. The reason Sarada was following her would soon become clear. Sarada clearly did not want to leave, not merely to watch the exam but primarily to keep an eye on a certain guy, fearing he might get too close to another girl. Just when she wanted to ask Tsunade to stay a little longer, a single remark from Tsunade completely awakened her. Did you forget why you wanted to learn the 100 healings technique? Tsunade was indeed there to teach Sarada the 100 healings technique, but the question arose as to why Sakura wasn't the one teaching her. One reason was that Sakura simply didn't have the time, while another was that although Sakura had mastered the 100 healings technique, she did not have the authority to freely pass it on to others, even her own daughter. Ultimately, the 100 healings technique was an adapted version derived by Tsunade through studying her grandfather, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's self-regeneration technique. Although his self-healing ability was extraordinarily powerful, its limitations were significantly greater. As long as one possessed chakra and had a talent for precise chakra control, they could learn it. It was just a matter of time. Even Shizune was finally able to master the 100 healings technique after having some free time. Therefore, according to Tsunade's regulations, this secret technique, which included Sakura and Shizune, could not be taught to others without her permission. If this were to happen, it wouldn't be long before countless possessors of the 100 healings technique emerged in the ninja world. After all, any medical ninja had the ability to learn it, including the Nausage level Kabuto. It's hard to imagine what kind of monster Kabuto would become if he learned the 100 healings technique. After hearing Tsunade's admonishment, Sarada finally agreed to leave the venue. She understood that worrying about Boruto being surrounded by other girls was utterly pointless. Given the current power gap between the two, she had no qualification to stand beside him. It was just like Boruto had already entered the Chunin exam while she could only remain a spectator. Even if other girls appeared by his side, could she stop it? Did she even have the right to do so? To gain the qualification to stand beside Boruto and dispel other butterflies, she needed to become Boruto's official girlfriend. However, the immediate priority was to be able to stand by his side and answer directly to what Boruto had said to her that night. That night she understood the reason Boruto didn't need her response. Under the threat of a crisis that endangered the entire ninja world, Boruto simply did not have the time to change the nature of their relationship. If nothing unexpected happened, Boruto would bury this feeling deep within his heart for a long time. There's a saying that goes, "Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword," and this applies to Boruto as well. If Sarada truly liked Boruto, she couldn't be a hindrance to him. Letting go of her feelings for him would be the best choice. But would she really make such a choice? Even in the previous life, when Boruto was hunted by the entire ninja world, she resolutely chose the one she loved. Perhaps it was the influence of the Uchiha bloodline, or perhaps it was simply that she was just as stubborn in matters of the heart as her mother. In any case, it was absolutely impossible for her to give up her feelings for Boruto. She wouldn't do it in the past, nor would she do it now, and even in the distant future she wouldn't either. All of this was simply because she was Uchiha Sarada. Okay, Lady Tsunade. In Tsunade's memory there was a pink-haired girl who had the same look in her eyes. Perhaps before the final moments of her life arrive, being able to take on such a disciple is heaven's favor upon her. You really resemble your mother. Tap tap tap, this was the sound of keyboard strokes as several figures gathered in the dimly lit laboratory. They were Boruto, Orochimaru and Kabuto. The sound of the keyboard was produced by Kabuto, who was debugging the equipment. Boruto and Orochimaru stood in front of a metal platform. Orochimaru fiddled with the gaming helmet that Boruto had handed to him while Boruto prepared to climb onto the platform to lie down. By the way, how did the exam go today? Orochimaru asked about Boruto's exam situation while checking the device in his hand. In his anticipation, as soon as Boruto passed the exam and left school, his own work would become easier, so he was very concerned about Boruto's exam results. It was okay, the questions were quite simple. Boruto adjusted his lying posture on the platform, which was entirely made of metal and certainly not very comfortable for sleeping. By the way, have you found any information about the girl from Kyomogakure? After adjusting his sleeping position, Boruto asked a question that he had entrusted to Orochimaru to investigate after the first exam yesterday. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's actions stopped and a rare look of anger appeared on his usually calm face. Who do you think I am? It's only been a day and you expect me to find news from another country. Orochimaru finally could no longer tolerate Boruto's demands and confronted him directly. However, there was some progress regarding news about the mysterious girl, albeit limited. I've only found out that she's an orphan who suddenly appeared in the Hidden Mist village a few years ago. It's said that Karabi brought her back, and after that there is no further information. Given the urgency, even with the information networks of Orochimaru and Kabuto, they could only gather this little information. Interestingly, they could not find any other information about her. Even when they asked informants in Kumogakure, they were completely unaware. Most likely her identity is classified. Karabi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Boruto keenly grasped the critical point in the information. A person brought back by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki must have an extraordinary identity, so discovering the truth about her would take time. However, once he learned about her connection to Karabi, Boruto's mind sparked with an interesting plan. He just needed to face her in a match later to test her strength before making a decision. Lord Orochimaru Borutokan, the debugging is complete, we can begin. At this moment Kabuto stopped tapping on the keyboard and informed the two that they could proceed with the next step. After hearing Kabuto's notification, Orochimaru handed the helmet to Boruto and instructed him on how to wear it and start the game. Once you have the helmet on and are ready, Kabuto will initiate the game. If any abnormalities occur, we will help you exit forcefully. After they decided to thoroughly investigate this strange game, Orochimaru spent 2 days studying the gaming helmet and found its only abnormality was its deep connection to the brain. While typical VR helmets check brainwave signals for operation, this helmet scanned brainwaves too frequently during use, completely defying logic. Thus, for safety, Orochimaru and Kabuto added a forced exit program to the helmet. So during the subsequent game process, if it was found that the helmet affected Boruto's brain, they could forcibly exit through the computer linked to the helmet. As for why it was Boruto who would undertake this task, it was because the other two could not do it. When discussing who should enter the game world to uncover the truth, KuroCloud directly decided on Boruto. As the proponent of the butterfly effect, KuroCloud naturally had to be present, although KuroCloud was uncertain whether this incident was due to the butterfly effect. Though KuroCloud also knew about future events, in some respects he might not be clearer than Boruto, as the future he saw was limited. The ability of Ancient was passively used by him, as what kind of future he could see depended on what memories his future self would transmit to him. At least in the memories transmitted to the current KuroCloud by his future self, there was no information about the Shell organization. Just as the group worried about how the person entering the game would be affected, KuroCloud stepped forward and made the decision for them. His intention was that Boruto would uncover the truth, and even if the game process could cause brain damage, he could protect Boruto's safety and ensure he would not be harmed in any way. What he said naturally raised Boruto's suspicion, and he asked why he was so certain. The answer was that under his influence Boruto had become extraordinarily strengthened both mentally and physically, reaching an unprecedented low, although in terms of intensity it was far inferior to Otsutsuki. However, in terms of life level it was nearly equivalent, meaning that Boruto now resembled a self-evolving, young Otsutsuki, and ordinary mental techniques could not influence him at all. Even if Ada woke up now and activated the same divine techniques as in the last life, Boruto's memories would remain unaffected. After he explained the reasons clearly, Boruto and the others were ultimately convinced by his rationale, and thus Boruto lay down on the platform wearing the helmet. SSS. Just as everything was ready, Boruto let out a strange sound, startling the other two in the room, who quickly inquired about what was wrong. In the end, Boruto's response only deepened the dissatisfaction of the two. This platform is too hard, can you get me a cushion to lie on? The two, who had been very tense, suddenly fell silent at Boruto's response and had no intention of addressing his strange request, ignoring whatever he said as if they had not heard. Ultimately, they did not plan to confirm whether Boruto was ready. At Orochimaru's gesture, Kabuto directly initiated the game. Hey! Boruto's words were left unspoken as he fell into a deep sleep. When Boruto opened his eyes again, he found himself in a blue virtual space with the words, "Welcome to the Ninja Path 1" displayed right in front of him. Looking at the minimalist game panel, Boruto immediately understood what he needed to do next: create a game account and select a game character. While Boruto was creating his game character, a girl in a deep cave was also putting on a helmet. Beside her, a man with bandages wrapped around his head called out to her. Nameless, you must remember what your job is, don't blow your cover. No surprises, Boruto successfully entered the game. Within minutes of his arrival he discovered that the game's performance was almost entirely consistent with their promotional materials. This was nearly unbelievable. Even in the later days of his past life, Boruto had never encountered such a realistic game, not until he returned from his journey. It was baffling that such advanced technology was only employed in a game. Boruto found their actions difficult to comprehend. Additionally, after some investigation, Boruto learned that the supporters behind this company were indeed the mysterious organization, Zero. This only heightened Boruto's curiosity about their true intentions. Let me see what you are really up to. Upon opening his eyes in the game, Boruto found himself in Konohagakure. However, it was entirely different from the Konoha he remembered. He only recognized it thanks to the distant iconic Hokage rock. There are only 5 Hokage rocks. This means the game's timeline is set before Uncle Kakashi became Hokage. Boruto noticed that the Hokage rocks in the game only bore the likeness of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, with no sign of the 6th Kakashi, let alone the 7th Naruto, thus confirming a rough timeline. However, he wasn't entirely sure when exactly this was, as it could simply be because Kakashi had not yet assumed office and Tsunade's term was not particularly short. The next most important thing is to find a way to ascertain the correct timeline. After analyzing the known information, Boruto immediately drafted his plan. First, he needed to confirm the accurate timeline and then investigate the game's world as much as possible. By the way, since this is a game, there should be quest guidance. As a former loyal player of various games, Boruto naturally understood most game processes. Thus he attempted to call up the player UI using his thoughts as described in the game introduction. He had to praise the game's server performance. His thoughts were met with immediate responsiveness, unlike a certain game he played that boasted true immersion yet used a potato as a server. Looking at the player interface before him, Boruto quickly noticed a red dot appearing on the taskbar. Upon clicking it, a quest guide presented itself before his eyes. Following the quest instructions, Boruto walked toward the central square of the village. Ninja Path Game, Konoha Village Central Square. There was an NPC with golden hair whose sole task was to provide new player guidance. Interestingly, she didn't seem to be a data-driven NPC. Now please begin your adventure. The golden-haired NPC completed another quest, but her expression was entirely different from before. While sending off the previous player, she had smiled, but now she was eager to send off the current player. While receiving this player, he always stood too close, eyeing her with a disturbing gaze. Several times during the encounter she felt like logging off, but finally managed to send him away. Ah, I'm so tired. The golden-haired NPC could no longer maintain her previous posture, her hands drooping as she sighed with a complaint that expressed her dissatisfaction with the job. Why do I have to deal with such people? How did such a character appear in the ninja world? Not far away beside a small cart stall, Boruto controlled his character to stand there quietly observing the strange NPC's actions. In fact, he had already arrived when the golden-haired NPC received her first player. However, he noticed her behavior during the reception of the second player was completely unlike that of a typical NPC. Thus he decided to observe her closely. After she sent the player away, Boruto discovered a secret. This NPC responsible for new player guidance was definitely a real person. Why would a game company employ a real person to play an NPC? Wouldn't that incur additional costs? One must understand that the essence of a game is still as a product aimed at profit. A company capable of creating such an impressive game and equipment could not possibly lack the ability to code a new player guidance program right. Clearly that was not the case. Therefore there was only one possibility: this NPC was a special existence, her significance even surpassing the game itself. Her unreserved display of likes and dislikes while guiding players would greatly influence the game's sales. To have her fulfill this task, they seemingly disregarded whether the game would be profitable. This operation piqued Boruto's curiosity. He realized that to uncover the truth of the game, this strange NPC was the key. As the NPC continued to complain, she suddenly noticed a new task notification, forcing her to muster her spirit, suppress her impatience, lift her head, straighten her back and smile at the front. Just as she completed this series of actions, a golden-haired boy in an orange and black tracksuit appeared before her. Hello, Uzumaki Naruto. The golden-haired NPC glanced at the game name above his head and hesitated for a moment before correctly pronouncing his name. The newcomer was not Naruto but his eldest son Boruto. As for why he chose to use his father's name in the game, that goes back to when he created his character. Half an hour earlier Boruto was choosing a character image in a blue virtual space. After searching for a long time he still couldn't find a character he liked. What kind of ridiculous game is this? With such incredible technology it doesn't allow customization of appearance, only pre-existing character models. While Boruto complained and continued to scroll back on the screen, a character with golden hair wearing an orange and black tracksuit deeply caught his attention. Without hesitation he chose this appearance and changed the game name to the one that best suited this look. Thinking back to the scene in the game where his father was flung away by a monster, Boruto couldn't help but smirk. His conscience told him this was wrong, yet his heart whispered, was it really that bad? Thus, before officially playing the game, Boruto had already attained a heartfelt joy within it. This game is really good. This was Boruto's first statement after creating his character. May I ask what assistance you need? Returning to the present, the golden-haired NPC as per routine asked this question before starting the new player guidance. I actually have a question for you. Boruto's response was as expected, but while she quietly awaited his next question she was taken aback by what he said. Did your company pay for the likeness of the 7th Hokage? Silence, a long-lasting silence. Boruto's words left this NPC utterly bewildered. She had no idea what portrait rights meant. Her little mind wouldn't allow her to ponder this term, and in her recollections those two fellows had never taught her its meaning. To smoothly complete her task she had no choice but to awkwardly divert the conversation back to the mission. May I ask, do you want to know the game tutorial? She simply couldn't handle the other party's inquiries and could only revert to this method to get everything back on track, yet Boruto was completely unfazed, still fixated on the previous question. I'm talking about the issue of portrait rights. Sir, I do not understand your meaning. Her response sounded to Boruto like an attempt to dodge the payment, prompting him to press on with the question, since in his perception such a portrait fee would definitely not be small. If he could get it, his mother would surely reward him handsomely. Despite Boruto's recent flair, he was currently broke. As for the reason, he had recently begun practicing various techniques taught by his master Sasuke from his past life. To put it bluntly, the techniques of the Uchiha clan were indeed formidable but also costly. For instance, a wire that could combine Uchiha shuriken techniques with the dragon fire technique costs 50,000 yuan, and such an expensive item was disappointingly singless, making it difficult to recycle after use. The expenses in these areas had completely drained his savings. However, fortunately he didn't need to buy a suitable blade, or else with his limited funds he wouldn't even be able to afford a scabbard. Thinking of this, Boruto decided that when he returned tonight he would apply extra maintenance oil to Chi as a way of thanking it for saving him money. With that thought in mind, he genuinely felt like a good master, and Chi was incredibly lucky to be with him. As for what Chi was, ever since Boruto confirmed with Kekkei yesterday that the knife in his hand was indeed the famous Tanbokiri, he had specifically given it this name. The blonde NPC looked at Boruto's increasingly deranged smile and felt a wave of dread. How had she encountered such a character again? Just when she thought she had seen the last of one, another appeared. Moreover, judging from his expression, this guy seemed even more deranged. Why am I so unfortunate? A tremendous wail echoed in her heart. After finishing his strange laugh, Boruto noticed that the NPC in front of him was radiating an overwhelming aura of despair, and he felt that she was likely just a miserable worker, so he thought maybe he shouldn't make it hard for her. He quickly changed his demeanor, immediately adopting a polite attitude. Hello, I understand you are just a worker and that such matters are unrelated to you. I won't make it hard for you, so don't be disheartened. Boruto's voice was soft, successfully pulling her out of her sadness. She looked at Boruto with bright eyes, gradually regaining a sense of life. However, I have one condition: you can't tell me what your name is. Boruto looked at her sparkling eyes, realizing this was a great opportunity to extract information about the Zero organization from her. As he anticipated, this character indeed revealed her name, but the manner in which she did so caught Boruto off guard. She didn't speak but simply pointed to her head. Boruto immediately understood that she meant he should look at her game nickname. However, as Boruto followed her finger, he found nothing on her head. Just as he was puzzled, the girl spoke. My name is this, Nameless. The girl's voice was devoid of any emotion, indicating she was either not averse to her strange name or perhaps had grown numb to it. Nameless. Can that even be a name? Boruto couldn't help but question this in his heart. What were her parents thinking? Although Boruto found many issues with her name, he couldn't directly express them, so he could only silently mutter in his heart. Hello, it seems you don't have to stay here all the time. Could you take me to play this game? From his observations, Nameless was not fixed in one spot. When executing the guidance task, she would adapt her actions and reactions according to the situation. So could it be that she didn't have to stay here for guidance? Could he trick her into giving him the guidance task on site, making it easier to extract information from her? Yes, but why would I take you to play? My duty is merely to provide verbal guidance to newcomers. The girl was not simple. She immediately guessed what Boruto wanted and retorted by questioning why she should follow him. With her arms crossed, she looked at Boruto with an inquiring gaze, the corners of her mouth slightly raised as if to say she had seen through his little scheme and felt quite pleased with herself. Her guess was correct, but she couldn't fathom Boruto's true intentions. After all, how could a little girl outwit Boruto, who had lived for 10 years as a cunning fox? Nameless thought she had penetrated Boruto's thoughts, but little did she know that since he dared to ask this question, he was naturally prepared. He was confident he could make Nameless agree to his request. If you don't agree, it won't end well for you. A lewd aura appeared on Naruto's face and he cast a suggestive glance at her while controlling his father's eyebrows to move. What do you want? One could only say that Nameless was still just a little girl, although she had lived a long time. How much of that time was truly her own? In the face of Boruto's teasing, she couldn't match wits with him and could only be led by the nose. Now her arms crossed even tighter, desperately trying to distance herself from this lewd uncle. As Boruto, controlling Naruto, let out a strange laugh, Nameless' tension escalated and she was on the verge of breaking. Beautiful miss, you wouldn't want to be reported and lose your job, would you? Upon hearing Boruto's threatening words, Nameless lowered her head and her face darkened instantly. She felt ashamed of her earlier demeanor. I can't believe I was scared by a little ghost, how embarrassing. Her voice was very soft, so even Boruto standing in front of her couldn't hear it. However, Boruto's threat did indeed have an effect. If she were to be reported, Mulyajin would not care about this matter. However, another guy would definitely scold her, that so-called game fanatic named Shoujo. Thus, under Boruto's coercion, Nameless agreed to his request. Approximately 2 minutes later, the two blonde figures left the Hidden Leaf Village gates together. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the venue of the Chunin exams, two young boys were engaged in combat, showcasing their extraordinary abilities on the stage, much to the delight of the spectators below. The boy from the grass village executed a great fireball technique with flames surging like a torrential flood towards his opponent from the land of snow. Die. The boy who cast the fireball was confident in his technique, believing that his opponent would not be able to withstand it. Once the smoke cleared, he thought he had secured victory. Just as he believed victory was assured, the audience erupted with cheers like a roaring tsunami. It was faintly discernible that they were shouting. He actually blocked it. Indeed, the situation was just as the raucous cheers suggested. The boy had thought his technique would surely hit, but unexpectedly his opponent countered it with a peculiar ninjutsu. When the smoke finally dissipated, a thick wall of ice appeared on the field. The boy then realized that the smoke created by the flames had clearly been excessive. It seemed that the rising vapor from the scorched ice wall had condensed into mist upon encountering the cold air. While he was still in deep shock, a white figure appeared atop the ice wall wearing a conspicuous white hat, looking down at him. Hey buddy from the grass village. His voice was loud and enthusiastic, though his accent carried a distinct icy tone, clearly identifying him as a resident from Freljord. Let me introduce myself again. I am a rare ninja from my area who masters ice release. Your fire release cannot harm me. Although the other party spoke in a friendly tone, the boy had no idea what he was saying. What on earth is this guy talking about? His eyes widened in shock, filled with astonishment. At that moment, a woman seated in the VIP viewing area gestured to a servant beside her. Following the command, he approached a group led by Naruto, bowing deeply. After seeing Naruto nod, he rushed to the edge of the viewing platform and shouted at the boy in the white hat. I told you not to use dialect when speaking. Don't you understand? The man's voice was equally loud, echoing throughout the venue, and the boy in the white hat clearly feared him. Upon hearing his words he immediately changed his tone. I'm sorry, let me reintroduce myself. I am Wolfang Ice Falls, an ice release user from the land of snow. His smile was filled with confidence, shining brightly under the sunlight. Who is that guy? On the stands, Boruto asked Shikadai next to him, eager to know the identity of the individual at the edge of the VIP section. In Boruto's impression, anyone appearing in the VIP seats must either be a Kage or an important figure from various nations. Upon hearing Boruto's question, Shikadai looked up and saw the person turning to walk inside, racking his brain for information until he finally recalled their identity. The man of wind and flower keys. He is the Prime Minister of the Land of Snow, likely accompanying the daimyo of the Land of Snow. So the daimyo of the Land of Snow is also up there. Boruto caught onto the key information in his words but was puzzled about why this person would attend the exam. At that moment the girl sitting on Boruto's other side spoke up. The daimyo of the Land of Snow, I heard from my mother that this daimyo has a good relationship with my parents and your dad. Shikadai's words interrupted Boruto's thoughts and he immediately turned to Shikadai, but before he could pose his question Shikadai had already provided an answer. She must have gotten this position thanks to their help back in the day. Shikadai's remark stunned Boruto, who had no idea his father was connected to the daimyo of the Land of Snow. While he was dazed, Shikadai's next comment completely bewildered him. I heard she is an absolute beauty and my mother said she has a crush on your dad and she is still single to this day. Upon hearing this, Boruto's eyes widened. He had never imagined his father had such a connection with the daimyo. At that moment a long-standing question of his was finally resolved. No wonder when I was wanted in the ninja world, aside from Konoha and Sunagakure, the Land of Snow hated me the most. Throughout Boruto's years of fleeing, one thing had always puzzled him: why the Land of Snow was so eager to hunt him down considering he had never offended them. Now he understood that it was all thanks to his useless father. Stupid dad, I've never seen a father who's such a burden on his son. Shikadai and Inogen were unaware of Boruto's rich inner thoughts, only noticing that he suddenly shed tears. They asked him what was wrong, only to receive a baffling answer. It's nothing, I just miss my dad. At that moment Boruto decided that when they played Ninja's Path tonight he would definitely make his dad suffer a bit. He also resolved to do something even more extreme. For the next month Naruto should not think about sleeping in his bed, as he would inform Hinata about this daimyo. The victor, Wolfang Ice Falls. At that moment the referee's voice resounded, confirming that the boy using ice release had won. In the final moments of the match he had formed an ice knife with chakra in his hand and held it to his opponent's neck. After the result was announced, the venue erupted with cheers like a roaring tsunami. When the cheers subsided, Boruto also left his seat as his match was about to begin. In the next match, interestingly, Boruto's opponent was a ninja from the Hidden Mist village who was not particularly strong. Among the current candidates he was of average skill. To conserve his energy as much as possible, Boruto only used one technique to secure victory. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Boruto swiftly utilized the mist technique, enveloping the entire stage in thick fog just like he did against Shizun. This left the audience unable to see the exchange between the two, only hearing three metallic clashes, after which Boruto dispelled the mist technique. What appeared before everyone was the mist-covered boy clutching his bleeding arm and Boruto pointing a kunai at his head. The victor, Uzumaki Boruto. At the VIP viewing area, a red-clad woman wearing a hat spoke to Naruto, her tone not particularly pleasant, laced with a hint of mockery. Lord Hokage, is this your son? Truly heroes emerge from the youth. You're too kind. But how did he learn the unique mist technique of the hidden mist? The red-clad woman shot a sidelong glance at the water shadow, Chojuro. Aside from her, another lady present became exceptionally agitated upon learning Boruto's identity. Naruto's son. A strange aura began to spread in the small pavilion as the few people present cast their thoughts toward Nagato and Naruto. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Shikamaru, the strategist of Konoha, was at a loss for words. Although due to years of warfare and the simplicity of the mist technique, it was no longer just Konoha that had mastered its usage, other nations had long since learned it, even many ninjas from smaller countries could use it. However, nominally it remained a secret ninjutsu of the mist village. While using it privately was no issue, bringing it into such a public setting made it easy for others to use it as leverage against you. Indeed, our clever Otsutsuki God seized this leverage and exposed it, intending to sow discord between Konoha and the mist. Her impromptu strategy was quite brilliant if this matter was not significant after all, since the mist technique was like a bus, everyone in the 5 great villages had someone who wielded it. So if it weren't for this public situation to generate conflict, Konoha and the mist could have resolved it privately. As the saying goes, some matters may seem trivial, but once brought into the sunlight they can become infinitely large. The Otsutsuki God's move was just that. Just as Shikamaru and Naruto pondered how much they needed to offer to quell the situation, an unexpected person came to their rescue. "There's no need for you to worry, Otsutsuki God. This technique of Boruto's was taught to him by me during his visit to our village." Nagato's response completely shattered the Otsutsuki God's scheme, leaving the others baffled as to why the Mizuki would choose to step in and assist Konoha. It was clear that if the Otsutsuki God's plan succeeded, Konoha would have to willingly offer various benefits to maintain their relationship with the mist, making the mist the biggest beneficiary. Furthermore, with Boruto being the son of the Hokage, there was no way Konoha could evade this compensation. The two from Konoha were unaware of Nagato's intentions, but they recognized this was a great opportunity to take advantage of. Thus Shikamaru nudged Naruto's shoulder. "Thank you, Mizuki, for personally instructing my son." Naruto immediately reacted, standing up to approach Nagato, intending to shake hands in gratitude. After their handshake, Konoha had no further worries about the other party threatening them again. After all, it was Nagato who first stated that he taught Boruto the mist technique. Since he said this in public, he had to take responsibility for his words. For the sake of the land of water and the mist village's reputation, he couldn't backtrack, but all present were perceptive enough to see that the Mizuki was extending a helping hand to Konoha. Thus no one would truly believe in his claim of teaching Boruto. After this discussion, the two returned to their respective positions. Unexpectedly, the Otsutsuki God attacked again. "May I ask why the Mizuki chose to teach young Boruto?" After saying this, Nagato with a look of anger picked up the teacup from the table and took a sip. "That has nothing to do with you, Otsutsuki." With a tone filled with dissatisfaction toward the Otsutsuki, Nagato fell silent after that. Seeing her plans fail twice in a row, the Otsutsuki could only turn away and give up. The atmosphere among the few at the front returned to calm, but the lone figure at the back remained unsettled. She wore a pure white long robe topped with a large white hat embroidered with a pure white snowflake in the center. Her gaze was fixed on one person, her eyes filled with complex emotions, and an inexplicable bitter taste rose in her heart. She could not understand when that boy who once radiated brilliance at all times became so ordinary and burdened. It seemed her purpose for coming to Konoha was completely thwarted. She now had to return to find a husband, as it was time to ensure a successor for her country. As she slowly lowered her head, she struggled to suppress the sadness that had emerged from nowhere, but ultimately it was in vain, and a crystal tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The competition continued, and according to the schedule, today's events would last until around 4 in the afternoon, with the time barely past 11. Time flew by and a hint of red dawn appeared on the horizon, signaling the end of the first day of competition. Unless something unexpected happened, Boruto would face off against the Wolf Fang Snowfall tomorrow. Thus, to ensure he could copy its ice techniques, he needed to rest well today. However, before that, Boruto still had to make a trip to Orochimaru, as he had promised someone yesterday that he would look for her, and of course he had to gauge her intentions. After finally squeezing outside the venue just as he was about to head towards the village exit, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. A woman dressed in a white robe with skin like smooth jade and a stunningly beautiful face, especially her hair, which was a peculiar dark green matching the color of her eyes. In truth, it wasn't Boruto who bumped into her, but rather the hem of her clothing was too long, and as Boruto squeezed through the crowd, he accidentally stepped on it, causing her to trip. Fortunately, as she fell, Boruto caught her sleeve, slowing her descent, otherwise it would have been disastrous. In the end, it was still Boruto's responsibility, so after helping her up, they took a seat on a nearby bench to rest, and he ran to the nearest convenience store to buy her a bottle of water and a pack of tissues while also apologizing. Watching her drink water, Boruto suddenly felt that she looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before, so he decided to ask her. "Sister, I think I've seen you somewhere before." Since she looked very young, Boruto didn't know how to address her, so he could only refer to her this way. However, he forgot that this was actually rather impolite. Perhaps it was simply that Boruto was a bit naive and didn't know how to interact with girls. "Little guy, are you trying to flirt with me?" The woman tightened the cap of the water bottle, looking at him with a teasing expression. Under the allure of her peach blossom eyes, Boruto was caught off guard. His face instantly turned red, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, only able to divert his gaze from her. Seeing Boruto's reaction, the woman found it amusing and decided to tease him further. "You're too young, I don't like kids as small as you." He. Upon arriving at the outpost, Boruto's first action was to lean against the wall, gasping for breath. After running away from that big sister, he immediately sought to distance himself from her. In the recent exchange with her, Boruto was completely at a disadvantage, entirely led by her. The reason was not solely her high rank, although it was indeed impressive, rather it was because Boruto was still a novice. Even considering his previous interactions with Sarada, he was still just a young man. After all, the two had spent very little time together. How could they explore the true essence of life? Moreover, most of their time together had been spent battling enemies, leaving no room for exploration. Thus, during the 5 years he spent with Sarada, Boruto had always been a well-behaved good man. Damn it! Finally catching his breath, Boruto couldn't help but curse. It was only then that he remembered he didn't even know her name. He also forgot to tell her his name, as Boruto had not lied. He truly felt he had seen her somewhere before, but he just couldn't recall where, which troubled him greatly. "What's wrong?" Orochimaru asked, holding a helmet and checking its hardware functions as before. Boruto chose not to answer his question and simply lay down on the bed, preparing to re-enter the game. Noticing Boruto's reluctance to discuss the reason, Orochimaru decided not to press further. After receiving a notification that Kabuto had finished the adjustments, he handed the helmet to Boruto. Once Boruto donned the helmet, Kabuto pressed the game's start button. Darkness engulfed him again, and Boruto found himself back in the ninja path. As a side note, after Boruto complained about the hard platform when he logged out of the game yesterday, Orochimaru arranged for him to have this bed. When Boruto opened his eyes in the game, the same scene greeted him as yesterday at the spawn point in Konohagakure. Following his agreement with the unnamed one, Boruto headed to a snack shop primarily selling beverages. As soon as he arrived outside the shop, Boruto spotted a blonde figure sitting at a small table inside. In front of her was a cup of sweet water and a serving of dango, though it appeared she hadn't touched it at all. She was currently resting her chin on her hand, listlessly searching for something. After scanning the area, she finally noticed the tardy guy and placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him fiercely. Sorry. Yesterday Boruto discovered that the food in this place could genuinely provide a real taste sensation. The unique feeling he experienced when he first ate the food left him astonished. With this VR headset capable of simulating taste, such advanced technology was being used solely for games, which felt like a tremendous waste. Later, when he informed Orochimaru and Kabuto, their reactions mirrored Boruto's, intensifying their curiosity about this organization. After sitting down, Boruto continued to apologize to her. When that yielded no results, he thought of a trick. 2 more servings of dango suddenly appeared on the unnamed one's table. "Since you are so sincere in your apology, I shall reluctantly accept it." Her words sounded like that, but Boruto didn't believe her at all. After all, the smile on her face while eating the dango he bought was the most genuine he had seen since meeting her. It was just a pity that he had worked hard to earn those coins, having been kicked by a cow countless times yesterday. Speaking of which, Boruto had to complain why in a fighting game was the novice task milking a cow. Moreover, the game prompt hadn't even informed him that there were male and female cows. Even worse, there were no hints at all, which led to Boruto being kicked out multiple times for this reason yesterday. At that moment, the unnamed one finally finished her food. After taking a sip of sweet water, she prepared to leave with Boruto. "Alright, let's go milk some cows now." Upon hearing this, Boruto instantly stood up, striking a motivational pose, ready to tackle the challenge. "Why do we have to milk cows?" At this moment, the unnamed one asked an out-of-place question, seemingly forgetting something important. "Wait. What do you mean? Didn't you take me to milk cows yesterday?" The confused Boruto suddenly realized a very important issue: he might have been played. Just as he was about to confront the unnamed one, he noticed that the person who had been standing next to him had already run off. "You better explain yourself." Boruto controlled his dad body, exerting all his strength to chase in the direction she disappeared. After about 10 minutes they reached the village entrance, but the current situation left Boruto feeling quite embarrassed. That was because no matter what he could not catch up to her. He saw a notification indicating that his energy was depleted, rendering him unable to run no matter how hard he tried. Thus he could only stay in place gasping for air. However, Boruto himself was not tired, but his dad was utterly exhausted. Not far away, the unnamed one stood there holding candies she had somehow acquired, eating them while watching Boruto. The candy was so large that it almost covered her entire face, leaving only her two eyes glaring at Boruto. It was full of mockery. Damn it. Faced with this situation, Boruto could only feel powerless rage. After shouting for a while, he finally calmed down. Seeing that he had calmed down, the unnamed one stopped teasing him and slowly walked over. Sitting on the ground, Boruto looked up at the unnamed one standing in front of him and asked a question. "Why aren't you tired?" The answer he received only made him feel worse, making him feel like a fool. "Come on, this is a game. Have you ever seen an NPC get tired?" In simple terms, as a player, Boruto had a limited energy bar while the unnamed one did not. This meant he could never catch her no matter what. The unnamed one, observing Boruto's depressed expression, asked a question that deepened Boruto's suspicion regarding her relationship with the organization. "I have a question, are you related to the model you are using?" Her sudden question made Boruto completely certain that this game held some unspeakable secrets. "Can you see my true appearance?" A game that secretly collected players' appearance data without notifying them, what could its purpose be? Boruto didn't know, but linking it to the mysterious organization behind it, he had a bold conjecture. Could it be that they were looking for someone? To think that in just his second time entering the game, Boruto could gain such significant insights. Boruto organized the information he currently possessed and found that this was the only hypothesis that made sense. After all, no substantial damage from the game had been discovered so far. So for now he would have to continue with this question and keep investigating. In the following time, Wuming took Boruto out of the village and brought him to a gathering place of monsters, telling him that this was the real beginner's quest: eliminate the small bandit gathering. To prevent Wuming from deceiving her again, Boruto asked what the next task would be and was told that after completing this task he would receive a task certificate. Then with this task certificate he could find Hokage and unlock the interface for learning professional skills, after which he could choose whether to become a ninja. "Are you saying that this game has more than just the ninja profession?" Wuming's final word successfully gained Boruto's trust, and he also discovered a very important piece of information. After receiving Wuming's affirmative answer, Boruto found this game even more interesting. To enhance realism and gameplay experience, the professions in the game are not limited to ninjas but include other professions such as chefs, painters, and even the ability to develop real estate and become a boss. However, the ninja profession is the main gameplay focus, which is why the game bears this name. So how do I operate the character in battle? Just like when you milked the cow yesterday, as long as you think of the action in your mind, your body will perform the corresponding movement. Wuming's answer raised the technical level of the game, once again deepening Boruto's admiration for the developer's love for talent. However, not every action can be performed, as the bodies in the game have various limitations such as stamina restrictions. She easily pointed out the game's drawbacks, but to Boruto this only highlighted the impressive nature of the device. What if there were no game restrictions? What could it accomplish? In that case, I will go complete the task first. Boruto waved goodbye and ran towards the monster gathering place while Wuming stood at her designated spot waiting for him to complete the task. Just as expected. Amidst the pile of monsters, Boruto showcased various combat techniques he had mastered, discovering that as long as he could imagine the action reasonably, the character he controlled in the game could perform it accurately, except when his stamina reached its limit. Boruto wondered if using these techniques for an extended period in the game would impact his real self and whether it would indeed increase his proficiency. He realized the unique aspect of this device: if your imagination of a move was not specific enough, it could not be executed. Thus, to use more exquisite techniques, one must have a deep understanding of those techniques. Perhaps with its help, players could enhance their real abilities during battles. Before long, Boruto completed the beginner's task, likely designed for novice players, if the monster's movements and AI were quite clumsy, allowing Boruto to finish quickly. Indeed, among the monster's drops there was a slightly tattered badge name, just as Wuming had described, which Boruto placed into his backpack. At that moment he noticed a problem: the money in his system bank had increased. After counting it, Boruto immediately dashed towards Wuming. "Don't you have anything to say?" Boruto displayed his monetary data to her, revealing 5 digits in the gold coin section totaling 10,023 gold coins. After she looked at it, she thought it was quite normal. The basic reward for a beginner's task was indeed 10,000 gold coins. She couldn't understand why Boruto was staring at her with such an angry expression. A reward of 10,000 gold coins is very normal. The point is 10,000, but what about the 23? And then what? Seeing her indifferent expression, Boruto understood that she was completely unconcerned about the reason for his anger, and a deep sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Under the blow, Boruto knelt on the ground, propping himself up with his hands continuously hitting the floor while cursing non-stop. Damn it, remembering the origin of those 23 gold coins, Boruto felt increasingly sad. They were earned after he had been kicked by cows countless times yesterday, and he had spent most of them to apologize to her, leaving only 23. Damn, I can still recall the feeling of the cow's tail hitting my face along with the smell mixed with cow dung. If one listened closely, they could hear faint sobs. Even during the most difficult times of his previous life, Boruto had never felt such humiliation. It was as if he had returned to childhood to experience it. As his cries grew louder and sadder, Wuming's one sentence effortlessly pulled him out of his sorrow. Didn't you say this is your father's body? Immersed in sorrow, Boruto's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You're right, how could he have forgotten this detail? In that case, the one hit by the cow's tail was not himself. This was just a game character, and moreover he still looked like himself, the most beloved person, his father. Thinking of this, Boruto became invigorated. He recalled the vow he made in his heart during the exam today, stood up and completely shed his previous dejected demeanor. Let's go, we need to milk the cow. Are you okay? At that moment, Wuming took out a lollipop from somewhere, slowly savoring it with the same motion as before. You haven't forgotten that we need to find Hokage to submit the items, right? Unexpectedly, Boruto completely ignored her words. Upon seeing the lollipop in her hand, he extended his palm towards her. Faced with Boruto's shameless behavior, Wuming could only express her helplessness and pulled out a very odd-flavored lollipop from the game backpack. After Boruto took it, seeing the words on it, he revealed a delighted expression. You really understand me? The flavor of the lollipop in Boruto's hand could only be described as bizarre cheese-flavored. Wuming found it utterly unacceptable. As for why she had such a flavor, it was because Boruto had seen a stall selling lollipops after getting off work yesterday. At that time he bought 2 with the hard-earned money he had, and Wuming felt a bit strange as to why he wanted to give her one. Boruto's response made her heart tremble. Aren't we friends? Then we should share. After accepting the lollipop, she imitated Boruto's action, unwrapped the candy wrapper and placed it in her mouth. This was her first time tasting something so sweet. Although it was fake, the sweet sensation truly flowed into her heart. So disgusting. Upon hearing Boruto's voice, she immediately looked at him, discovering that he was eating the cheese-flavored one. She said it was very bad, yet he was smiling happily. Thus, after Boruto left, she directly took many lollipops from the system and also grabbed some for him. Time in the game passed swiftly. After submitting his task, Boruto exited the Hokage building alongside the enigmatic Nameless. Standing outside the building, Boruto gazed at the unlocked career interface, his face once again displaying a bewildered expression. He pointed at the career section of the interface, glancing towards Nameless, who pretended nothing was amiss. Hey, why does my career section say milk worker? His voice was clear, but Nameless seemed to completely ignore him, whistling softly as she slowly turned her head away. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Unable to bear her behavior any longer, Boruto shouted out, fully aware that his goal in entering the game was to uncover information about the Zero organization. But now he was a worker milking cows, spending nearly all day in the dairy farm. How could he investigate information like this? Well, this just reflects the high degree of freedom in our game. Tell me what's going on. Boruto's anger surged as he pointed at her, shouting in frustration. However, Nameless' response left him utterly confused. She turned her head away, crossed her arms behind her back and rubbed her toes on the ground, speaking very softly. I honestly don't know what's going on. The training manual didn't mention anything like this. Seeing her response, Boruto realized she might genuinely be unaware, so he decided not to press her further and to take things one step at a time. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. After calming down, Boruto immediately apologized to Nameless and began to wander aimlessly around the village, hoping to find another solution. Observing Boruto, who seemed to have lost his spirit, Nameless realized she might have indeed made a mistake, but she truly didn't know this would be the outcome, as it had never happened before. She thought about asking Shoujo for clarification and if there was a solution, but her immediate concern was to stabilize Boruto's current state, so she jogged to catch up with him. Just as Boruto reached the next intersection, she successfully caught up and blocked his path. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." She hadn't realized how important this game was to Boruto, so she sincerely apologized for her actions, hoping he could still continue playing. For some reason, during the brief 2 days they spent together, she felt genuinely happy with the time spent with him, as it was one of the rare moments she could experience the outside. Ever since she woke up, she had been confined in that dark cave with Shoujo, and whenever she attempted to leave they would stop her, insisting it was for her safety. Their exact words were, "The current world is no different from when you were sealed, so we won't let you out because someone might attack you indiscriminately or even kill you." Nameless trusted their words completely, as in her era adversarial forces wouldn't care whether you were a child or lacked combat ability, they would choose to kill without hesitation. Each time she was taken away from the cave by her clan members, she would be responsible for dealing with their strongest, and right before her eyes the remaining weak, sick and young would be slaughtered by those clan members after they emptied the opponent's food and wealth. A great fire would swiftly spread, erasing all traces of their wrongdoing, cleansing the warm blood stained on their hands. She believed in their words not only because she had experienced it countless times, but also because they were her friends, the only two people she knew in this unfamiliar world. Thus her life consisted of moving from a dark cave to another slightly larger cave, living a monotonous life day after day. One day Shoujo suddenly told her that he had a way for her to see the outside world. She received a helmet, and he explained that as long as she wore it she could enter another world. It would allow her to see the blue sky and white clouds, breathing in the fresh air she hadn't inhaled for a long time. Filled with anticipation, she put on the helmet, and upon her first arrival in this world, the blue sky before her eyes and the sound of the wind in her ears made her feel alive. After exiting the game, she unabashedly praised Shoujo, who couldn't contain his joy, showing her the happiest expression she had ever seen from him. From then on, whenever she had free time, she would come to this world, using her body to feel the light she had not experienced for a long while. However, one day the man returned to the cave. It was unclear what he discussed with Shoujo, but afterward she was no longer allowed to use the helmet freely until the day of the game's release. They both agreed once again for Nameless to enter this world. However, after her arrival she suddenly found that she could no longer find that initial joy in any way. In this world she was no longer free. She had her own job, monitoring all players who arrived thereafter, always stationed on a slab of stone at the top of the stairs on the east side of the central square. Nameless clearly remembered that the position of that stone slab was the third one, counting inward from the railing. She began her monotonous guiding work, repeating the same lines and actions day after day, yet she bore no resentment. Because she always remembered the words her two friends had told her after she awakened: "We will give you a chance for revenge." However, during those numbing days a blonde boy appeared before her, particularly unreasonable. Under his coercion she had no choice but to comply with his rude demands. So she left the stone slab and went with him to other places in this village. To vent her dissatisfaction with him, she took him to the dairy farm, intending to teach him a good lesson. However, in the end the lollipop he gave her and that one phrase completely quelled her anger, and she began to look forward to their next meeting. Thus when he logged off they made a promise to meet the next day at 4:30 in the afternoon at a snack shop outside the square where they first met. Unexpectedly he was late, causing her to wait for a full half hour, which led to Boruto's apology and those 2 servings of dumplings. What she didn't tell Boruto was that during that half hour of waiting she was constantly praying that he would definitely come, and only after he appeared did her anxious heart finally settle. Because she feared losing her new friend. "I shouldn't have tricked you into milking the cows, which led to the problems with your account now." Boruto had never heard her speak like this, so different from before, making him feel uneasy. "I'll find a way to compensate you." The only solution that came to Wuming's mind at this moment was to seek out Shoujo, believing that as a game designer Shoujo must have a way to resolve this. If she were to ask him directly there might be a solution, though it was unlikely he would help her. Still, she had to try. She kept her head down and her voice grew softer. Boruto naturally noticed her demeanor, prompting him to express the words he had prepared. "There's no need. My behavior yesterday was indeed not good, and besides you didn't do it on purpose." Boruto spoke in a light tone as if everything that had happened before was non-existent, still smiling as he talked. Upon hearing Boruto's response, Wuming finally mustered the courage to look up at him. In her eyes, Boruto's smile was so warm that it naturally instilled trust in her, even easing her feelings of guilt. Controlling his father's character, Boruto was indeed taller than Wuming in the game, so even though Wuming could see Boruto's true form, she still had to look up to see his face. Otherwise, while talking to someone, staring at their chest felt strange. Of course, this secret was known only to Boruto. After she lifted her head, Boruto continued speaking. Although Wuming saw him standing inside Naruto with his head around Naruto's chest level, it was not the same from Boruto's perspective. To ensure players' gaming experience, the player's perspective is aligned with the character's view. This means that in Boruto's perception they were both looking into each other's eyes while speaking. You forgot. We're friends, right? Since we're friends, this little matter is nothing to worry about, so there's no need to apologize. Boruto's comforting words fell on Wuming's ears, but they didn't mean the same to her. In her mind, this was just a lie Boruto concocted to comfort her. You don't need to comfort me, I can't see that you're very sad. Wuming's words left Boruto puzzled. How could she tell he was sad just by seeing his bright white teeth? He only felt that the upcoming actions were a bit of a headache. After all, the best way to understand the truth of the game more conveniently was through the identity of a ninja, as he found that the ninja profession had the most convenient activity time without daily mandatory tasks. In the profession skill learning section, one could view the introductions of various professions. Except for the ninja profession, all other professions had some form of daily mandatory task requirements. For example, as a milk farmer, it was mandated that after logging into the game one must milk 5 to 10 cows at the farm before engaging in any other activities. So-called working hours. Only the ninja profession did not have such a strange setting, meaning Boruto had to waste some time in the game every day before he could begin his investigation. This would waste a lot of time, which was why Boruto had been feeling down earlier. He didn't expect this to become Wuming's reason for feeling guilty, but at that moment Boruto was completely unaware, so he could only continue to comfort her. Unexpectedly, after hearing his consolation, Wuming became even more eager to help Boruto. To assist him in resolving the issue as soon as possible, she made a promise to meet Boruto the next day before logging off. Watching Wuming disappear before him, Boruto couldn't help but question, is this how you clock out? This company is quite humane, allowing you to decide your own quitting time. In Boruto's perception, Wuming had left only after he logged out yesterday, probably around 9 in the evening. He thought she hadn't left because it wasn't quitting time yet. However, if he wasn't mistaken, the current time should be around 7:30 in the evening. How could she leave this early? This kind of flexible working hours made Boruto envious. After she left, Boruto didn't know what to do, so he logged off as well. Removing the helmet, Boruto climbed out of bed, stretching with a satisfied expression. This thing is much more comfortable than that broken platform yesterday. After Boruto woke up, he began chatting with Orochimaru. Their conversation naturally revolved around the information Boruto had gathered in the game and whether there had been any abnormal phenomena with the helmet after he entered the game. So you're saying that while I was fighting those monsters, the helmet exhibited strange chakra fluctuations? After confirming the time discrepancies between the game and reality, Orochimaru discovered that the chakra anomalies occurred precisely when Boruto was fighting. Are you sure there are no mistakes? Boruto needed to confirm this, as it was the biggest anomaly they had discovered in the past 2 days. Of course, we can distinguish the chakra fluctuations. Boruto's concerns were completely unnecessary, as among the 3 present, excluding himself, the other 2 were reconnaissance-type ninjas whose perception of chakra anomalies was even sharper than their eyesight. By the way, please investigate how this thing allows players to have all 5 senses in the game. Since there was no immediate conclusion regarding the chakra anomalies, Boruto casually shared his other discovery with them. Boruto-kun, you really resemble your master. You both like to delegate tasks to others. After Boruto finished speaking, the previously silent Kabuto suddenly voiced his discontent with Boruto's behavior, evident from the hissing snake coiled around his waist. Hearing this, Boruto inevitably felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, during this time since the organization was established, he had been living the easiest life, while each time he saw the other 2 they were busy and overwhelmed. Sorry, it's indeed my fault. Boruto awkwardly scratched the back of his head. But it will get better soon. I'm about to finish school. Upon hearing Boruto's apology, Yakushi Kabuto could only suppress his long-held resentment. However, judging by the still hissing snake, it was clear he was not satisfied with Boruto's response. Alright, once Tsunade finishes her teaching, things will get better. Boruto didn't expect Orochimaru would be willing to mediate, instantly feeling grateful to him. Sunflower seeds, instant noodles and mineral water. In the venue of the Chunin exams, the cheers of the audience mixed with the shouts of the vendors. Even the scorching sun could not dampen the people's soaring spirits. The host's microphone crackled as he introduced the identities of the two contestants coming up next. Next, please welcome from the land of snow, Wolf Fang to battle against Boruto Uzumaki from Konohagakure. After announcing the names of the contestants, the cheers in the venue grew even louder. Both combatants had delivered thrilling performances in yesterday's matches, captivating not just those present but also the viewers at home. Anyone who had witnessed their respective performances would engage in debates about who was stronger. Some believed that the unique bloodline limit of Wolf Fang was unbeatable, while others argued that Boruto's fighting style was more agile. The reason for this phenomenon was clear. According to the competition rules, the winners Boruto and Wolf Fang would face each other today. Thus, a group of opportunists sensing an opportunity had set up betting pools speculating on the outcomes of all subsequent matches, with the highest attention today focused on the bout between Boruto and Wolf Fang. Since both sides demonstrated extraordinary strength yesterday, the odds were very close, with Boruto's odds being 1-1 against Wolf Fang. This ratio was derived after much deliberation. After all, Boruto's abilities displayed yesterday were too mysterious. He ended the battle in less than 2 minutes. While Boruto's strength was indeed impressive, they also believed that Wolf Fang, who mastered ice release, was not without combat capability. Upon hearing this news, Boruto secretly placed a bet of 50,000 yen on himself just before stepping onto the stage, as it was his last bit of pocket money for the next half-month, hoping to turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. Although he was certain of his victory. Hey, Boruto-kun, I watched your match yesterday. You were really impressive. Make sure to give it your all in this match. Wolf Fang's clothing was similar to what he wore yesterday, still in white hat and attire, the only difference being that his outer garment was now off-white instead of pure white. Thanks for the compliment, and please show your true strength as well. Boruto received the praise without any burden, but his desire for Wolf Fang to give his all was not merely for the sake of competition. He wanted to steal the secrets of his ice release. The match begins. With the referee's command, the two young men standing on opposite ends of the arena began to make their moves. To prevent Boruto from using the same technique he employed yesterday, Wolf Fang quickly formed hand seals and slightly inflated his abdomen, storing a vast amount of chakra within. This was a technique that allowed chakra to accumulate in the lungs, and when he expelled the chakra from his mouth, it could create a strong gust of wind, dispersing the dense fog created by Boruto's mist concealment technique. Puffed cheeks filled with pride, Wolf Fang felt very satisfied with his extraordinary wisdom, his eyes squinting into slits from the pressure. However, his plans were destined to fail as he watched Boruto leisurely remove the cotton wristbands from his wrists. So how long do you think it will take Boruto to defeat his opponent? Saruna suddenly asked the equally focused Rukadai as they observed the standoff on stage. However, the response did not come from Rukadai but rather from behind her. I think Boruto will wrap it up in no more than 5 minutes. The voice belonged to Iwabuchi, whose loud voice startled those nearby, prompting them to grimace and cover their ears in protest. Keep it down. The first to speak up was Irizumi, who was chewing on a lollipop, expressing his discontent towards Iwabuchi's behavior, followed by protests from several others including Cho Aiki Mitsuki and class representative Kanju. Just when Rukadai was about to answer Saruna's question, she unexpectedly interjected, "No need, I believe Boruto will defeat his opponent in under 3 minutes." Initially puzzled by Saruna's sudden assertion, Rukadai quickly understood her reasoning as he followed her gaze. "I guess he will take over 10 minutes, Rukadai said with a smile, looking at Boruto on stage, prompting a wave of confused glances from the others. Rukadai sensed their doubts but did not turn around. He casually replied, "You'll see soon enough." The scene shifted to the highest VIP seats in the venue, where the occupants remained unchanged from yesterday, the 5 Kage and their aides along with the daimyo and prime minister of the land of snow. As they discussed which of the two young men would emerge victorious, Naruto, the father of one of the participants, remained silent, his attention fixed on Boruto as he drew a peculiar long sword from his wrist. Thump thump, Naruto felt his heart race 2 beats faster. He knew the reason for this phenomenon. The entity within him had suddenly sought his attention. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually descending until he felt the sensation of standing firmly on the ground, at which point he opened his eyes. What's wrong, Kurama? Before him lay a vast space resembling a massive air raid shelter, and within this space lay a fox as huge as a mountain. Naruto, I can sense something off about the sword in Boruto's hand. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto instantly grew worried. After all, anything that caught Kurama's attention was unlikely to be trivial. He feared its presence in Boruto's hands, a child, would lead to unfavorable outcomes. However, Kurama reassured him that it was not a bad thing, but he needed to ask Boruto where he got that sword from. After Kurama finished comforting him, Naruto left the ceiling space. His gaze towards Boruto became more serious. Coupled with Boruto's previous performance, the mystery surrounding him deepened. Naruto understood that after this match he would need to have a proper talk with him if it weren't for the lack of a suitable time before. At the same time, in a stand at the southeast corner of the venue, a purple-haired beauty sat with a small girl beside her who looked exquisitely carved. Master Boruto-senpai has taken out the sword you gave him. The small girl exclaimed, prompting Suki to also notice the striking golden-haired youth and the sword he carried. As Boruto drew the sword, all eyes in the venue turned toward him, focusing on a single individual. Wolf Fong, be careful. My cut is not an ordinary blade. The youth's words were filled with confidence. Boruto's next move was completely unexpected for Langia. He rushed towards him at high speed, wielding the knife in his hand without using any ninjutsu for cover, just a man and a blade charging at him. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Langia could no longer maintain the air in his mouth and had to fully channel the chakra stored in his chest to unleash his ninjutsu. Wind release, dust storm. He understood that relying solely on this wind would not be enough to stop Boruto's advance. Thus he pointed his mouth towards the ground, and in an instant a fierce wind and dust surged towards Boruto, attempting to slow down his progress. The spectators outside were also blinded by the rising dust. Except for a few sharp-eyed individuals, the others could not see anything. This was precisely the plan Langia had come up with in the face of crisis. With this I should be able to hinder him slightly, Langia thought to himself. After taking a breath, a sudden chill ran through him and an ominous premonition washed over him. Looking at the dust still swirling around him, Langia calmed down a bit. He didn't believe that the opponent could accurately see his position in such conditions. But the urgent matter is to change my position to avoid being found by him. With that, he immediately took action. To be safe, he used the ice clone technique to confuse Boruto's perception, taking advantage of the fact that he still couldn't see him. His on-the-spot ability was remarkable, befitting the genius of the land of snow, but he still overlooked one step. He did not realize that Boruto, whom he believed could not see him, was merely a wishful thinking. Whoosh, pest, a sharp sound of an object piercing flesh entered his ears. When he turned his head towards the sound, he saw a ghostly figure pull a long knife from his clone's body. Then he immediately vanished into the swirling dust. His speed was astonishing. Langia could only catch a glimpse of a shadow, and aside from the sound of the knife slicing through the air and piercing flesh, he made no other noise. As he looked at his clone, which was gradually covered in cracks, a sense of dread surged in his heart. There was no need to think that figure was his opponent, Boruto. However, he could not understand how the opponent could see him in such low visibility. Was the opponent also a sensory-type ninja? And most importantly, why did the opponent not directly attack his real body but chose to strike at the clone instead? But there was no time for him to ponder the reasons. He understood that if the dust did not disperse, he would remain in a passive situation and his life could be taken at any moment if Boruto felt like it. Thus he prepared to unleash another technique to make the surrounding dust rapidly sink. Outside the ring, Sarada and her companions, except for her, could not see what was happening in the arena and could only learn about the situation from her verbal descriptions. Sarada was channeling all her effort into the newly activated Sharingan, observing the actions of the two within the dust. Boruto's pace shows no signs of slowing. It seems he can sense the opponent's exact position. Since the dust in the arena was just ordinary dust devoid of chakra interference, Sarada could vaguely see the chakra representing both of them. In her vision, the chakra representing Boruto showed no hesitation as it rushed directly towards Langia's location. Then after the opponent used the clone technique, Boruto decisively struck at his clone. Wait, why is Boruto not attacking his real body directly? Sarada too found Boruto's actions curious. In that situation, if he had directly attacked the opponent's real body, the battle would have ended immediately. His actions seemed to be telling the opponent, this move is useless. It was a pointless reminder to the opponent that if he didn't want to be eliminated, he should clear away the annoying dust. Upon hearing Sarada's commentary, the companions expressed their confusion except for one person, Kota, the only one present who understood Boruto's true intentions. If he wasn't mistaken, Boruto's intent behind this was to send a signal to the opponent, show me your true abilities or you'll lose quickly. He understood well that Boruto was giving the opponent a chance, as wrapping up the battle quickly did not serve Boruto's interests. Winning the match was merely a secondary goal for him. His true purpose was to steal the opponent's bloodline limit, ice release, in this match. Water release, water surge. Just as almost all the spectators were fixated on the center of the arena, a column of water shot up from the mist, rising straight into the sky before spreading out like a fountain at a certain height. As the water droplets fell like rain, the dust that had been supported in the air by the airflow gradually sank to the ground, revealing the original arena once more. The only difference was that the arena's surface was now wet from the rain. After continuously unleashing two large-scale ninjutsu and the clone technique, Langia's expression no longer held the ease it had at the beginning of the battle. He was gasping for breath. Not far from him, Boruto maintained his previous posture, waiting for the dust to settle. He even covered his mouth, as it was inevitable to inhale some dust during the settling process. Once all the dust had settled, he casually returned to his previous lazy posture, shouldering the long knife and smiling at his opponent. Hey, can we continue? The two were about 10 meters apart. With Boruto's speed, he could close the distance to Langia in less than a second, yet he chose to wait for Langia to recover before deciding whether to strike. After catching his breath for a while, Langia finally calmed down. Although he understood that the two were not on the same level after their brief exchange, he did not want to surrender so easily. He slowly formed hand seals, gradually straightening his previously bent back, and exhaled deeply. This breath was extraordinary, as even on a hot day a dense mist of ice could be seen emanating from his mouth. Boruto-kun, you are truly strong. I know I am not your opponent. Boruto was not surprised by his words, but that did not mean the audience below wouldn't be surprised, as many had placed significant bets on him. Gradually various discontented voices began to rise from different places, with many directly expressing their dissatisfaction. Hearing the derogatory comments about Langia from the audience, Naruto as Hokage showed displeasure and immediately signaled to Shikamaru beside him, who then left. So before I lose, I will use my strongest technique now. I hope you can handle it. Upon hearing him say this, the expressions of everyone in the audience varied, with the majority worrying whether Boruto could withstand it. Only two people shared a knowing smile, one being Kota below the stage and the other Boruto on stage. Being done ice release, Langia uttered, and all present witnessed a startling phenomenon. Beginning at his feet, a thin sheen of ice slowly crept outward until the entire arena lay shrouded in frost. Regardless of whether one was a ninja or not, it was plain to see that the youth called Langia Bingpu was about to unleash an unparalleled and tremendous ninjutsu. Facing him, Boruto felt the deepest pressure of anyone in the arena. Whether it was pride or a stubborn streak, he suddenly thought that relying solely on his blade against such an adversary would be to underestimate the power of that jutsu. So Boruto hurled his katana away, the throw so forceful that it drove the blade into the wall beneath the arena. Seeing this, Maue Shiyin, who had been watching quietly, betrayed a grave expression. Though she tried to conceal it, the veins rising on her brow betrayed her true feelings. It seemed that even if Boruto won this bout, the aftermath would not be easy for him. From the highest spectator tier, apart from a few people from Shuejigua, only Mingren recognized the technique intimately. He had seen it during Team 7's mission to Shuejigua years before. The only one who had been able to withstand that attack was teacher Kakashi, who used the power of the Sharingan to successfully repel it, a giant jutsu that condenses water into ice, impressed even the quick-witted Mingren. Because the move required water to perform, the youth had deliberately expended extra chakra when clearing dust earlier, leaving behind a surprising amount of residual water on the stage. He then used that advantage to trigger the succeeding technique. Witnessing this, Mingren could not help but praise the boy as a genuine genius. Both in chakra reserves and in combat intellect, he deserved his renown in this generation. Indeed, had he not been matched against Boruto, he would very likely have finished at least second in this tournament, assuming Boruto had not entered at all. As for who would take first, Bo Ren himself likely already knew the answer: the mysterious girl from Lei Yin village. Watching the white ice spread to his feet, Bo Ren knew it was time to act. He crossed his hands into a cruciform seal, and with a sharp resounding impact the motion culminated. A perfect image of Bo Ren appeared on the arena. The real Bo Ren thrust out his right hand and a pale cream-colored orb of chakra materialized within his palm. That is Luoxuanwen Rasengan. To everyone's surprise, it was Ming Ren who reacted most vehemently at the sight of Bo Ren forming that technique so suddenly, almost made him rise from his seat. Unseen by Ming Ren, a woman in white opened her eyes wide and murmured to herself she had long since given up hope, yet never imagined she would witness this technique again, nor whether she would see a colored Luoxuanwen in this lifetime once more. Memories floated before her. Once a bearded blonde youth had stood before her and with that very technique had saved her and that perpetually snowbound nation. She could not have imagined that she would now see another blonde youth employ the same jutsu, though the boy of old was no longer the same youth he had been. Nor was she the actress who once delighted in performing. An indescribable sorrow welled in her heart. At that moment Ming Ren's voice sounded once more. Wait, it's not just the Luoxuanwen. Bo Ren's clone placed both hands atop the spiraling sphere, continuously feeding chakra into it. Gradually the Luoxuanwen took on a verdant hue. It had become imbued with wind nature. Bo Ren's signature, Feng Dun Luoxuanwen, wind release Luoxuanwen, a Rasengan of devastating penetrative force. Yet his work did not stop there. He sought to amplify it further, and with a flick of his wrist, something uncanny occurred. The harsh grating noise the Rasengan had made vanished entirely. At this sight only Maoyue Shiyan could not suppress a smile. She even forgot the earlier sight of Bo Ren heedlessly embedding his sword in the wall. Ji Feng. She breathed the name of someone, her eyes glistening with tears. At the same moment another woman's vision blurred with moisture as well. The orb in Bo Ren's hand was no longer merely a wind nature Luoxuanwen, it had been augmented by 2 dun, rendering the Feng Dun Luoxuanwen unforeseen and almost impossible to guard against, a theory Bo Ren had already suspected. In his exploration of 2 dun he had uncovered a secret. 2 dun by its essence is not a proper escape ninjutsu. It is more akin to dressing an object in a garment woven from chakra. It is a garment that by distorting light causes the object to vanish before the eye. The principle by which it twists light was similar to the research behind bloodline limits, yet aside from enabling invisibility it offered little else of utility. Perhaps as compensation its garb could compatibly envelop anything so long as that object remained within Bo Ren's sphere of control. In short, anything he held could be cloaked, even the Luoxuanwen. If he ever learned Xian Niao Chidori he could render that invisible as well. When he first conceived this idea he could not contain his grin. Having witnessed Qian Niao's pliability, the thought of an invisible Qian Niao blade thrilled him beyond measure. At that instant Langya completed his charge. At his command all the ice in the arena converged at his feet, and behind him a white 10-meter-long unicorn whale materialized. Du Jiao by Jing, unicorn white whale. At the end of his incantation the immense white leviathan vaulted toward the place where Bo Ren stood. Even under the oppressive weight of that monstrous whale Bo Ren felt no fear. He stamped the ground and launched himself like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the beast. Luoxuanwen. Bo Ren's fist formed around the invisible orb, struck the whale's horn with brutal force. Observers could see the veins standing at both their necks. With a crisp snap a network of fissures spidered across the whale's flanks. With a loud crack the whale shattered and a blizzard of ice crystals engulfed Bo Ren. At that moment he also released 2 dun's cloak from the Luoxuanwen. The instant the 2 dun fell away a flash of prismatic light appeared to all, the hue born from the light twisted by 2 dun. It lasted less than a second and was faint, yet refracted through the scattering ice crystals it struck every eye as a singularly beautiful radiance. Bo Ren Kuan, thank you. A crystalline tear slid down Feng Huaxiao Shui's cheek. I lost. This was the almost exhausted utterance of the wolf Fang Ice Falls lying on the ground after depleting all his chakra. The victor, Vortex Baruto. Time flew by and soon it was noon. Since today's battle sessions were only half of yesterday's, the matches concluded shortly after 1:30. Coincidentally, during lunchtime the spectators decided to go eat together after watching the matches. Baruto at the back of the group wore a displeased expression as if he had lost himself. Lu Kai naturally noticed his demeanor and deliberately slowed his pace to walk beside him. What's wrong? Lukai directly asked, cutting through any pretenses and caring about his feelings. After all, their relationship was no longer just that of friends, they were comrades on the same path. Lukai had his guesses as to why Boruto showed such an expression, likely due to a plan going awry. The goal of this match failed to materialize. Regarding matters related to the plan, Lukai maintained a straightforward business-like attitude. I miscalculated. Indeed, the reason aligned closely with Lukai's speculation. Boruto was unable to successfully replicate the principles of ice release chakra. The battle between the two was too swift, and the opponent had only used 2 ice release techniques from start to finish. Even though Boruto was a genius, this was merely his first attempt to use his clear sight to perceive the opponent's chakra composition and attempt to replicate it. Due to the short duration and the limited use of ice release by the Wolf Fang, along with only 3 uses yesterday, Boruto was unable to fully discern the composition of the ice release. He only derived 3 conclusions, none of which were the most critical details. 1. Ice release is composed of wind and water elements, which Boruto had already known. 2. Besides ice release, there should also be traces of yang release, as Boruto indeed noticed signs of white chakra within that chakra. 3. The formation of ice release chakra closely resembles the spiraling sphere of his Rasengan, both being continuously rotating orbs. Aside from the above, Boruto could not discern any further clues regarding the crucial aspect of bloodline limit formation, what percentage of chakra was involved, which he completely overlooked. The shape of ice release chakra was fundamentally different from that of transparent release chakra. The latter is a stable basketball form, very stable. Although ice release chakra is also a stable state, as mentioned before, its appearance is similar to the Rasengan, always in rotation, making it impossible to determine the exact proportion of its chakra composition. Moreover, its rotation method differs from that of the Rasengan, making it nearly impossible for Boruto to explore the formation method of ice release in the time to come. Additionally, since the Wolf Fang originally came to participate in the Chunin exams and has now been eliminated, he no longer needs to remain in Konoha. This means that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Boruto would need to find another way to replicate ice release. A heavy atmosphere lingered between the two, as simple as it sounded. However, after the incident in the Blood Mist, ice release ninjas were now incredibly rare, and who knows when he would encounter one again. The group arrived outside the venue, and as they exited the long corridor, the brilliant sunlight shone down upon them. At that moment, Boruto suddenly recalled something and his eyes lit up. At Boruto's request, the group had to change their direction and followed him into a completely shadowed alley. And just as they turned the corner, Boruto boldly declared that he would treat everyone to lunch today. It turned out that Boruto remembered he had secretly bet 50,000 before the match, and coming here was to celebrate his gambling victory. Moreover, knowing the gap between him and his opponent, he had specifically bet on the duration and outcome of their battle, making the money he received far more than a simple win or loss. To achieve his goal, Boruto had wagered on a time frame of under 20 minutes. This choice was self-imposed, as the betting side viewed the two as having comparable strength. At the very least, it should last half an hour. Thus, with a multiplier of 50,000 along with his initial stake, Boruto would receive a total of 250,000, giving him the confidence to treat others. However, joy often leads to sorrow. Just as the group of kids navigated through the winding alleyways, they turned the last corner to find familiar figures before them. Each of them wore a conical hat facing away from them, while those running the betting tables and a group of gamblers were huddled on the ground. As for the seized gambling funds, Shikamaru, the strategist of Konoha, was personally counting them. Not good. At that moment, all the children simultaneously felt a signal of alarm, turning in unison, wanting to sneak away before being discovered. However, just as they turned, a shout stopped them in their tracks. "Isn't that young Master Boruto?" It turned out that just before they attempted to turn, a man wearing a blue conical hat had spotted the group, and a sudden malicious whim struck him, giving birth to a small plan. Knowing they had been discovered, the group couldn't bother about who had leaked their whereabouts and could only flee, but they forgot where they were. And most importantly, the legendary fastest in the ninja world was right here. With his speed, it was impossible for a bunch of kids to escape. As they prepared to flee, a golden figure tore through the sky, appearing before them to block their escape, followed by another figure that appeared behind them. In less than a second, the group found themselves with no way to escape. Under the threat of 2 Naruto, they could only continue along the path they had taken. Among the group of children, one boy was in the most unfortunate position, as he was being held by the collar of his shirt by his dad and brought before him. Boruto never expected that even as Naruto's clone he could not resist. After struggling in vain he could only obediently be led away. Speak up, what are you doing here? Naruto's tone held no warmth at this moment. He was the Hokage, not just someone's father. Faced with Naruto's stern gaze, Boruto had no choice but to honestly confess, as even if he did not speak those caught would reveal everything. As for the reason, it was certainly Boruto's winning bet operation that left a lasting impression on them. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Boruto's explanation, aside from those from Konoha, nearly all the adults present erupted in unabashed laughter. As the father of the party involved, Naruto stared at his son in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. In a deep alley, Boruto, who had just showcased his prowess on stage, had completely collapsed. The one who brought him down was the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, his own father. The reason they came here was that during the match Boruto noticed some audience members on the stands uttering words related to gambling, which was strictly prohibited in Konohagakure. Of course, if one were to run off to Short Book Street, the rules of Konoha would not apply, but ever since the 4th Great Ninja War, Konoha had entered a period of peace lasting several decades. The 6th Hokage Kakashi began reforming the villagers' way of life and environment, naturally prohibiting unstable behaviors such as gambling. Strangely, the famous gambler Tsunade supported Kakashi's decision. Even she had to go to Short Book Street if she wanted to gamble, let alone these ordinary citizens. Shikadai, did you have any part in this? As everyone's attention was drawn to Naruto and Boruto, Shikamaru approached his son and posed this question. After receiving a negative answer from Shikadai, his expression softened a bit. He then asked what they were doing here with Boruto. To avoid being scolded by his mother later, Shikadai did not hesitate to sell out Boruto, explaining to Shikamaru the reason they chose to come here with him. As Shikadai explained, the others also chose to betray Boruto, hoping Shikamaru would speak well of them in front of their respective parents later. Just as the explanation wrapped up, the father scolding son session on the other side also came to a satisfactory conclusion. After Naruto finished lecturing Boruto, he intended to inform Hinata, his mother, about the incident, while also unilaterally deciding to reduce Boruto's allowance. Boruto, realizing not only would his allowance be cut but he would also get scolded by his mother, suddenly felt darkness clouding his vision and knelt heavily on the ground. With his fists pounding the ground repeatedly, it was obvious that the gambling money Boruto had just staked was confiscated. After Naruto had given a lesson to the few kids present, he let them go. However, just as Boruto was about to leave, a crisp and familiar voice called out to him. "Wait, Boruto." The voice belonged to a woman wearing a large white hat. After she spoke, Boruto turned to look in her direction and realized he had seen her before. After thinking for a moment, he recalled that she was the beautiful sister he had tripped before. Seeing Boruto unsure of how to address her, Naruto introduced her. "Boruto, this is Lady Yukihana of the Land of Snow." Upon hearing this, Boruto finally realized, remembering how they had previously addressed each other, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing Boruto shyly looking down, Yukihana couldn't help but smirk, dragging her long skirt as she approached him. "What's wrong? You were quite bold when you flirted before, weren't you?" She teased the young boy in a manner similar to their first encounter. Hearing her tease, Boruto couldn't help but mutter, "You're older than my dad and I have to call you sister. How embarrassing." His voice was so low that he thought no one would hear, yet surprisingly the woman with the hat covering her ears caught it clearly. She certainly would not let Boruto's remark slide, as she was not a gentle woman before becoming a queen. Thunk. A crisp knock resounded from Boruto's head. "You really are just like your father." Yukihana's hand remained poised from the previous knock, suspended in the air. Her originally beautiful face twisted with anger as the veins protruding from her forehead indicated she was truly enraged. Equally rude. Boruto, having been knocked, could only hug his head, feigning immense pain, his face displaying a child's grievance as he looked at his father standing behind her. However, Naruto, upon noticing his gaze, pretended not to see and immediately turned his head the other way. Realizing his father was unreliable, Boruto turned his attention to the culprit in front of him, hoping to garner some sympathy, but her expression made it clear he shouldn't expect any. Thus he lowered his hands from his head, his expression returning to normal. "Alright, you don't need to look at me with that innocent face." Yukihana's tone returned to its previous form and a gentle and graceful beauty appeared before everyone, proving her acting prowess in the control of emotions. "There are two reasons why I called out to you. Once both of them calmed down, Yukihana began explaining why she had called Boruto. If first she was about to leave and wanted to inform him of her identity before departing. Secondly, she wanted to bid farewell to this young boy and invited him to visit the land of snow whenever he had the time. I have already accomplished my purpose for coming to Konoha, and coincidentally Wolf Fong has been eliminated by you. Therefore there is no need for me to stay in Konoha any longer. We will be leaving tomorrow. So don't you have anything to say? This sudden question deepened Boruto's state of confusion, and after thinking carefully he could only utter two words. Take care. Thunk. Ouch. Boruto covered his head again, suddenly feeling that this woman might really be crazy. Clearly he had done nothing wrong, so why did he have to get hit? Forget it, you and your dad are completely alike, just a blockhead. After knocking Boruto's head, she chose not to keep her hands suspended in the air as before, but instead crossed her arms and looked at the young boy before her. Before long her expression shifted from displeasure to a carefree smile. Remember, if you have any problems in the future, just come to the land of snow to find me. Sister, I will definitely help you. Hearing her guarantee, Boruto instantly perked up, noticing that the woman before him suddenly appeared exceptionally beautiful, like a celestial maiden descending to earth, his eyes shimmering as he looked into hers. Really? Of course. Then I do have a request. I want my sister to help me. To achieve his goal, Boruto disregarded his earlier remarks about her age and shamelessly called her sister again. Go ahead and tell me. Upon hearing Boruto's address, Yukihana felt a surge of indescribable joy and encouraged him to voice his request. Can you help me get my money back from my dad? Within the base of the Moon organization, a long unseen individual has arrived today. Orochimaru, where have you placed my belongings? She had golden hair, a beautiful face, and a voluptuous figure. Since Sarada only needed to increase her proficiency in her upcoming training until she fully mastered the medical ninjutsu. Thus today Tsunade came to this base for the first time after deciding to join the organization. Although she had often appeared here before, her identity was no longer that of a mere spectator but a formal member of the organization. It's in the third room on the right after you go out. Orochimaru's answer was quite succinct. The reason for this situation was that after Tsunade decided to join the organization, she had asked Orochimaru to help her move the items she needed here. However, in the 2 days following that, she had been instructing Sarada and had not come here, so naturally she was unaware of where Orochimaru had placed her things. After receiving Orochimaru's answer, Tsunade stepped out and happened to encounter Boruto, who had come to the base. After a brief greeting they parted ways. While greeting him, Tsunade noticed something was off. Boruto didn't seem to be in a good mood. However, as she had other matters to attend to, she didn't have time to further concern herself with the young leader. During the following time, Boruto remained in a numb state, walking with his head down towards the bed. Along the way he merely responded casually to greetings from Orochimaru and Kabuto. Reaching the bedside, he took off his shoes, lay down and put on the helmet in one fluid motion, saying nothing further. He lay on the bed waiting for Kabuto to finish checking the equipment and to start the game. The other two people in the room, seeing his current state, dared not ask any questions, choosing instead to ignore Boruto's behavior and continue with their own tasks. Time passed, and during the wait for Kabuto to check the equipment, Boruto dazedly lay on the bed, gradually recalling events that had transpired not long ago. It was still in that small alley, still with the same group of people. After Boruto expressed his needs, the air suddenly became quiet as everyone except him felt a sense of absurd helplessness. It was unexpected that even at this point Boruto was still fixated on the gambling funds that had been confiscated. Knowing he would never recover them, he sought others' help. However, this behavior was merely making things difficult for others. He hadn't considered whether such a thing was even possible. Not to mention whether Kazekage Hanakawa has the authority to intervene in the systems of another country's ninja village. Even if she were to do so, Konoha would not agree. Just as the situation was at a standstill, Naruto suddenly spoke. Get your classmates out of here now. His tone was exceptionally firm, leaving no room for negotiation, and he stated he would definitely inform Hinata about this. Boruto wouldn't escape this beating tonight. Despite the urging, Boruto still seemed reluctant to leave. Seeing Boruto's hesitance, Naruto's frustration boiled over, and he was about to speak again when a small complaint reached his ears. Why is it that in less than 10 kilometers of the short-term street gambling is allowed while Konoha completely prohibits it? Boruto spoke in a very quiet manner, certain that only Naruto standing before him could hear this statement. After he finished speaking, Boruto left with his classmates. Time returned to the present, and Boruto, who had just been lying on the bed in a gloomy mood, found himself smiling at this thought, only to revert immediately back to his previously heartbroken expression. Boruto truly felt heartbroken over the confiscated 50,000. Considering that he had even won while gambling, his expression worsened. It wasn't just 50,000 that had been taken, but 250,000. Thinking of this, tears unwittingly rolled down from the corners of his eyes, flowing over his temples and finally dripping onto the pillow, his lips trembling. My money. The inspection is complete. Half an hour after Boruto arrived at the base, Kabuto finally finished the preparations. To avoid wasting any more time, he directly launched the game after notifying Boruto. Boruto slowly closed his eyes and opened them again after hearing a ding sound near his ear. The scene before him was no longer the dark room but the familiar streets and blue sky. He had once again entered this world, awakening at the starting point. Walking along the familiar street, he was supposed to head to that dumpling shop to meet a girl. Not sure if it was his imagination, Boruto noticed that there seemed to be many new faces in the village. It appeared that in just a few days the number of players in this game had significantly increased. It would take about 5 minutes to walk from the starting point to the central square. Along the way, Boruto observed the newly appeared players, discovering that they were mostly of the ninja profession. There were also quite a few players with lifestyle professions, but none had a profession as absurd as his. They were basically all common professions. Such a phenomenon further dampened Boruto's already poor mood. The dumpling shop wasn't far. Soon Boruto spotted a familiar figure sitting in the shop. He sat down in front of her, and on the table were the same dumplings and sweet soup as yesterday. Don't you have to work today? Of course, Boruto's mention of work referred to the newbie guide NPC job. After all, he had noticed that the number of players he encountered on his way here was significantly greater than before. Surely among the many players there would be plenty of newcomers. Not anymore. A new NPC is responsible for that work. After taking a sip from the bowl of sweet soup, Nameless answered Boruto's question. Boruto hadn't expected her to give him such an answer. Upon hearing it, a surge of sympathy arose from deep within him. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were out of a job. Boruto felt he had unintentionally touched a sore spot for Nameless, so he quickly apologized, hoping to gain her forgiveness. In response to Boruto's speculation, Nameless promptly clarified that it wasn't for that reason. Instead, it was because the number of players in the game had increased and she couldn't keep up with guiding them all, so they switched to data NPCs for the task. Moreover, soon there would be an opening event which was very important, so she had been transferred to the position of event manager. After hearing Nameless' explanation, Boruto felt a sense of relief, especially since they were now friends. Moreover, he still needed to rely on her to uncover the inside details of the game. Curious about this event, Boruto asked about its specifics. Can you tell me about the event details in advance? Inside the game Ninja Road. In a dango shop located in the central plaza of Konohagakure, a boy and a girl sit across from each other discussing an important upcoming event in this world, the Gemstone event. As an internal member of the game development team, the girl should have chosen to protect the content of the event, but a single remark from the boy completely shattered her resolve. Aren't we friends? The boy's words touched her heart, making her want to reveal the details of the event. However, his next statement caused her heart to sink like ice. Moreover, you made me a milk producer. Boruto knew how to chill the atmosphere, completely unaware that the girl's expression had changed after he spoke those words. Who? The girl let out a deep sigh. If not for this, she would have truly wanted to give Boruto a good beating. It wouldn't help to tell you anyway. Recalling the content of the event, her mood lightened somewhat. After all, a milk producer could not complete the event. In her explanation, the main gameplay of the Gemstone event involves collecting a type of souvenir called gemstone. The player who collects the most will receive the necklace of the first Hokage. Although it's just a replica, the reason she said Boruto's participation wouldn't make a difference is that the main gameplay of this event is through a points competition. The winner of each match can obtain a gemstone, and at the end of the time the player who has collected the most gemstones will receive the final prize. Since Boruto's current profession is that of a milk producer, he cannot learn combat skills within the game, making victory impossible. However, Boruto seemed completely unconcerned about whether he could learn skills. He was more interested in the event's prizes. And I asked yesterday if there's a way to change professions and the answer was no. Looking at Boruto, who was lost in thought, the girl inadvertently said this only for Boruto to respond, "When does the event start?" Despite her repeated advice against participating, Boruto was determined to join the event and win first place. His reason for participating was not only to investigate the secrets of the game but also to claim that event reward which he intended to secure. But how will you participate when your profession can't be changed? The girl was not ready to give up. She still wanted to persuade Boruto to abandon the event. However, like her, Boruto was someone whose decisions were not easily swayed, so she ultimately couldn't convince him. As for Boruto's profession in the game, though she couldn't help him change it, she did come up with a solution. She handed him a transparent stone and urged him to use it. As a flash of white light passed, Boruto noticed that something had changed in the description of his profession. "How did you do this?" Boruto's eyes sparkled with disbelief, excitedly standing up from his seat, his hands pressing on the table. Seeing Boruto so elated, the girl couldn't help but smile as she informed him that this was the solution she had found for him after logging off yesterday. In Boruto's eyes, while his profession hadn't changed, the forced labor requirement was now gone. This meant that when Boruto plays this game in the future, he wouldn't be obliged to work in the milk factory, thus saving time for his investigation. He had originally planned to finish his work today after talking to the girl. Although he wanted to know how she accomplished this, all she replied was a single phrase. "A secret." After saying this, the girl placed her finger on her lips in a keep it secret gesture before quickly leaving her seat and heading towards the village gates. As she left, she crossed her arms behind her back, hopping happily away, clearly in a good mood. Everyone has their own secrets. If the girl had no intention of revealing hers, and Boruto wouldn't pry, especially since he had a huge secret of his own. Besides, hadn't he previously said that they were friends? Since they were friends, why ask for details? However, as the girl walked further away, her thoughts drifted back to the origin of that stone. Returning to last night, after bidding farewell to Boruto, the girl logged off. Once out of the game, she first sought out Shoujo, wanting to ask him if there was a way to help others change their professions. The answer she received was a definitive no, not that it was impossible but that it simply was not allowed. In this world, everyone's profession must be fixed. As to enhance playability, he designed it so that all players' profession pools were combined with the NPCs. If changes were made, the entire world would need to be rebuilt, even if the world was constructed based on the girl's powers. To alter this, one would have to reset the panels of all players and NPCs. In other words, although this game is incredibly advanced, even simulating the five senses, it is fundamentally a historical mountain code. After receiving Shuji's response, the girl lowered her head, her face filled with sadness as she said, "Is there really no way?" Upon seeing her sorrowful expression, Shoujo for some reason was reminded of himself deep in thought in a pristine white laboratory. Just when the girl was at her most despairing moment, Shoujo proposed a solution. Thus today Boruto was able to obtain that specially made gemstone, a patch that could help him break free from his constraints. What Shoujo told her was that while updating the profession system was impossible, the girl could use her abilities to apply a patch to Boruto's profession panel. Of course, he had no idea who it was that made the girl care so much. Following behind the girl, Boruto also recalled why he was so determined to obtain that prize. The Chunin exams are typically held around the same time every year, and this year was no exception. Coincidentally, Himawari's birthday also falls within these few days. A few days ago, Boruto, Himawari and Hinata were sitting on the sofa looking through an album. Observing closely, Himawari noticed that Naruto in his youth wore a particularly special necklace. Under her questioning, Hinata told the two about the necklace's origin and the fact that it was long destroyed. In Himawari's sorrowful tone, Boruto learned of his sister's wish to have it. He genuinely wanted to buy her a replica as a memento, but discovered that he simply didn't have enough money left, which led to his later gambling incident. He had already earned enough money for the necklace, but then a sudden twist occurred, and after all his money was confiscated, Boruto was now truly penniless. Just when he was still considering how to obtain the necklace as a birthday gift for Himawari, he suddenly received such news from the girl, and naturally Boruto had to find a way to seize the opportunity. Time quickly approached Friday, and today's Chunin exam venue was particularly lively. The number of spectators present was significantly higher than the previous 2 days, with many even purchasing standing tickets. Due to the importance of today's matches, the most important family members for Boruto were all present. Hinata sat in the stands with Himawari, and beside her were Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hanabi. A lot had happened in the past 2 days. The Chunin exam progressed exceptionally smoothly, and the opponents Boruto encountered in the last 2 days were rather average. They were completely incomparable to the Wolf Fang who he had eliminated early on. Just like the predictions from yesterday, Chisai and Boruto had made it to the finals. Today's competition was about the contest for first and second place between the two of them. However, this match wasn't theirs. The two currently on stage were representing the Lightning Shadow Village and the Earth Shadow Village. They had to first determine the third place before it would be Boruto and Chisai's turn for the final showdown. During the continuous viewing over the past few days, Boruto gradually understood that what Rokutai said was not false. Chisai's strength far surpassed that of others. Not to mention the Wolf Fang, even the current Mizukage heir Kagura would find it difficult to defeat her. During yesterday's match, Boruto witnessed her mysterious blue flames for the first time. After witnessing it firsthand, he understood where her power truly came from. However, Boruto wasn't sure, so he used the summoning technique to call over the suffering Kuroyuki, who was at home. After witnessing it, Kuroyuki's response to Boruto was peculiar. "It's the chakra of the Two Tails, but I can clearly sense that the Two Tails is not with her." The blue-black flames in Boruto's memory belonged to only one beast, the Two Tails, known as the Cat Demon. However, Kuroyuki confirmed that her power came from the Two Tails, yet she was not a Jinchuriki, at least not at the moment. Boruto recalled that in future battles Himawari seemed capable of briefly transferring the tailed beast's chakra to others. However, externally those who received the chakra would show distinct differences. If Chisai also obtained chakra from someone else, then why was there no leakage of chakra? Aside from the exam, there was progress regarding the investigation into the game. Orochimaru finally discovered the abnormality of the helmet. It was quietly absorbing the user's chakra, but the amount absorbed each time was not significant. With Kuroyuki's enhancement, Boruto was essentially a human-shaped tailed beast in terms of chakra volume. Thus such theft of chakra was negligible for Boruto, which is why it took several days before they uncovered this fact. The second discovery was related to what Boruto had previously asked them to pay special attention to, how the helmet enabled users to achieve such realistic sensations. Through the research conducted by Orochimaru, Kabuto and later Tsunade, they discovered that each time the helmet was used it would attack the brain areas corresponding to the 5 senses with electrical signals. This induced slight hallucinations, but relying solely on this technology could not achieve such precise, prolonged and stable corresponding sensations for players. They found that if only electrical signals were used, the current required to achieve such advanced technology could directly destroy the user's brain. Following this discovery, they drew 2 conclusions. First, that the helmet contained not only electronic components but also a rune used to transmit chakra. It was this rune that allowed it to use safe currents to provide such a safe and realistic sensory experience. The other conclusion was that this technology did not just emerge in the ninja world. Through Tsunade's Hokage-level authority, they found that the inventor of this technology was a researcher named Shukyu from the Konoha Research Institute. About 3 years ago he caused a massive accident due to a failed experiment, after which he was ordered to cease the development and experimentation of this technology. And barring any accidents, he would also face trial for conducting his experiments without permission. Ultimately, the failure of the experiment led to the death of a tester, but just as he was about to be tried, he disappeared. Later investigations revealed that he had absconded with all his research data and materials, along with a top-secret document, heading towards the direction of the Rain Village. Due to the dangerous nature of the technology, all those materials became classified, which meant he added severe charges of carrying confidential materials while fleeing to his accidental murder charge. Now, although he was just a researcher, he had already become a rank-wanted criminal in Konoha. Furthermore, after discovering the top-secret materials he had stolen, he was elevated to rank due to the threat they posed to the safety of the ninja world. He became the first rank-wanted criminal without actual combat ability since the establishment of Konoha. Due to the stakes involved with the village's interests, several individuals entrusted Tsunade to inform Naruto about this matter, of course only telling her that she had discovered information about Shukyu by chance. This also resulted in Naruto, already overwhelmed with the Chunin exams and the 5 Kage summit, gaining yet another urgent matter that needed resolution. With his hands full, Naruto could only dispatch his most trusted individual to handle this matter, and given their abilities it would likely be resolved quickly. Thus a messenger hawk responsible for communication between the two was released from the window sill of the Hokage office. At that time there were only 4 people present, including Naruto, one being a strategist from Konoha and the other 3 were Hokage. That night Tsunade relayed this information to the members of the Moon Organization. Upon hearing the details, everyone understood who Naruto was contacting, and they believed that if he were to handle it, it would be resolved swiftly. Boruto and the others also understood that they had to act. After realizing that after today's match they needed to hurry to the Zero Organization's base. To ensure that they would be the first to arrive at the Zero Organization, Tsunade held back some information when divulging it to Naruto, not revealing the location of the Zero Organization they had discovered. This meant that Boruto and his companions were still far ahead in terms of progress. Boruto set their departure time for next Monday, and barring any accidents that man would also return to the village on that day. The investigation regarding the game was nearing its conclusion, and Boruto understood that the unnamed individual was definitely a member of that organization. He needed to have a serious conversation with her. Additionally, the Brilliant Stone event would conveniently end on that day, and according to the plan, Boruto wanted to give Himawari her birthday gift before leaving. Unfortunately, he would be unable to celebrate Himawari's birthday in person, so he decided to give her the gift before departing. Phew, the sun in Konohagakure village is shining brightly today, even the breeze blowing against the face feels warm. The scorching weather stirs the restless hearts of the people as the water bottles in their hands are already empty, reflecting their eagerness for the decisive battle. After a wait of several minutes, at exactly 11 o'clock in the morning, the host's voice finally resonated again. Next, let us welcome the contestants of this final match to the stage. As the host introduced while waving his arms, he displayed his professional demeanor. They are the genius girl from Rain Village, Chisai, who possesses the power of demon fire. Chisai. Chisai. The moment the host finished introducing the first contestant, the venue erupted in cheers like a tsunami, the voices of Chisai supporters nearly lifting the roof off the arena. Sure. Please, dear audience, quiet down a bit. In order to properly conclude the upcoming introductions, the host made a gesture for silence, placing his finger on his lips. The audience was quite cooperative. After his call, only a small number of people continued to cheer. The other contestant is the dark horse of this Chunin exam, a genius boy from Konohagakure and the youngest participant in this competition. When introducing Boruto, the host's words noticeably increased, as he himself was a local of Konohagakure. However, he insisted he was a neutral party. Known as the instant killer Uzumaki Boruto. Similarly, after his introduction, Boruto's supporters began to shout, but they were not calling his name. Instant killer. Instant killer. What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? As Boruto approached the stage amidst the loud chants, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. If Boruto were still the same as before, he would think the nickname was cool. But unfortunately, he was now a 23-year-old young man, and such a strange title only gave him goosebumps. Phew. Standing on the stage, Boruto slowly exhaled, calming his heart that was fluctuating due to the embarrassment. For today's match, Boruto decided not to use a blade. After all, it would be foolish to fight a pure ninjutsu user, especially a fire-style ninja, with a sword. If what Kurikumo said is true, that Chisai really possesses the chakra of the two-tailed beast, then her flames would reach temperatures high enough to melt steel. Boruto dared not gamble on whether his dojutsu would be melted by her flames, hence he chose to use standard ninja tools. Even if they were melted by Chisai, he wouldn't feel too distressed. Using shurikens in conjunction with ninjutsu was the method Boruto prepared to secure victory in this match. Hey! Chisai! Don't forget the condition you promised me. Boruto placed his hand in the pocket at his waist, readying himself for battle as he shouted her name. The girl across from him was also not preparing any other ninja tools. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her hands claw-like near her face, and stood with her feet in a pose. Upon hearing Boruto's words, she did not respond verbally but simply nodded. A tense atmosphere hung between the two as they silently summoned vast amounts of chakra within, waiting for the referee's command to act. Boruto also formed a hand seal with his other empty hand, similar to the sword finger. If one had Byakugan, they would see his chakra gathering in two locations. One was Boruto's right eye, where the chakra was turning a faint shade of blue, and the other was in Boruto's lung, suggesting he was about to release a ninjutsu through his mouth. The cheers from the audience continued, with supporters on both sides calling out their respective titles, neither wanting to be outdone, and the volume grew increasingly louder. At the peak of the escalating atmosphere, the previously silent host finally spoke again. The match begins. At 11:10 in the morning, the finals of the 7th All-Ninja Chunin Joint Exam commenced. With the final word spoken, both sides moved simultaneously. A blue flame erupted from beneath Chisai, immediately enveloping her. Once the flames receded, a beautiful figure appeared in the same spot. Her blue hair sprouted a pair of matching blue cat ears, and a blue and black tail grew from her tailbone. Both the tail and ears were composed of chakra, not real, and they swayed in the breeze. Indeed, this is the chakra of the two-tailed beast. Boruto completely confirmed Kurakumo's earlier speculation. If that were the case, then Boruto still had a chance of victory. After all, with the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, more and more tailed beasts were willing to accept humans. This meant that the tailed beast transformation of Jinchuriki was no longer uncontrollable. If the opponent were truly a Jinchuriki with Boruto's current strength, there would be no need to even compete. However, since the opponent was not a Jinchuriki, Boruto still had a chance to defeat her. As Chisai completed her transformation, Boruto could clearly feel the temperature of the air around him rising rapidly. Up to this point, the surrounding air had reached at least 41 degrees Celsius. Compared to the previous 32 degrees, it had risen by a full 9 degrees. It is worth noting that in order to allow contestants to fully display their skills, the arena is approximately the size of a standard football field, albeit circular in shape but with the same area. In such a large venue, just because Chisai stood there, the temperature had risen to this extent. One couldn't help but admire her strength. What a monster! Looking at the distorted air caused by Chisai, a bead of sweat trickled down Boruto's temple. If her opponent were Wolf Fong, Boruto believed Wolf Fong would not last 5 minutes. Phew, breathe. Boruto took a deep breath. After the first exam and his small skirmish with Chisai, he understood one thing: with his current body he had no advantage in speed. Therefore he must strike first. This thought surfaced in his mind, causing Boruto to tremble with anticipation. Finally, after being back for so long, he had finally encountered a peer worthy of going all out against. Looking up at his opponent, Boruto bent the previous sword finger closer to his lips. He then took several shurikens from his waist, blowing out the chakra he had gathered in his chest onto them. With a flick of his wrist, the shurikens flew towards Chisai at an odd angle. During their flight, the shurikens showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, they spun faster and faster, gradually enveloped in a layer of green chakra. Buzz buzz buzz, a series of piercing sounds echoed, and everyone present could clearly hear the sound of the super-speed rotating shuriken slicing through the air. This technique was a modified version of the Uchiha-style shuriken that Boruto developed after mastering it, a special shuriken ninjutsu unique to him. Wind-style shuriken. Swish swish swish. The shuriken wrapped in green chakra flew towards the blue-haired girl. This technique was inspired by Boruto during the past Chunin exams when he used scientific ninja tools to cheat. However, at that time Boruto cheated using a scroll and did not know this technique. It was only after mastering the Uchiha-style shuriken technique that he remembered this move. He had been searching for an opportunity to see if he could figure out this move on his own. After relentless effort, he finally mastered it, although it was slightly different from the original wind-release shuriken. Does he not know that shuriken are ineffective against Chisai? A spectator in the audience suddenly asked, and their companions were equally puzzled. Exactly. The speed of the shuriken can't catch up with Chisai. Other spectators who initially supported Boruto also expressed their doubts, questioning whether Boruto had misjudged the situation, as this technique was completely ineffective against Chisai. Not to mention these strangers, even Boruto's companions did not understand the intention behind Boruto's move. In the next moment, Chisai evaded the shuriken flying towards her with an uncanny posture. Her supple body and powerful core abilities caused the audience to scream in awe. Chisai! Chisai! Many spectators who had initially supported Boruto began to switch sides and cheer for Chisai. You should understand that shuriken pose no threat to me. After gracefully dodging all the shuriken midair, Chisai landed and posed a question to Boruto. Of course. Boruto had already realized that given Chisai's flexibility and reaction speed, even Uchiha-style shuriken techniques would not be able to affect her. However, there are always exceptions. Buzz buzz buzz, The harsh sound of the wind returned this time not just from the front but from all directions around Chisai except beneath her feet. What is that thing? The audience who had been questioning Boruto's strength immediately changed their tune and cheers for Boruto erupted once more. Damn it, I dodged them all. Standing still, Chisai realized that the shuriken she had just evaded were now flying towards her again, enclosing her in a cage woven from shuriken. At this moment even her unparalleled flexibility and reflexes could not save her and she became a caged bird. I told you I know. Wind release shuriken is distinguished from ordinary shuriken in that it not only possesses greater speed and sharper blades but also the crucial ability to change direction once. As long as the control over one's chakra is precise enough, it can change direction at will, but only once. To ensure that Chisai would be caught off guard, Boruto designed 2 distractions. These were a sufficient number of shuriken and the bizarre angles during their flight. These 2 distractions would lead Chisai to believe that if she dodged once she had solved the shuriken's attack trajectory. Then predictably Chisai would enter a momentarily relaxed state, at which point the real deadly move would reveal itself. To the spectators outside it appeared that the shuriken, which had already been dodged after traveling a distance, turned in an odd manner and surrounded Chisai, who was at the center. Despicable. A rare look of anger appeared on Chisai's calm face, and then Boruto threw several more shuriken from the front, completely sealing off her escape routes. The blue-haired girl understood that there was no way for her to escape, so she clasped her hands over her head. Then an immense surge of chakra erupted from her. A flame far surpassing her previous one engulfed her, with the flames reaching 10 meters high, almost as tall as the viewing platform. As Chisai activated her chakra flames to protect herself, Boruto was not idle either. He understood that to counter such a formidable fire-style ninja he could only use a large-scale water-style technique. It had to be vast enough to cover the entire arena to potentially threaten her. To execute a water-style technique capable of altering the environment without a water source, even Boruto needed to prepare. Boruto clasped his hands together, fully channeling his chakra, his abdomen swelling. He awaited Chisai to exit the flames, and what awaited her would be one of the strongest water-style users among his peers. So impressive. The audience outside saw Chisai emerge unscathed from the flames, and she accomplished something they had never witnessed before. Thud, 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 thick droplets of molten iron fell onto the arena. The eerie blue flames gradually diminished and the blue-haired girl reappeared on the stage, gasping for breath. It seemed that melting so many shuriken took a significant toll on her. Initially she only intended to use the flames to slow the shuriken's flight speed and eventually stop them. However, the moment the flames made contact with the shuriken, she realized that the wind-style chakra formed a membrane that was exceptionally tough, making it impossible to neutralize their offensive. Chisai was certainly unaware that to prevent her from easily blocking these shuriken, Boruto had deliberately employed the chakra of the dark cloud. So even though the chakra attached to the shuriken appeared thin, its quality was astonishingly large. This was the second trap Boruto had set for her, forcing her to expend a massive amount of chakra to melt the shuriken. Once her chakra was depleted to a certain extent, what awaited her was Boruto's water-style technique. Boruto was not prepared to give Chisai a chance to recover, even though he did not know how she could use the chakra of the two-tailed beast. But as long as he could exhaust her chakra, Boruto was confident he could achieve victory. After all, compared to ninjutsu, Boruto was more confident in his taijutsu. As long as the opponent lacked the enhancement of tailed beast chakra, his taijutsu could definitely overpower her. What is that? Monster! Monster! At this moment many spectators began to shout, as Boruto's actions had completely surpassed their understanding. Thus, amidst the astonishment of the audience, Boruto, who was still not even a genin, executed a water-style technique that even many ordinary jounin might not be able to use. Water-style Great Waterfall Wave. To deliver sufficient power, Boruto chose this technique instead of the broader Great Waterfall technique. In Chisai's eyes an unmatched torrent surged towards her, carrying the momentum of 1,000 troops. Damn it! She once again assumed her previous posture, blue flames appearing around her, but this time the flames no longer formed a towering pillar but instead took on a spherical shape. Chisai was enveloped in flames until after about 10 minutes the water that had submerged the entire arena slowly receded. The two figures that appeared on the stage looked vastly different. Boruto had not expended much energy as he could replenish it with the chakra of the dark cloud, but the girl on the opposite side was not in the same situation. As Boruto had anticipated before the match, Chisai-e was not the two-tailed Jinchuriki and could not directly replenish her chakra, so her two-tailed chakra must be limited. From the beginning of the match until now, Boruto had only one goal: to exhaust Chisai-e's two-tailed chakra as much as possible. Now he had achieved that goal. Then let the second round begin. This book has performed poorly. The story and character development have somewhat collapsed and the writing is overly immature. I can only conclude it hastily. I hope to write better in the next book and provide readers with a better experience. Thank you all for your companionship and I apologize. If you wish to know how the story continues, please read further. If any brothers want to continue writing, you may reference the outline below, which was originally intended by the author, though you will need to modify the details. Firstly, the development of the story follows the same chronological order as the animation and manga. After defeating Kekkei, Boruto will learn the origins of the knife he holds from her as well as her connection with the Two Tails. She found the child of the Two Tails and later Boruto will support her in becoming the Raikage. Afterward, the 5 Kage return to their village with their respective subordinates. Then Hikari activates the Moon Reader imprint, initiating the ninja battle. The subsequent events are largely consistent with the game, with the only difference being that Boruto gives Hikari a chance to experience life in the modern world. The method involves his divine technique, which in the setting is called Dark Abyss. The black hole it creates exists across all timelines. After Boruto returns to the modern era, he dispels this divine technique, allowing Hikari to live in the present-day Konohagakure. Moyuki will die, but in the author's setting he hails from the Rain Village. His death draws Boruto closer to Naruto, and through this opportunity Boruto reveals the truth to Naruto. Due to Naruto's failure to fulfill his promise to Nagato, he feels guilty, which later becomes a driving force behind Naruto's determination to unify the ninja world alongside Boruto. Shoujo will survive because his scientific technology is extraordinary. The Eye of Justice technology is incredibly powerful, capable of becoming a formidable force against enemies. After all, just imagine an army of Sharingan. After resolving this matter, Boruto will attend the wedding of Kazuhana and Yukagetsu in the Land of Snow while also mastering the ice release. Then the timeline advances to the outbreak of the main plot. After defeating Momoshiki, the wedge from Momoshiki is removed by Kurikumo, and thus Momoshiki completely vanishes while Boruto transforms into a mature version of Otsutsuki. His physical strength reaches the level of Otsutsuki and his power rapidly increases. He then arrives at the Kara organization arc, where with his current strength ordinary members of the Kara organization are no match for him. Next he finds Kawaki on the plane. At this point Kawaki, upon waking, is also a time traveler from the future. Subsequently Boruto faces Ishiki, and after defeating him Kawaki becomes his complete form. Then the story progresses to the artificial beings thawing and Code regaining his memories. This marks the beginning of the first decisive battle arc, where Code has preemptively created the Divine Tree Man to eliminate Boruto and Kawaki. However, this crisis is easily resolved by the two, who are already stronger than their previous lives. After Code's defeat he escapes, guided by Jigen, to find his corpse and is manipulated to fuse with it. Due to insufficient energy, Jigen's resurrection is delayed. During the time of his resurrection Boruto leads everyone to unify the ninja world. Boruto's additional subordinates include Mizukage with the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Kagura Raikage with the Two Tails Jinchuriki Kekkei, and after Anoki's death Boruto and his team fulfill his dream by cloning a being closely resembling his grandson, acquiring the dust release with the new Tsuchikage Shinki of Tsunagakure and Sarada as the new Hokage. Along with the scientific ninja tools invented collaboratively by Orochimaru, Kinshiki Shoujo and Amato, the gap between commoners and ninjas is bridged. With the strongest and weakest combat powers gathered from the entire ninja world, Boruto quickly unifies the ninja world and alters the power dynamics of the daimyos, making them symbols of honor. Next, the entire ninja world is divided into different provinces, with all resolutions made by representatives from each province meeting to decide. 7 years after Code's escape, Jigen is fully resurrected, leading to the entire ninja world confronting Jigen and achieving victory. The story concludes. During the upcoming time the author will diligently study writing techniques, and if there is an opportunity after becoming more mature they will write fanfictions promising to provide everyone with a better reading experience. Goodbye.